1.4 million more Kentucky-ers sounded pretty boring. But why not? Wasn't he basically marking time, drawing his breakfast out so he could watch the player's bus go by? Sad but true, he said, and highlighted the Y button. What came up was similar to a message he had seen before. Local is protected by all applicable paradox laws. Do you agree? Y-N. Now that was strange. The New York Times archive wasn't protected by these paradox laws, whatever they were, but their pokey local paper was? It made no sense, but seemed harmless. Wesley shrugged and selected Y. Welcome to the Echo Pre-Archive. Your price is $40, 4 downloads, $350, 10 downloads, $2,500, 100 downloads. Wesley put his fork on his plate and sat frowning at the screen. Not only was the local paper Paradox Law protected, it was a hell of a lot more expensive. Why? And what the hell was a pre-archive? To Wesley, that sounded like a paradox in itself, or an oxymoron. Well, it's under construction, he said. Traffic fines double, and so do download expenses. That's the explanation. Plus, I'm not paying for it. No, but because the idea persisted that he might someday be forced to, someday soon, he compromised on the middle choice. The next screen was similar to the one for the Times archive, but not quite the same. It just asked him to select a date. To him, this suggested nothing but an ordinary newspaper archive, the kind he could find on microfilm at the local library. If so, why the big expense? He shrugged, typed in July 5th, 2008, and pushed select. The Kindle responded immediately, posting this message. Future dates only. This is November 20th, 2009. For a moment, he didn't get it. Then he did, and the world suddenly turned itself up to super bright, as if some supernatural being had cranked the rheostat controlling the daylight. And all the noises in the cafe, the clash of forks, the rattle of plates, the steady babble of conversation, seemed too loud. My God, he whispered. No wonder it's expensive. This was too much. Way too much. He moved to turn the Kindle off, then heard cheering and yelling outside. He looked up and saw a yellow bus with Moore College Athletic Department printed on the side. Cheerleaders and players were leaning out the open windows, waving and laughing and yelling stuff like, Go Meerkats, and We're number 1. One of the young women was actually wearing a big foam number 1 finger on her hand. The pedestrians on Main Street were grinning and waving back. Wesley lifted his own hand and waved feebly. The bus driver honked his horn. Flapping from the rear of the bus was a piece of sheeting with Meerkats Will Rock the Rupp spray painted on it. Wesley became aware that people in the cafe were applauding. All this seemed to be happening in another world. Another When the bus was gone, Wesley looked down at the pink Kindle again. He decided he wanted to utilize at least one of his 10 downloads after all. The locals didn't have much use for the student body as a whole, the standard town versus gown thing, but they loved the Lady Meerkats, because everybody loves a winner. The tourney's results, pre-season or not, would be front-page news in Monday's Echo. If they won, he could buy Ellen a victory gift, and if they lost, he could buy her a consolation present. I'm a winner either way, he said, and entered Monday's date, November 23rd, 2009. The Kindle thought for a long time, then produced a newspaper front page. The date was Monday's date. The headline was huge and black. Wesley spilled his coffee and yanked the Kindle out of danger even as lukewarm coffee soaked his crotch. 15 minutes later, he was pacing the living room of Robbie Henderson's apartment while Robbie, who'd been up when Wesley came hammering at the door but was still wearing the t-shirt and basketball shorts he slept in, stared at the screen of the Kindle. We have to call someone, Wesley said. He was smacking a fist into an open palm and hard enough to turn the skin red. We have to call the police. No, wait, the arena. Call the Rupp and leave a message for her to call me ASAP. No, that's wrong. Too slow. I'll call her now. That's what... Relax, Mr. Smith. Wes, I mean... How can I relax? Don't you see that thing? Are you blind? No, but you still have to relax. Pardon the expression, but you're losing your shit, and people can't think productively when they're doing that. But take a deep breath and remind yourself that according to this, we've got almost 60 hours. Easy for you to say, your girlfriend isn't going to be on that bus when it starts back to... Then he stopped, because that wasn't so. Josie Quinn was on the team, and according to Robbie, he and Josie had a thing going on. "I'm sorry," he said. "I saw the headline and freaked. I didn't even pay for my breakfast, just ran up here. I know I look like I wet my pants, and I damn near did. Not with coffee, either. Thank God your roommates are gone." "I'm pretty freaked, too," Robbie admitted. And for a moment they studied the screen in silence. According to Wesley's Kindle, Monday's edition of the Echo was going to have a black border around the front page, as well as a black headline on top of it. That headline read, "Coach, 7 students killed in horrific bus crash, 9 others critical." The story itself wasn't a story at all, only an item. Even in his distress, Wesley knew why. The accident had happened, was going to happen, at just short of 9 p.m. on Sunday night. Too late to report any details, although probably if they heated up Robbie's computer and went to the internet... What was he thinking? The internet did not predict the future, only the pink Kindle did that. His hands were shaking too badly to enter November 24th. He pushed the Kindle to Robbie. "You do it." Robbie managed, though it took him 2 tries. The Echo's Tuesday story was more complete, but the headline was even worse. "Death toll rises to 10. Town and college mourn." "Is Josie—" Wesley began. "Yeah," Robbie said. "Survives the crash. Dies on Monday. Christ." According to Antonia Tony Burrell, one of the Meerkat cheerleaders, and one of the lucky ones to survive Sunday night's horrific bus crash with only cuts and bruises, the celebration was still going on, the Bluegrass Trophy still being passed hand to hand. "We were singing 'We Are the Champions' for the 20th time or so," she said from the hospital in Bowling Green, where most of the survivors were taken. "Coach turned around and yelled for us to keep it down, and that's when it happened." According to State Police Captain Moses Arden, the bus was traveling on Route 139, the Princeton Road, when an SUV driven by Candy Reimer of Montgomery struck it. "Ms. Reimer was traveling at a high rate of speed west along Highway 80, Captain Arden said, "and struck the bus at the intersection." The bus driver, Herbert Allison, 58, of Moore, apparently saw Ms. Reimer's vehicle at the last moment and tried to swerve. That swerve, coupled with the impact, drove the bus into the ditch, where it overturned and exploded. There was more, but neither of them wanted to read it. "Okay," Robbie said. "Let's think about this. First, can we be sure it's true?" "Maybe not," Wesley said. "But, Robbie, can we afford to take the chance?" "No," Robbie said. "No, I guess we can't." "Of course we can't. But, Wes, if we call the police, they won't believe us. You know that." "We'll show them the Kindle. We'll show them the story." But even to himself, Wesley sounded deflated. "Okay, how about this? I'll tell Ellen. Even if she won't believe me, she might agree to hold the bus for 15 minutes or so, or change the route this guy Allison's planning to take." Robbie considered. "Yeah, worth a try." Wesley took his phone out of his briefcase. Robbie had gone back to the story, using the next page button to access the rest. The phone rang twice, 3 times, 4. Wesley was preparing to deliver his message to voicemail when Ellen answered. "Wesley, I can't talk to you now. I thought you understood that." "Ellen, listen. But if you got my message, you know we're going to talk." In the background, he could hear raucous, excited girls. Josie would be among them, and lots of loud music. "Yes, I did get the message, but we have to talk." "No," Ellen said. "We don't. I'm not going to take your calls this weekend, and I'm not going to listen to your messages." Her voice softened. "And, hon, everyone you leave is going to make it harder. For us, I mean." "Ellen, you don't understand. Goodbye, Wes. I'll talk to you next week. Do you wish us luck?" "Ellen, please." "I'll take that as a yes," she said. "And you know what? I guess I still care about you, even though you are a lug." With that, she was gone. He poised his finger over the redial button, then made himself not push it. It wouldn't help. Ellen was wearing her My Way or the Highway hat. It was insane, but there it was. She won't talk to me except on her schedule. What she doesn't realize is that after Sunday night, she may not have a schedule. You'll have to call Miss Quinn. In his current state, the girl's first name escaped him. "Josie think I was pranking on her," Robbie said. "A story like that, any girl would think I was pranking on her." He was still studying the Kindle screen. "Want to know something? The woman who caused the accident, who will cause it, hardly gets hurt at all. I'll bet you next semester's tuition she was just as drunk as a goddamn skunk." Wesley hardly heard this. "Tell Josie that Ellen has to take my call. Have her say it's not about us. Tell her to say it's an Dude," Robbie said, "slow down and listen. Are you listening?" Wesley nodded, but what he heard most clearly was his own pounding heart. Point 1, Josie would still think I was pranking on her. Point 2, she might think we both were. Point 3, I don't think she'd go to Coach Silverman anyway, given the mood that Coach has been in lately, and she gets even worse on game trips, Josie says. Robbie sighed. You have to understand about Josie. She's sweet, she's smart, she's sexy as hell, but she's also a timid little mousy. It's sort of what I like about her. That probably says heaps of good things about your character, Robbie, but you'll pardon me if right now I don't give a tomcat's ass. You've told me what won't work. Do you have any idea what might? That's point 4. With a little luck, we won't have to tell anybody about this, which is good since they wouldn't believe it. Elucidate? First, we need to use another one of your Echo downloads. Robbie punched in November 25th, 2009. Another girl, a cheerleader who had been horribly burned in the explosion, had died, raising the death toll to 11. Although the Echo didn't come right out and say so, more were likely to die before the week was out. Robbie only gave this story a quick scan. What he was looking for was a boxed story on the lower half of page 1. Candace Reimer charged with multiple counts of vehicular homicide. There was a gray square in the middle of the story. Her picture, Wesley assumed, only the pink Kindle didn't seem able to reprint news photographs. But it didn't matter, because now he got it. It wasn't the bus they had to stop. It was the woman who was going to hit the bus. She was point 4. 6. Candy Reimer. At 5 o'clock on a gray Sunday afternoon, as the Lady Meerkats were cutting down basketball nets in a not-too-distant part of the state, Wesley Smith and Robbie Henderson were sitting in Wesley's modest Chevy Malibu, watching the door of a roadhouse in Eddyville, 20 miles north of Cadiz. The parking lot was oiled dirt and mostly empty. There was almost certainly a TV inside the broken windmill, but Wesley guessed discriminating tipplers would rather do their drinking and NFL watching at home. You didn't have to go inside the joint to know it was a hole. Candy Reimer's first stop had been bad, but this second one was worse. Parked slightly crooked and blocking what appeared to be the fire exit was a filthy, dinged-up Ford Explorer with 2 bumper stickers on the back. "My child is an honor student at the State Correctional Facility," one read. The other was even more succinct. "I break for Jack Daniels." "Maybe we ought to do it right here," Robbie said, "while she's inside slopping it up and watching the Titans." It was a tempting idea, but Wesley shook his head. "We'll wait. She's got one more stop to make. Hobson, remember?" "That's miles from here." "Right," Wesley said, "but we've got time to kill, and we're gonna kill it." "Why?" "Because what we're up to is changing the future, or trying to at least. We have no idea how tough that is. Waiting as long as possible improves our chances." "Wesley, that is one drunk chick. She was drunk when she got out of that first juke joint in Central City, and she's going to be a lot drunker when she comes out of yonder shack. I can't see her getting her car repaired in time to rendezvous with the girl's bus 40 miles from here. And what if we break down while we're trying to follow her to her last stop?" Wesley hadn't considered this. Now he did. "My instincts say wait, but if you have a strong feeling that we should do it now, we will." "The only strong feeling I have is a scared-to-freaking-death feeling," Robbie said. He sat up. "Too late to do anything else anyway. Here she comes, Miss America." Candy Reimer emerged from the broken windmill in a moderate weave. She dropped her purse, bent down to get it, almost fell over, cursed, picked it up, laughed, and then continued to where her Explorer was parked, digging her keys out as she went. Her face was puffy, not quite hiding the remains of what must once have been very good looks. Her hair, blonde on top and black at the roots, hung around her cheeks in lank curls. Her belly pooched out the front of elastic waist jeans, just below the hem of what had to be a Kmart smock top. She got into her beat-to-shit SUV, kicked the engine into life, it sounded in desperate need of a tune-up, and drove forward into the roadhouse's fire door. There was a crunch. Then her backup lights came on, and she reversed so fast that for one sickening moment Wesley thought she was going to hit his Malibu, crippling it and leaving them on foot as she drove off toward her appointment in Samara. But she stopped in time and peeled onto the highway without pausing to look for traffic. A moment later, Wesley was following as she headed east towards Hobson, and the intersection where the Lady Meerkat's bus would arrive in 4 hours. In spite of the terrible thing she was going to do, Wesley couldn't help feeling a little sorry for her, and he had an idea Robbie felt the same. The follow-up story they'd read about her in the Echo told a tale as familiar as it was sordid. Candace Candy Reimer, age 41, divorced, 3 children, now in the custody of their father. For the last 12 years of her life, she'd been in and out of spin-drive facilities. According to an acquaintance, she seemed to have no friends, she had tried AA and decided it wasn't for her. Too much holy rolling. She had been arrested for DUI half a dozen times. She had lost her license after each of the last 2, but in both cases it had been restored, the second time by special petition. She needed her license to get to her job at the fertilizer factory in Bainbridge, she told Judge Wallenby. What she didn't tell him was that she had lost the job 6 months previous, and nobody checked. Candy Reimer was a booze bomb waiting to go off, and the explosion was now very close. The story hadn't mentioned her home address in Montgomery, but it didn't need to. In what Wesley considered a rather brilliant piece of investigative journalism, especially for the Echo, the reporter had retraced Candy's final binge, from the Pot of Gold in Central City to the Broken Windmill in Eddyville to Bandy's Bar in Hobson. There, the bartender was going to try to take her keys, unsuccessfully. Candy was going to give him the finger and leave, shouting, "I'm done giving my business to this dive," back over her shoulder. That was at 7 o'clock. The reporter theorized that Candy must have pulled over somewhere for a short nap, possibly on Route 124, before cutting across to Route 80. A little further down 80, she would make her final stop. A fiery one. Once Robbie put the thought in his head, Wesley kept expecting his always trusty Chevrolet to die and coast to a stop at the side of the 2-lane blacktop, a victim of either a bad battery or the paradox laws. Candy Reimer's taillights would disappear from view, and they would spend the following hours making frantic but useless calls, always assuming their phones would even work out here in the willywags, and cursing themselves for not disabling her vehicle back in Eddyville while they still had a chance. But the Malibu cruised as effortlessly as always, without a single gurgle or glitch. He stayed about half a mile behind Candy's Explorer. "Man, she's all over the road," Robbie said. "Maybe she'll ditch the damn thing before she gets to the next bar. Save us the trouble of slashing her tires." "According to the Echo, that doesn't happen." "Yeah, but we know the future's not cast in stone, don't we? Maybe this is another or something." Wesley didn't think it worked that way with local, but he kept his mouth shut. Either way, it was too late now. Candy Reimer made it to Banty's without going in the ditch or hitting any oncoming traffic, although she could have done either. God knew she had enough close calls. When one of the cars that swerved out of her way passed Wesley's Malibu, Robbie said, "That's a family. Mom, Pop, 3 little kids goofing around in the back." That was when Wesley stopped feeling sorry for Reimer and started feeling angry at her. It was a clean, hot emotion that made his peek at Ellen feel paltry by comparison. "That bitch," he said. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "That drunken, who-gives-a-shit bitch. I'll kill her if that's the only way I can stop her." "I'll help," Robbie said, then clamped his mouth so tightly shut his lips nearly disappeared. They didn't have to kill her, and the paradox laws stopped them no more than the laws against drinking and driving had stopped Candy Reimer on her tour of southern Kentucky's more desperate watering holes. The parking lot of Banty's Bar was paved, but the buckling concrete looked like something left over from an Israeli bombing raid in Gaza. Overhead, a fizzing neon rooster flashed on and off. Hooked in one set of its talons was a moonshine jug with XXX printed on the side. The Reimer woman's Explorer was parked almost directly beneath this fabulous bird, and by its stuttering orange-red glow, Wesley slashed open the elderly SUV's front tires with the butcher knife they had brought for that express purpose. As the whoosh of escaping air hit him, he was struck by a wave of relief so great that at first he couldn't get up, but only hunker on his knees, like a man praying. "My turn," Robbie said, and a moment later the Explorer settled further as the kid punctured the rear tires. Then came another hiss. He had put a hole in the spare for good measure. By then, Wesley had gotten to his feet. "Let's park around to the side," Robbie said. "I think we'd better keep an eye on her." I'm going to do a lot more than that, Wesley said. Easy, big fella. What are you planning on? I'm not planning. I'm beyond that. But the rage shaking through his body suggested something different. According to the Echo, she had called Banties a dive in her parting shot. But apparently that had been cleaned up for family consumption. What she actually threw back over her shoulder was, "I'm done doing business with this shit pit." Only by this point she was so drunk, the vulgarity came out in a slippery slur. Shit. Robbie, fascinated at seeing the news story played out before his eyes, right down to the upraised middle finger, which the Echo had primly referred to as an obscene gesture, made no effort to grab Wesley as he strode toward her. He did call, "Wait!" but Wesley didn't. He seized the woman and commenced shaking her. Candy Reimer's mouth dropped open. The keys she'd been holding in the hand not occupied with bird flipping dropped to the cracked concrete tarmac. "Let me go, you bastard!" Wesley didn't. He slapped her face hard enough to split her lower lip, then went back on her the other way. "Sober up!" he screamed into her frightened face. "Sober up, you useless bitch! Get a life and stop fucking up other people's! You're gonna kill people! Don't you understand that? You are going to fucking kill people!" He slapped her a third time, the sound as loud as a pistol shot. She staggered back against the side of the building, weeping and holding her hands up to protect her face. Blood trickled down her chin. Their shadows, turned into elongated gantries by the neon bird, winked off and on. He raised his hand to slap a fourth time. Better to slap than to choke, which is what he really wanted to do, but Robbie grabbed him from behind and wrestled him away. "Stop it! That's enough!" The bartender and a couple of goofy-looking patrons were now standing in the doorway, gawking. Candy Reimer had slid down to a sitting position. She was weeping hysterically, her hands pressed to her swelling face. "Why does everyone hate me?" she sobbed. "Why is everyone so goddamn mean?" Wesley looked at her dully, the anger out of him. What replaced it was a kind of hopelessness. You would say that a drunk driver who caused the deaths of at least 11 people had to be evil. But there was no evil here. Only a sobbing alkie sitting on the cracked, weedy concrete of a country roadhouse parking lot. A woman who, if the off-and-on light of the stuttering rooster did not lie, had wet her pants. "You can get the person, but you can't get the evil," Wesley said. "The evil always survives. Isn't that a bitch? Just a total bitch." "Yeah, I'm sure, but come on, before they get a really good look at you." Robbie was leading him back to the Malibu. Wesley went as docilely as a child. He was trembling. "The evil always survives, Robbie. In all the Urs. Remember that." "You bet, absolutely. Give me the keys. I'll drive." "Hey!" someone shouted from behind them. "Why in the hell did you beat up that woman? She wasn't doing nothing to you. Come back here!" Robbie pushed Wesley into the car, ran around the hood, threw himself behind the wheel, and drove away, fast. He kept the pedal down until the stuttering rooster disappeared, then eased up. "What now?" Wesley ran a hand over his eyes. "I'm sorry I did that," he said. "And yet, I'm not. Do you understand?" "Yeah," Robbie said. "You bet. It was for Coach Silverman and Josie, too." He smiled. "My little mousie." Wesley smiled. "So where do we go, home?" "Not yet," Wesley said. They parked on the edge of a cornfield near the intersection of Route 139 and Highway 80, 2 miles west of Cadiz. They were early, and Wesley used the time to fire up the pink Kindle. When he tried to access Local, he was greeted by a somehow unsurprising message. This service no longer available. "Probably for the best," he said. Robbie turned toward him. "Say what?" "Nothing. It doesn't matter." He put the Kindle back in his briefcase. "Wes?" "What, Robbie?" "Did we break the paradox laws?" "Undoubtedly," Wes said, and with some satisfaction. At 5 to 9, they heard honking and saw lights. They got out of the Malibu and stood in front of it, waiting. Wesley observed that Robbie's hands were clenched, and was glad he himself wasn't the only one still afraid that Candy Reimer might still somehow appear. Headlights breasted the nearest hill. It was the bus, followed by a dozen cars filled with Lady Meerkat supporters, all honking deliriously and flashing their high beams off and on. As the bus passed, Wesley heard young female voices singing "We Are the Champions," and felt a chill race up his back and lift the hair on his neck. He raised his hand and waved. Beside him, Robbie did the same. Then he turned to Wesley, smiling. "What do you say, Prof? You want to join the parade?" Wesley clapped him on the shoulder. "That sounds like a damn fine idea." When the last of the cars had passed, Robbie got in line. Like the others, he honked and flashed his lights all the way back to Moore. Wesley didn't mind. 7. The Paradox Police. When Robbie got out in front of Susan and Nan's, where Lady Meerkat's rule had been soaped on the window, Wesley said, "Wait a sec." He came around the front of the car and embraced the kid. "You did good." "Ungrammatical, but appreciated." Robbie wiped at his eyes, then grinned. "Does this mean I get a gift A for the semester?" "Nope. Just some advice. Get out of football. You'll never make it a career, and your head deserves better." "Duly noted," Robbie said, which was not agreement, as they both knew. "See you in class?" "On Tuesday," Wesley said. But 15 minutes later, he had reason to wonder if anyone would see him. Ever again. There was a car in the spot where he usually left the Malibu when he didn't leave it in parking lot A at the college. Wesley could have parked behind it, but chose the other side of the street instead. Something about the car made him uneasy. It was a Cadillac, and in the glow of the arc sodium beneath which it was parked, it seemed too bright. The red paint almost seemed to yell, "Here I am. Do you like me?" Wesley didn't. Nor did he like the tinted windows or the oversized gangsta hubcaps with their gold Cadillac emblems. It looked like a drug dealer's car. If, that was, the dealer in question also happened to be a homicidal maniac. Now, why would I think that? "Stress of the day, that's all," he said, as he crossed the deserted street with his briefcase banging against his leg. He bent down. Nobody was inside the car. At least, he didn't think so. With the darkened windows, it was hard to be entirely sure. It's the Paradox Police. They've come for me. This idea should have seemed ridiculous at best, a paranoid fantasy at worst, but felt like neither. And when you considered all that had happened, maybe it wasn't paranoid at all. Wesley stretched out a hand, touched the door of the car, then snatched it back. The door felt like metal, but it was warm, and it seemed to be pulsing, as if, metal or not, the car were alive. Run! The thought was so powerful he felt his lips mouth it, but he knew running wasn't an option. If he tried, the man or men who belonged to the loathsome red car would find him. This was a fact so simple that it defied logic. It bypassed logic. So instead of running, he used his key to open the street door and went upstairs. He did it slowly, because his heart was racing, and his legs kept threatening to give way. The door of his apartment stood open, light spilling onto the upstairs landing in a long rectangle. "Ah, here you are," a not quite human voice said. "Come in, Wesley of Kentucky." There were two of them. One was young, and one was old. The old one sat on his sofa, where Wesley and Ellen Silverman had once seduced each other to their mutual enjoyment, nay, ecstasy. The young one sat in Wesley's favorite chair, the one he always ended up in when the night was late, the leftover cheesecake tasty, the book interesting, and the light from the standing lamp just right. They both wore long mustard-colored coats, the kind that are called dusters, and Wesley understood, without knowing how he understood, that the coats were alive. He also understood that the men wearing them were not men at all. Their faces kept changing, and what lay just beneath the skin was reptilian, or bird-like, or both. On their lapels, where lawmen in a Western movie would have worn badges, both wore buttons bearing a red eye. Wesley thought these two were alive. Those eyes were watching him. "How did you know it was me?" "Smelled you," the older of the two replied, And the terrible thing was this. It didn't sound like a joke. "What do you want?"
"You know why we're here,"
the young one said. The older of the two never spoke again at all until the end of the visit. Listening to one of them was bad enough. It was like listening to a man whose voice box was stuffed with crickets. "I suppose I do," Wesley said. His voice was steady, at least so far. "I broke the paradox laws." He prayed they didn't know about Robbie, and thought they might not. The Kindle had been registered to Wesley Smith, after all.
"You have no idea what you did,"
the man in the yellow coat said in a meditative voice.
"The tower trembles, the worlds shudder in their courses. The rose feels a chill as of winter."
Very poetic, but not very illuminating. "What tower? What rose?" Wesley could feel sweat breaking on his forehead, even though he liked to keep the apartment cool. It's because of them, he thought. These boys run hot.
"It doesn't matter,"
his younger visitor said.
"Explain yourself, Wesley of Kentucky, and do it well if you would ever see sunshine again."
For a moment, Wesley couldn't. His mind was filled with a single thought. I'm on trial here. Then he swept it aside, the return of his anger, a pale imitation of what he had felt toward Candy Reimer, but real anger just the same, helped in this regard. People were going to die. Almost a dozen, maybe more. That might not mean much to fellows like you, but it does to me, especially since one of them happens to be a woman I'm in love with, all because of one self-indulgent drunk who won't address her problems, and... He almost said, "and we," but made the necessary course correction just in time. "And I didn't even hurt her. I slapped her a little, but I couldn't help myself."
"You boys can never help yourselves,"
the buzzing voice of the thing in his favorite chair, which would never be his favorite chair again, replied.
"Poor impulse control is 90% of your problem. Did it ever cross your mind, Wesley of Kentucky, that the paradox laws exist for a reason?"
"I didn't..." The thing raised its voice.
"Of course you didn't. We know you didn't. We're here because you didn't. It didn't cross your mind that one of the people on that bus might become a serial killer, someone who might kill dozens, including a child who would otherwise grow up to cure cancer or Alzheimer's disease. It didn't occur to you that one of those young women might give birth to the next Hitler or Stalin, a human monster who would go on to kill millions of your fellow humans on this level of the tower. It didn't occur to you that you were meddling in events far beyond your ability to understand."
No, he had not considered those things at all. Ellen was what he had considered, as Josie Quinn was what Robbie had considered. And together they had considered the others, kids screaming, their skin turning to tallow and dripping off their bones, maybe dying the worst deaths God visits on his suffering people. "Does that happen?" he whispered.
"We don't know what happens,"
the thing in the yellow coat said.
"That's precisely the point. The experimental program you foolishly accessed can see clearly 6 months into the future, within a single narrow geographical area, that is. Beyond 6 months, predictive sight grows dim. Beyond a year, all is darkness. So you see, we don't know what you and your young friend may have done, and since we don't, there's no chance to repair the damage if there was damage."
Your young friend. They knew about Robbie Henderson, after all. Wesley's heart sank. "Is there some sort of power controlling all this?" "There is, isn't there? When I accessed books for the first time, I saw a tower."
"All things serve the tower,"
the man-thing in the yellow duster said, and touched the hideous button on its coat with a kind of reverence. "Then how do you know I'm not serving it too?" They said nothing, only stared at him with their black, predatory bird eyes. "I never ordered it, you know. I mean, I ordered a Kindle, that much is true, but I never ordered the one I got. It just came." There was a long silence, and Wesley understood that his life was spinning inside it. Life as he knew it, at least. He might continue some sort of existence if these two creatures took him away in their loathsome red car, but it would be a dark existence, probably an imprisoned existence, and he guessed he would not retain his sanity for long.
"We think it was a mistake in shipping,"
the young one said, finally. "But you don't know for sure, do you? Because you don't know where it came from, or who sent it." More silence. Then the older of the two said,
"All things serve the tower."
He stood and held out his hand. It shimmered and became a claw, shimmered again and became a hand.
"Give it to me, Wesley of Kentucky."
Wesley of Kentucky didn't have to be asked twice, although his hands were trembling so badly that he fumbled with the buckles of his briefcase for what felt like hours. At last the top sprang open, and he held the pink Kindle out to the older of the two. The creature stared at it with a crazed hunger that made Wesley feel like screaming. "I don't think it works anymore, The creature snatched it. For 1 second, Wesley felt its skin and understood that the creature's flesh had its own thoughts, howling thoughts that ran along their own unknowable circuits. This time, he did scream, or tried to. What actually came out was a low, choked groan.
"This time we're giving you a pass,"
the young one said.
"But if anything like this ever happens again—"
It didn't finish. It didn't have to. They moved to the door, the hems of their coats making loathsome, liquid, chuckling sounds. The older one went out, still holding the pink Kindle in its claw hands. The other paused for a moment to look back at Wesley.
"Do you understand how lucky you are?"
"Yes," Wesley whispered.
"Then say thank you."
"Thank you." It was gone, without another word. He couldn't bring himself to sit on the sofa, or in the chair that had seemed, in the days before Ellen, to be his best friend in the world. He lay down on his bed and crossed his arms over his chest in an effort to stop the shudders that were whipping through him. He left the lights on because there was no sense turning them off. He felt sure he would not sleep again for weeks, perhaps never. He'd begin to drift off, then see those greedy black eyes and hear that voice saying, "Do you understand how lucky you are?" No, sleep was definitely out. And with that, consciousness ceased. 8. Ellen. Wesley slept until the music box tinkle of Pachelbel's Canon in D woke him at 9 o'clock the next morning. If there were dreams of pink Kindles, women in roadhouse parking lots, or low men in yellow coats, he did not remember them. All he knew was that someone was calling his cell, and it might be someone he wanted to talk to very badly. He ran into the living room, but the ringing ceased before he could get the phone out of his briefcase. He flipped it open and saw, "You have one new message." He accessed it. "Hey, pal," Don Allman's voice said. "You better check the morning paper." That was all. He no longer subscribed to the Echo, but old Mrs. Ridpath, his downstairs neighbor, did. He took the stairs 2 at a time, and there it was, sticking out of her mailbox. He reached for it, then hesitated. What if his deep sleep hadn't been natural? What if he had been anesthetized somehow, so he could be booted into a different one where the crash had happened after all? What if Dawn had called to prepare him? Suppose he unfolded the paper and saw the black border that was the newspaper world's version of funeral crepe. "Please," he whispered, unsure if it was God or that mysterious dark tower he was praying to. "Please, let it still be my He took the paper in a numb hand and unfolded it. The border was there, boxing in the entire front page. But it was blue, rather than black. Meerkat blue. The photo was the biggest he'd ever seen in the Echo. It took up half of the front page, under a headline reading, "Lady Meerkats take bluegrass, and the future lies ahead." The team was clustered on the hardwood of Rupp Arena. 3 were hoisting a shiny silver trophy. Another, it was Josie, stood on a stepladder, twirling a net over her head. Standing in front of her team, dressed in the prim blue slacks and blue blazer she invariably wore on game days, was Ellen Silverman. She was smiling and holding up a handmade sign that read, "I love you, Wesley." Wesley thrust his hands, one still holding the newspaper, over his head and let out a yell that caused a couple of kids on the other side of the street to look around. "What's up?" one of them called. "Sports fan," Wesley called back, then raced back upstairs. He had a call to make.
Thinking of Ralph Vicinanza. On July 26, 2009, a woman named Diane Schuler left the Hunter Lake campground in Parksville, New York, driving her 2003 Ford Windstar. She had 5 passengers, her 5-year-old son, her 2-year-old daughter, and 3 nieces. She seemed fine. The last person to see her at the campground swears she was alert and had no liquor on her breath, and equally fine an hour later when she fed the kids at a Mickey D's. Not long after that, however, she was observed vomiting beside the road. She called her brother and said she did not feel well. Then she turned onto the Taconic Parkway and drove the wrong way for nearly 2 miles, ignoring the horns, waves, and flashing lights of those who dodged around her. She eventually hit an SUV head-on, killing herself. All but one of her passengers, her son, survived, and the 3 men in the SUV. According to the toxicology reports, Schuler was processing the equivalent of 10 drinks at the time of the crash, plus a large amount of marijuana. Her husband stated that his wife wasn't a drinker, but toxicology reports don't lie. Like Candy Reimer in the previous story, Diane Schuler was loaded to the max. Did Daniel Schuler really not know, after at least 5 years of marriage and a period of courtship, that his wife was a secret drinker? It's actually possible. Abusers can be incredibly sly and hide their addictions for a long time. They do it out of need and desperation. What exactly happened in that car? How did she get drunk so fast, and where did she smoke the dope? What was she thinking when she refused to heed the drivers warning her that she was going the wrong way? Was it a booze and drug-fueled accident, a murder-suicide, or some weird combination of both? Only fiction can approach answers to these questions. Only through fiction can we think about the unthinkable and perhaps obtain some sort of closure. This story is my effort to do that. And by the way, Herman Wouk is still alive. He read a version of this story after it appeared in The Atlantic and wrote me a nice note, invited me to visit him even. As a longtime fan, I was thrilled. He's pushing 100 now, and I'm 67. Should I live long enough, I might just take him up on the invitation.
Herman Wouk is Still Alive. Read by Brooke Bloom and Kathleen Chalfant. From the Portland, Maine Press-Herald, September 19, 2010. 9 die in horrific I-95 crash. Spontaneous mourning at scene. By Ray Dugan. Less than 6 hours after a one-vehicle accident in the town of Fairfield took the lives of 2 adults and 7 children, all under the age of 10, the mourning has already begun. Bouquets of wildflowers in tin cans and insulated coffee mugs ring the scorched earth. A line of 9 crosses has been placed in the picnic area of the adjacent rest area at mile 109. At the site where the bodies of the 2 youngest children were found, an anonymous sign, words spray-painted on a piece of bedsheet, has been erected. It reads, "Angels gather here."
1. Brenda hits pick 3 for $2,700 and resists her first impulse. Instead of going out for a bottle of Orange Driver to celebrate with, Brenda pays off the MasterCard, which has been maxed like forever, then calls Hertz and asks a question. Then calls her friend Jasmine, who lives in North Berwick, and tells her about the pick 3. Jasmine screams and says, "Girl, you're rich!" If only. Brenda explains how she paid off the credit card so she can rent a Chevy Express if she wants to. It's a van that seats 9. That's what the Hertz girl told her. "We could get all the kids in there and drive up to Mars Hill, see your folks and mine, show off the grandchildren, squeeze the home folks for a little more dough. What do you think?" Jasmine is dubious. The glorified shack in Mars Hill that her folks call home doesn't have room, and she wouldn't want to stay with them even if it did. She hates her parents. With good reason. Brenda knows it. It was Jazzie's own father who broke her in a week after her 15th birthday. Her mother knew what was going on and did nothing. When Jazz went to her in tears, her ma said, "You got nothing to worry about. He's had his nuts cut." Jazz married Mitch Robichaux to get away from them, and now 3 men, 4 kids, and 8 years later, she's on her own. And on welfare. Although she gets 16 hours a week at the roll-around handing out skates and making change for the video arcade where the machines take only special tokens. They let her bring her 2 youngest. Delight sleeps in the office, and Truth, her 3-year-old, wanders around the arcade, hitching at his diapers. He doesn't get into too much trouble, although last year he got head lice and the 2 women had to shave all his hair off. Howie howled. There's $600 left over after I paid off the credit card balance, Brenda says. Well, $400 if you count the rental, only I don't because I can put that on the MasterCard. We could stay at the Red Roof, watch Homebox. It's free. We can get takeout from Down Street and the kids can swim in the pool. What do you say? From behind her comes yelling. Brenda raises her voice and screams, Freddie, you stop teasing your sister and give that back. Then, oh goody, their squabbling wakes up the baby. Either that or Freedom has messed in her diapers and awakened herself. Freedom always messes in her diapers. To Brenda, it seems like manufacturing poop is Free's life's work. Takes after her father that way. I suppose, Jasmine says, drawing suppose out to 4 syllables, maybe 5. Come on, girl! Road trip! Get with the program! We take the bus to the jetport and rent the van. 300 miles. We can be there in 4 hours. The girl says the Rugrats can watch DVDs. Little Mermaid and all that good stuff. Maybe I could get some of that government money from my mom before it's all gone, Jasmine says thoughtfully. Her brother Tommy died the year before in Afghanistan. It was an IED that took him. Her ma and dad got $80,000 out of it. Her ma has promised her some, although not when the old man was in hearing distance of the phone. Of course, maybe gone already. Probably is. She knows Mr. Fuck a 15-year-old bought a Yamaha rice rocket with some of it, although what he wants with a thing like that at his age, Jasmine has no idea. And she knows things like government money are mostly a mirage. This is something they both know. Every time you see bright stuff, somebody turns on the rain machine. The bright stuff is never color fast. Come on, Brenda says. She has fallen in love with the idea of loading up the van with kids and her best, her only friend from high school, who ended up living just 1 town over. Both of them on their own, 7 kids between them, too many lousy men in the rear view, but sometimes they still have a little fun. She hears a thunk sound. Freddie starts to scream. Glory has whopped him in the eye with an action figure. Glory, you stop that or I will tear you a new one, Brenda screams. He won't give me back my Power Puff! Glory shrieks, and she starts to cry. Now they're all crying, Freddie, Glory, and Freedom. And for a moment, grayness creeps over Brenda's vision. She's seen a lot of that grayness lately. Here they are in a 3-room, 3rd-floor apartment. No guy in the picture. Tim, the latest in her life, took off 6 months ago. Living pretty much on noodles and Pepsi and that cheap ice cream they sell at Walmart. No air conditioning, no cable TV. She had a job at the Quick Flash store, but the company went bust, and now the store's on the run. And the manager hired some Taco Paco to do her job because Taco Paco can work 12 or 14 hours a day. Taco Paco wears a do-rag on his head and a nasty little mustache on his upper lip, and he's never been pregnant. Taco Paco's job is to get girls pregnant. They fall for that little mustache, and then, boom, the line in the little drugstore testing gadget turns blue, and here comes another one, just like the other one. Brenda has personal here comes another one experience. She tells people she knows who Freddie's father is, but she really doesn't. She had a few drunk nights there where they all looked good, and besides, come on, how is she supposed to look for a job anyway? She's got these kids. What's she supposed to do, leave Freddie to mine Glory and take Freedom to the goddamn job interviews? Sure, that'll work. And what is there besides drive-up window girl at Mickey D's or the Booger King? Portland has a couple of strip clubs, but white loads like her don't get that kind of work. She reminds herself she hit the lottery. She reminds herself they could be in a couple of air-conditioned rooms tonight at the Red Roof. 3, even. Why not? Things are turning around. Brenny? Jazz sounds more doubtful than ever. Are you, serious about this? Yeah? Brenda says. Come on, girl, I'm approved. The Hertz chick says the van is red. She lowers her voice and adds, your lucky color. Did you pay off the credit card online? How'd you do that? Freddie and Glory got fighting last month and knocked Brenda's laptop off the bed. It fell on the floor and broke. I used the one at the library. She says it the way she grew up in Mars Hills saying it. Library. I had to wait a while to get on, but it's worth it. It's free. So, what do you say? Maybe we could get a bottle of Allen's, Jazz says. She loves that Allen's coffee brandy when she can get it. In truth, Jasmine loves anything when she can get it. No doubt, Brenda says, and a bottle of Orange Driver for me. But I won't drink when I'm behind the wheel, Jazz. I have to keep my license. It's about all I got left. Can you really get any money out of your folks, do you think? Brenda tells herself that once they see the kids, assuming the kids can be bribed or intimidated into good behavior, she can. But not a word about the lottery, she says. No way, Jasmine says. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. They yuck at this one. An oldie, but goodie. So, what do you think? I'll have to take Eddie and Rose Ellen out of school. BFD, Brenda says. So what do you think, girl? After a long pause on the other end, Jasmine says, road trip. Road trip, Brenda hollers back. Then they are chanting it while the three kids bawl in Brenda's Sanford apartment, and at least one, maybe two, are bawling in Jasmine's North Berwick apartment. These are the fat women nobody wants to see when they're on the streets. The ones no guy wants to pick up in bars unless the hour's late and the mood is drunk and there's nobody better in sight. What men think when they're drunk, Brenda and Jasmine both know this, is that thunder thighs are better than no thighs at all, especially at closing time. They went to high school together in Mars Hill, and now they're downstate, and they help each other when they can. They are the fat women nobody wants to see. They have a litter of children between them, and they are chanting, road trip, like a couple of cheerleading fools. On a September morning, already hot at 8:30, this is the way things happen. It's never been any different.
2. So these two old poets who were once lovers in Paris have a picnic near the bathrooms. Phil Henreid is 78 now, and Pauline Enslin is 75. They're both skinny. They both wear spectacles. Their hair, white and thin, blows in the breeze. They've paused at a rest area on I-95 near Fairfield, which is about 20 miles north of Augusta. The rest area building is barn board, and the adjacent bathrooms are brick. They're good-looking bathrooms, state-of-the-art bathrooms, one could say. There's no odor. Phil, who lives in Maine and knows this rest area well, would never have proposed a picnic here 2 months earlier. In the summertime, the traffic on the interstate swells with out-of-state vacationers, and the Turnpike Authority brings in a line of plastic porta-sands. They make this pleasant, grassy area stink like hell on New Year's Eve. But now the porta-sands are in storage somewhere, and the rest area is nice. Pauline puts a checked cloth on the initial scarred picnic table standing in the shade of an old oak, and anchors it with a wicker picnic basket against a slight warm breeze. From the basket she takes sandwiches, potato salad, melon wedges, and 2 slices of coconut custard pie. She also has a large glass bottle of red tea. Ice cubes clink cheerfully inside. If we were in Paris, we'd have wine, Phil says. In Paris, we never had another 80 miles to drive on the turnpike, she replies. That tea is cold and it's fresh. You'll have to make do. I wasn't carping, he says, and lays an arthritis-swollen hand over hers, which is also swollen, although marginally less so. This is a feast, my dear. They smile into each other's used faces. Although Phil has been married 3 times and has scattered 5 children behind him, and Pauline has been married twice, no children, but lovers of both sexes in the dozens, they still have quite a lot between them, much more than a spark. Phil is both surprised and not surprised. At his age, late but not quite last call, you take what you can and are happy to get it. They are on their way to a poetry festival at the University of Maine's Orono branch, and while the compensation for their joint appearance isn't huge, it's adequate. Since he has an expense account, Phil has splurged and rented a Cadillac from Hertz at the Portland Jetport where he met her plane. Pauline jeered at the caddy, said she always knew he was a plastic hippie, but she did so gently. He wasn't a hippie, but he was a genuine iconoclast, a one-of-a-kinder, and she knows it, as he knows that her osteoporotic bones have enjoyed the ride. Now, a picnic. Tonight they'll have a catered meal, but the food will be a lukewarm, sauce-covered mess of mystery supplied by the cafeteria in one of the college commons. Possibly chicken, possibly fish. It's always hard to tell. Beige food is what Pauline calls it. Visiting poet food is always beige, and in any case it won't be served until 8 o'clock. With some cheap yellowish-white wine seemingly created to saw at the guts of semi-retired alcohol abusers such as themselves. This meal is nicer, and iced tea is fine. Phil even indulges the fantasy of leading her by the hand to the high grass behind the bathrooms once they've finished eating, like in that old Van Morrison song, and... but no. Elderly poets whose sex drives are now permanently stuck in first gear should not chance such a potentially ludicrous site of assignation, especially poets of long, rich, and varied experience, who now know that each time is apt to be largely unsatisfactory, and each time may well be the last time. Besides, Phil thinks, I've already had 2 heart attacks. Who knows what's up with her? Pauline thinks, not after sandwiches and potato salad, not to mention custard pie. But perhaps tonight it is not out of the question. She smiles at him and takes the last item from the hamper. It is a New York Times, bought at the same Augusta convenience store where she got the rest of the picnic things, checked cloth and iced tea bottle included. As in the old days, they flip for the arts and leisure section. In the old days, Phil, who won the National Book Award for Burning Elephants in 1970, always called tails and won far more times than the odds said he should. Today, he calls heads, and wins again. "Why, you snot!" she cries, and hands it over. They eat. They read the divided paper. At one point, she looks at him over a forkful of potato salad and says, "I still love you, you old fraud." Phil smiles. The wind blows the Gondaseed dandelion puff of his hair. His scalp shines gauzily through. He's not the young man who once came roistering out of Brooklyn, broad-shouldered as a longshoreman and just as foul-mouthed. But Pauline can still see the shadow of that man, who was so full of anger, despair, and hilarity. "Why, I love you too, Paulie," he says. "We're a couple of old crocs," she says, and bursts into laughter. Once she had sex with a king and a movie star at pretty much the same time, on a balcony, while Maggie May played on the gramophone, Rod Stewart singing in French. Now, the woman the New York Times once called America's greatest living female poet lives in a walk-up in Queens, doing poetry readings in tank towns for dishonorable honorariums and eating al fresco in rest areas. "We're not old," he says. "We're young, bébé." "What in the world are you talking about?" "Look at this," he says, and holds out the first page of the arts section. She takes it and sees a photograph. It's a dried-up string of a man wearing a straw hat and a smile. Nonagenarian woke to publish new book by Motoko Ridge. By the time they reach the age of 95, if they do, most writers have retired long ago. Not Herman Woke, author of such famous novels as The Caine Mutiny, 1951, and Marjorie Morningstar, 1955. Many of those who remember the TV miniseries presentations of his exhaustive World War II novels, The Winds of War, 1971, and War and Remembrance, 1978, are now drawing Social Security themselves. It's a retirement premium Woke became eligible for in 1980. Woke, however, is not done. He published a well-reviewed surprise novel, A Hole in Texas, a year shy of his 90th birthday, and expects to publish a book-length essay called The Language God Talks later this year, Is it his final word? I'm not prepared to speak on that subject one way or the other, Woke said with a smile. The ideas don't stop just because one is old. The body weakens, but the words never do. When asked about his... Continued on page 19. As she looks at that old seamed face beneath the rakishly tilted straw hat, Pauline feels the sudden sting of tears. The body weakens, but the words never do, she says. That's beautiful. Have you ever read him? Phil asks. Marjorie Morningstar in my youth. It's an annoying hymn to virginity, but I was swept away in spite of myself. Have you? I tried Youngblood Hawk, but couldn't finish it. Still, he's in there pitching. And unbelievable as it may seem, he's old enough to be our father. Phil folds the paper and puts it into the picnic basket. Below them, light traffic on the turnpike runs beneath a high September sky full of fair-weather clouds. Before we get back on the road, do you want to do swapsies? Like in the old days? She thinks about it, then nods. Many years have passed since she listened to someone else read one of her poems, and the experience is always a little dismaying, like having an out-of-body experience. But why not? They have the rest area to themselves. In honor of Herman Woke, who's still in there pitching. My work folder's in the front pocket of my carry bag. You trust me to go through your things? She gives him her old slanted smile, then stretches into the sun with her eyes closed, relishing the heat. Soon the days will turn cold, but now there is heat. You can go through my things all you want, Philip. She opens one eye in a reverse wink that is amusingly seductive. Explore me to your heart's content. I'll keep that in mind, he says, and goes back to the Cadillac he's rented for them. Poets in a Cadillac, she thinks. The very definition of absurdity. For a moment she watches the cars rush by. Then she picks up the paper and looks again at the narrow, smiling face of the old scribbler. Still alive. Perhaps at this very moment, looking up at the high blue September sky with his notebook open on a patio table and a glass of Perrier, or wine, if his stomach will still stand it, near to hand. If there is a God, Pauline Ensslin thinks, she can, occasionally, be very generous. She waits for Phil to come back with her work folder and one of the steno pads he favors for composition. They will play swapsies. Tonight they may play other games. Once again she tells herself that it is not out of the question.
3. Sitting behind the wheel of the Chevy Express van, Brenda feels like she's in the cockpit of a jet fighter. Everything is digital. There's a satellite radio and a GPS screen. When she backs up, the GPS turns into a TV monitor so you can see what's behind you. Everything on the dashboard shines. That new car smell fills the interior, and why not? With only 750 miles on the odometer, she has never in her life been behind the wheel of a motor vehicle with such low mileage. You can push buttons on the control stalk to show your average speed, how many miles per gallon you're getting, and how many gallons you've got left. The engine makes hardly any noise at all. The seats up front are twin buckets and upholstered in a bone-white material that looks like leather. The shocks are like butter. In the back is a pop-down TV screen with a DVD player. The Little Mermaid won't work because, truth, Jasmine's 3-year-old spread peanut butter all over the disc at some point, but they're content with Shrek, even though all of them have seen it like a billion times. The thrill is watching it while they're on the road, driving. Freedom is asleep in her car seat between Freddie and Glory. Delight, Jasmine's 6-month-old, is asleep in Jazz's lap, but the other 5 crammed together in the 2 back seats, watching, entranced. Their mouths are hanging open. Jasmine's Eddie is picking his nose, and Eddie's older sister, Rose Ellen, has got drool on her sharp little chin. But at least they're quiet and not beating away at each other for once. They are hypnotized. Brenda should be happy. The kids are quiet, the road stretches ahead of her like an airport runway. She's behind the wheel of a brand new van, the traffic is light once they leave Portland. The digital speedometer reads 70, and this baby hasn't even broken a sweat. Nonetheless, that grayness has begun to creep over her again. The van isn't hers, after all. She'll have to give it back. A foolish expense, really, because what's at the far end of this trip? Mars Hill. Mars fucking Hill. Food brought in from the Roundup where she used to waitress when she was in high school and still had a figure. Hamburgers and fries covered with plastic wrap. The kids splashing in the pool before, and maybe after. At least one of them will get hurt and bawl, maybe more. Glory will complain that the water is too cold, even if it isn't. Glory always complains. She will complain her whole life. Brenda hates that whining and likes to tell Glory it's her father coming out. But the truth is, the kid gets it from both sides. Poor kid. All of them, really. And the years stretch ahead, a march beneath a sun that never goes down. She looks to her right, hoping Jasmine will say something funny and cheer her up, and is dismayed to see Jazz is crying. Silent tears well up in her eyes and shine on her cheeks. In her lap, baby Delight sleeps on, sucking one of her fingers. It's her comfort finger, and all blistered down the inside. Once Jazz slapped her good and hard when she saw Dee sticking it in her mouth, but what good is slapping a kid that's only 6 months old? Might as well slap a door. But sometimes you do it. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you don't want to help it. Brenda has done it herself. "What's wrong, girl?" Brenda asks. "Nothing. Never mind me. Just watch your driving." Behind them, Donkey says something funny to Shrek, and some of the kids laugh. Not Glory, though. She's nodding off. "Come on, Jazz. Tell me. I'm your friend." "Nothing," I said. Jasmine leans over the sleeping infant. Delight's baby seat is on the floor. Resting in it on a pile of diapers is the bottle of Allen's they stopped for in South Portland before hitting the turnpike. Jazz has only a couple of sips, but this time she takes 2 good long swallows before putting the cap back on. The tears are still running down her cheeks. Nothing. Everything. Comes to the same, either way you say it, that's what I think. "Is it Tommy? Is it your bro?" Jazz laughs angrily. "They'll never give me a cent of that money. Who am I kidding? Ma'll blame it on Dad because that's easier for her, but she feels the same way. It'll mostly be gone anyway. What about you? Will your folks really give you something?" "Sure, I think so." "Well, yeah, probably. Like $40. A bag and a half worth of groceries. 2 bags if she uses the coupons in Uncle Henry's swap guide." Just the thought of flipping through that raggy little free magazine, the Poor People's Bible, and getting the ink on her fingers causes the grayness around her to thicken. The afternoon is beautiful, more like a summer than September, but a world where you have to depend on Uncle Henry's is a gray world. Brenda thinks, how did we end up with all these kids? Wasn't I letting Mike Higgins cop a feel on me out behind the metal shop just yesterday? "Bully for you," Jasmine says, and snorts back tears. "My folks, they'll have 3 new gasoline toys in the dooryard and then plead poverty. And do you know what my dad'll say about the kids? Don't let him touch anything. That's what he'll say." "Maybe he'll be different," Brenda says. "Better." "He's never different. He's never better," Jasmine says. Rose Ellen is drifting off. She tries to put her head on her brother Eddie's shoulder, and he punches her in the arm. She rubs it and begins to snivel, but pretty soon she's watching Shrek again. The drool is still on her chin. Brenda thinks it makes her look like an idiot, which she pretty close to is. "I don't know what to say," Brenda says. "We'll have some fun, anyway. Red roof, girl, swimming pool." "Yeah, and some guy knocking on the wall at 1 in the morning telling me to shut my kid up. Like, I want Dee awake in the middle of the night because all those stinking teeth are coming in at once." She takes another slug from the coffee brandy bottle, then holds it out. Brenda knows better than to take it and risk her license, but no cops are in sight, and if she did lose her ticket, how much would she really be out? The car was Tim's. He took it when he left, and it was half dead anyway. A Bondo and chicken wire special. No great loss there. Besides, there's that grayness. She takes the bottle and tips it. Just a little sip. But the brandy's warm and nice. A shaft of dark sunlight, so she takes another one. "They're closing the roll-around at the end of the month," Jasmine says, taking back the bottle. "Jazzy, no!" "Jazzy, yes." She stares straight ahead at the unrolling road. Jack finally went broke. The writing's been on the wall since last year, so there goes that 90 a week. She drinks. In her lap, Delight stirs, then goes back to sleep with her comfort figure plugged in her gob, where Brenda thinks some boy like Mike Higgins will want to put his dick not all that many years from now. And she'll probably let him. I did. Jazz did too. It's just how things go. Behind them, Princess Fiona is now saying something funny, but none of the kids laugh. They're getting glassy, even Eddie and Freddie. Names like a TV sitcom joke. The world is gray, Brenda says. She didn't know she was going to say those words until she hears them come out of her mouth. Jasmine looks at her, surprised. Sure, she says. Now you're getting with the program. Brenda says, pass me that bottle. Jasmine does. Brenda drinks some more, then hands it back. Okay, enough of that. Jasmine gives her old sideways grin, the one Brenda remembers from study hall on Friday afternoons. It looks strange below her wet cheeks and bloodshot eyes. You sure? Brenda doesn't reply, but she pushes the accelerator a little deeper with her foot. Now the digital speedometer reads 80.
4. You first, Pauline says. All at once she feels shy, afraid to hear her words coming out of Phil's mouth. Sure they will sound booming yet false, like dry thunder. But she's forgotten the difference between his public voice, declamatory and a little corny, like the voice of a movie attorney in a summing up to the jury scene, and the one he uses when he's with just a friend or two and hasn't had anything to drink. It is a softer, kinder voice, and she's pleased to hear her poem coming out of his mouth. No, more than pleased. She's grateful. He makes it sound far better than it is. Shadow print the road with black lipstick kisses. Decaying snow in farmhouse fields like cast-off bridal dresses. The rising mist turns to gold dust. The clouds boil apart in ragged tresses. It bursts through. For 5 seconds, it could be summer, and I, 17, with flowers folded in the apron of my dress. He puts the sheet down. She looks at him, smiling a little, but anxious. He nods his head. It's fine, dear, he says. Fine enough. Now you. She opens his stenopad, finds what appears to be the last poem, and pages through 4 or 5 scribbled drafts. She knows how he works and goes on until she comes to a version not in mostly illegible cursive, but in small, neat printing. She shows it to him. Phil nods, then turns to look at the turnpike. All of this is very nice, but they'll have to go soon. They don't want to be late. He sees a bright red van coming. It's going fast. She begins.
5. Brenda sees a horn of plenty spilling rotten fruit. Yes, she thinks. That's just about right. Thanksgiving for fools. Freddie will go for a soldier and fight in foreign lands the way Jasmine's brother Tommy did. Jazzy's boys, Eddie and Truth, will do the same. They'll own muscle cars when and if they come home, always supposing gas is still available 20 years from now. And the girls? They'll go with the boys. They'll give up their virginity while game shows play on TV. They'll believe the boys who tell them they'll pull out in time. They'll have babies and fry meat in skillets and put on weight, same as she and Jazz did. They'll smoke a little dope and eat a lot of ice cream. Cheap stuff from Walmart. Maybe not Rose Ellen, though. Something is wrong with Rose. She'll still have drool on her sharp little chin when she's in the 8th grade, same as now. The 7 kids will beget 17, and the 17 will beget 70, and the 70 will beget 200. She can see a ragged fool's parade marching into the future, some wearing jeans that show the ass of their underwear, some wearing heavy metal t-shirts, some wearing gravy-spotted waitress uniforms, some wearing stretch pants from Kmart that have little "Made in Paraguay" tags sewn into the seams of the roomy seats. She can see the mountain of Fisher-Price toys they will own, which will later be sold at yard sales, which is where they were bought in the first place. They will buy the products they see on TV and go in debt to the credit card companies as she did. And will again because the pick 3 was a fluke and she knows it. Worse than a fluke, really. A tease. Life is a rusty hubcat lying in the ditch at the side of a road, and life goes on. She will never again feel like she's sitting in the cockpit of a jet fighter. This is as good as it gets. There are no boats for nobody, and no camera is filming her life. This is reality, not a reality show. Shrek is over and all the kids are asleep, even Eddie. Rose Ellen's head is once more on Eddie's shoulder. She's snoring like an old woman. She has red marks on her arms because sometimes she can't stop scratching herself. Jasmine screws the cap on the bottle of Allen's and drops it back into the baby seat in the footwell. In a low voice, she says, "When I was 5, I believed in unicorns." "So did I," Brenda says. "I wonder how fast this fucker goes." Jasmine looks at the road ahead. They flash past the blue sign that says, "Rest area, 1 mile." She sees no traffic northbound. Both lanes are entirely theirs. "Let's find out," Jazz says. The numbers on the speedometer dial rise from 80 to 85, then 87. There's still some room left between the accelerator pedal and the floor. All the kids are sleeping. Here is the rest area, coming up fast. Brenda only sees one car in the parking lot. Looks like a fancy one, a Lincoln or maybe a Cadillac. I could have rented one of those, she thinks. I had enough money, but too many kids, couldn't fit them all in. Story of her life, really. She looks away from the road. She looks at her old friend from high school who ended up living just 1 town away. Jazz is looking back at her. The van, now doing almost 100 miles an hour, begins to drift. Jasmine gives a small nod and then lifts Dee, cradling the baby against her big breasts. Dee's still got her comfort finger in her mouth. Brenda nods back. Then she pushes down harder with her foot, trying to find the van's carpeted floor. It's there, and she lays the accelerator pedal softly against it.
6. "Stop, Polly, stop!" He reaches out and grabs her shoulder with his bony hand, startling her. She looks up from his poem. It's quite a bit longer than hers, but she's reached the last dozen lines or so, and sees him staring at the turnpike. His mouth is open, and behind his glasses his eyes appear to be bulging out almost far enough to touch the lenses. She follows his gaze in time to see a red van slide smoothly from the travel lane into the breakdown lane, and from the breakdown lane across the rest area entrance ramp. It doesn't turn in. It's going far too fast to turn in. It crosses the ramp doing at least 90 and plows onto the slope just below them where it hits a tree. He hears a loud, toneless bang and the sound of breaking glass. The windshield disintegrates. Glass pebbles sparkle for a moment in the sun, and she thinks, blasphemously, beautiful. The tree shears the van into 2 ragged pieces. Something, Phil Henry can't bear to believe it's a child, is flung high into the air and comes down in the grass. Then the van's gas tank begins to burn, and Pauline screams. He gets to his feet and runs down the slope, vaulting over the shake-pole fence like the young man he once was. These days his failing heart is usually never far from his mind, but as he runs down to the burning pieces of the van he never even thinks of it. Cloud shadows roll across the field, printing shadow kisses on the hay and Timothy. Wildflowers nod their heads. Phil stops, 20 yards from the burning remains, the heat baking his face. He sees what he knew he would see. No survivors. But he never imagined so many non-survivors. He sees blood on Timothy and Clover. He sees a shatter of taillight glass like a patch of strawberries. He sees a severed arm caught in a bush. In the flames, he sees a melting baby seat. He sees shoes. Pauline comes up beside him. She's gasping for breath. The only thing wilder than her eyes is her hair. "Don't look," he says. "What's that smell, Phil? What's that smell?" "Burning gas and rubber," he says. Although that's probably not the smell she's talking about. "Don't look. Go back to the car and—" "Do you have a cell phone?" "Yeah, of course I have. Go back and call 911. Don't look at this. You don't want to see this." He doesn't want to see it either, but cannot look away. How many? He can see the bodies of at least 3 children and 1 adult, probably a woman, but he can't be sure. Yet so many shoes, and he can see a DVD package with cartoon characters on it. "What if I can't get through?" she asks. He points to the smoke, then to the 3 or 4 cars that are already pulling over. "Getting through won't matter," he says, "but try." She starts to go, then turns back. She's crying. "Phil, how many?" "I don't know, a lot, maybe half a dozen. Go on, Paulie, some of them might still be alive." "You know better," she says through her sobs. Damn thing was going 6 licks to the minute. She begins trudging back up the hill. Halfway to the rest area parking lot, more cars are pulling in now. A terrible idea crosses her mind, and she looks back. Sure she will see her old friend and lover lying in the grass himself, perhaps unconscious, perhaps dead of a final thunderclap heart attack. But he's on his feet, cautiously circling the blazing left half of the van. As she watches, he takes off his natty sport jacket with the patches on the elbows. He kneels and covers something with it, either a small person or a part of a big person. Then he continues his circle. Climbing the hill, she thinks that their lifelong efforts to make beauty out of words are an illusion. Either that or a joke played on children who have selfishly refused to grow up. Yes, probably that. Stupid, selfish children like that, she thinks, deserve to be pranked. As she reaches the parking lot, now gasping for breath, she sees the Times Arts and Leisure section flipping lazily through the grass on the breath of a light breeze and thinks, never mind. Herman Wouk is still alive and writing a book about God's language. Herman Wouk believes that the body weakens but the words never do, so that's all right, isn't it? A man and a woman rush up. The woman raises her own cell phone and takes a picture with it. Pauline Ensslin observes this without much surprise. She supposes the woman will show it to friends later. Then they'll have drinks and a meal and talk about the grace of God and how everything happens for a reason. God's grace is a pretty cool concept. It stays intact every time it's not you. "What happened?" the man shouts into her face. "What in hell happened?" Down below them, a skinny old poet is happening. He's taken off his shirt to cover one of the other bodies. His ribs are a stack outlined against white skin. He kneels and spreads the shirt. He raises his arms into the sky, then lowers them and wraps them around his head. Pauline is also a poet, and as such feels capable of answering the man in the language God speaks. "What the fuck does it look like?" she says.
For Owen King and Herman Wouk. Where do you get your ideas, and where did this idea come from, are different questions. The first is unanswerable, so I make a joke of it and say I get them from a little used idea shop in Utica. The second is sometimes answerable, but in a surprising number of cases it's not, because stories are like dreams. Everything is deliciously clear while the process is ongoing, but all that remains when the story's finished are a few fading traces. I sometimes think a book of short stories is actually a kind of oniric diary, a way of catching subconscious images before they can fade away. Here is a case in point. I don't remember how I got the idea for Under the Weather, or how long it took, or even where I wrote it. What I do remember is that it's one of the very few stories I've written where the end was clear, which meant the story had to be built carefully to get there. I know that some writers prefer working with the end in sight. John Irving once told me he begins a novel by writing the last line. But I don't care for it. As a rule, I like the ending to take care of itself, feeling that if I don't know how things come out, the reader won't either. Fortunately for me, this is one of those tales where it's okay for the reader to be one step ahead of the narrator.
Under the Weather, read by Peter Friedman.
I've been having this bad dream for a week now. But it must be one of the lucid ones because I'm always able to back out before it turns into a nightmare. Only this time, it seems to have followed me because Ellen and I aren't alone. There's something under the bed. I can hear it chewing. You know how it is when you're really scared? Sure you do. I mean, it's pretty universal. Your heart seems to stop. Your mouth dries up. Your skin goes cold and goosebumps rise all over your body. Instead of meshing, the cogs in your head just spin. I almost scream. I really do. I think, it's the thing I don't want to look at. It's the thing in the window seat. Then I see the fan overhead, the blades turning at their slowest speed. I see a crack of early morning light running down the middle of the pulled drapes. I see the graying milkweed fluff of Ellen's hair on the other side of the bed. I'm here on the Upper East Side, 5th floor, and everything's okay. The dream was just a dream. As for what's under the bed, I toss back the covers and slide down to my knees like a man who means to pray. But instead of that, I lift the flounce and peer under the bed. I only see a dark shape at first. Then the shape's head turns, and 2 eyes gleam at me. It's Lady. She's not supposed to be under there, and I guess she knows it. Hard to tell what a dog knows and what it doesn't, but I must have left the door open when I came to bed. Or maybe it didn't quite latch and she pushed it open with her snout. She must have brought one of her toys with her from the basket in the hall. At least it wasn't the blue bone or the red rat. Those have squeakers in them, and would have wakened Ellen for sure. And Ellen needs her rest. She's been under the weather. Lady, I whisper, come out of there. She only looks at me. She's getting on in years and not so steady on her pins as she used to be, but she's not stupid. She's under Ellen's side, where I can't reach her. If I raise my voice, she'll have to come, but she knows, I'm pretty sure she knows, that I won't do that because if I raise my voice, it will wake Ellen for sure. As if to prove this, Lady turns away from me, and the chewing recommences. Well, I can handle that. I've been living with Lady for 13 years, nearly half my married life. There are 3 things that get her on her feet. One is the rattle of her leash and a call of elevator. Another is the thump of her food dish on the floor. The third... I get up and walk down the short hall to the kitchen. From the cupboard I take the bag of snack and slices, making sure to rattle it. I don't have to wait long for the muted clitter of cocker claws. 5 seconds and she's right there. She doesn't even bother to bring her toy. I offer her one of the little carrot shapes, then toss it into the living room. A little mean maybe, but the fat old thing can use the exercise. She chases her treat. I linger long enough to start the coffee maker, then go back into the bedroom. I'm careful to pull the door all the way shut. Ellen's still sleeping, and waking up before she does has one benefit. No need for the alarm. I turn it off. Let her sleep a little later. It's a bronchial infection. I was scared for a while there, but now she's on the mend. I go into the bathroom and officially christen the day by brushing my teeth. I've read that in the morning a person's mouth is as germicidally dead as it ever gets, but the habits we learn as children are hard to break. I turn on the shower, get it good and hot, and step in. The shower's where I do my best thinking, and this morning I think about the dream. 5 nights in a row I've had it, but who's counting, right? Nothing really awful happens in this dream, but in a way that's the worst part because I know, absolutely, positively, that something awful will happen, if I let it. I'm in an airplane, in business class. I'm in an aisle seat, which is where I prefer to be, so I don't have to squeeze past anybody if I have to go to the toilet. My tray table is down. On it are a bag of peanuts and an orange drink that looks like a vodka sunrise, a drink I've never ordered in real life. The ride is smooth. If there are clouds, we're above them. The cabin is filled with sunlight. Someone is sitting in the window seat, and I know if I look at him, or her, or possibly it, I'll see something that will turn my bad dream into a nightmare. If I look into the face of my seatmate, I may lose my mind. It could crack open like an egg, and a tide of bloody darkness might pour out. I give my soapy hair a quick rinse, step out, dry off. My clothes are folded on a chair in the bedroom. I take them and my shoes into the kitchen, which is now filling with the smell of coffee. Nice. Lady's curled up by the stove, looking at me reproachfully. Don't go giving me the stink eye, I tell her, and nod toward the closed bedroom door. You know the rules. She puts her snout down between her paws and pretends to sleep, but I know she's still looking at me. I choose cranberry juice while I wait for the coffee. There's OJ, which is my usual morning drink, but I don't want it. Too much like the drink in the dream, I suppose. I have my coffee in the living room with CNN on mute, just reading the crawl at the bottom, which is all a person really needs. Then I turn it off and have a bowl of All-Bran. 7:45. I decide that if the day is nice when I take Lady out, I'll skip the cab and walk to work. It's nice, all right. Spring edging into summer, and a shine on everything. Carlo, the doorman, is under the awning, talking on his cell phone. "Yeah," he says. "Yeah, I finally got hold of her. She says go ahead, no problem, as long as I'm there. She don't trust nobody, for which I don't blame her. She got a lot of nice things up there. You come when? 3? You can't make it earlier?" He tips me a wave with one white-gloved hand as I walk Lady down to the corner. We've got this down to a science, Lady and I. She does it at pretty much the same place every day, and I'm fast with the poop bag. When I come back, Carlo stoops to give her a pat. Lady waves her tail back and forth most fetchingly, but no treat is forthcoming from Carlo. He knows she's on a diet, or supposed to be. "I finally got hold of Mrs. Warshawski," Carlo tells me. Mrs. Warshawski is in 5C, but only technically. She's been gone for a couple of months now. "She was in Vienna." "Vienna? Is that so?" I say. "She told me to go ahead with the exterminators. She was horrified when I told her. You're the only one on 4, 5, or 6 who hasn't complained. The rest of them—" He shakes his head and makes a whoo sound. I grew up in a Connecticut mill town. It pretty well wrecked my sinuses. I can smell coffee and Ellie's perfume if she puts it on thick, but that's about all. In this case, that's probably a blessing. How is Mrs. Franklin? Still under the weather? It'll be a few more days before she's ready to go back to work, but she's a hell of a lot better. She gave me a scare for a while. "Me too. She was going out one day in the rain, naturally." "That's Elle," I said. "Nothing stops her. If she feels like she has to go somewhere, she goes." And I thought to myself, that's a real graveyard cough. He raises one gloved hand in a stop gesture. "Not that I really thought." "I get it," I said. "It was on the way to becoming a stay-in-the-hospital cough for sure, but I finally got her to see the doctor, and now, road to recovery." "Good, good." Then, returning to what's really on his mind, "Mrs. Warshawski was pretty grossed out when I told her. I said we'd probably just find some spoiled food in the fridge, but I know it's worse than that. So does anybody else on those floors with an intact smeller." He gives a grim little nod. "They're going to find a dead rat in there, you mark my words. Food stinks, but not like that. Only dead things stink like that. It's a rat, all right, maybe a couple of them. Mrs. W. probably put down poison, don't want to admit it." He bends down to give Lady another pat. "You smell it, don't you, girl? You bet you do." There's a litter of purple notes around the coffee maker. I take the purple pad they came from to the kitchen table and write another. Ellen. Lady all walked. Coffee ready. If you feel well enough to go out to the park, go. Just not too far. Don't want you to overdo now that you're finally on the mend. Carlo told me again that he smells a rat. I guess so does everyone else in the neighborhood of 5C. Lucky for us that you're plugged up and I'm nasally challenged. Ha ha. If you hear people down the hall, it's the exterminators. Carlo will be with them, so don't worry. I'm going to walk to work. Need to think some more about the latest male wonder drug. Wish they'd consulted us before they hung that name on it. Remember, don't overdo. Love you, love you. I jot half a dozen X's just to underline the point, and sign it with a B in a heart. Then I add it to the other notes around the coffee maker. I refill Lady's water dish before I leave. It's 20 blocks or so, and I don't think about the latest male wonder drug. I think about the exterminators who will be coming at 3. Earlier, if they can make it. The dreams have interrupted my sleep cycle, I guess, because I almost fall asleep during the morning meeting in the conference room. But I come around in a hurry when Pete Wendell shows a mock-up poster for the new Petrov Excellent campaign. I've seen it already on his office computer while he was fooling with it last week, and looking at it again I know where at least one element of my dream came from. Petrov Excellent Vodka, Aura McLean says. Her wonderful breasts rise and fall in a theatrical sigh. If that name's an example of the new Russian capitalism, it's dead on arrival. The heartiest laughter at this comes from the younger men, who'd like to see Aura's long blonde hair spread on a pillow next to them. No offense to you intended, Pete. Petrov Excellent aside, it's a great leader. None taken, Pete says with a game smile. We do what we can. The poster shows a couple toasting each other on a balcony, while the sun sinks over a harbor filled with expensive pleasure boats. The cut line beneath reads, Sunset. The perfect time for a vodka sunrise. There's some discussion about the placement of the Petrov bottle, right, left, center, below. And Frank Bernstein suggests that actually adding the recipe might prolong the page view, especially for webvertising and in mags like Playboy and Esquire. I tune out, thinking about the drink sitting on the tray in my airplane dream, until I realize George Slattery is calling on me. I'm able to replay the question, and that's a good thing. You don't ask George to chew his cabbage twice. I'm actually in the same boat as Pete, I say. The client picked the name, I'm just doing what I can. There's some good-natured laughter. There have been many jokes about Vanel Pharmaceuticals' newest drug product. I may have something to show you by Monday, I tell them. I'm not exactly looking at George, but he knows where I'm aiming. By the middle of next week for sure, I want to give Billy a chance to see what he can do. Billy Ederle is our newest hire, and doing his break-in time as my assistant. He doesn't get an invite to the morning meetings yet, but I like him. Everybody at Andrews Slattery likes him. He's bright, he's eager, and I bet he'll start shaving in a year or two. George considers this. I was really hoping to see a treatment today, even rough copy. Silence. People study their nails. It's as close to a public rebuke as George ever gets, and maybe I deserve it. This hasn't been my best week, and laying it off on the kid doesn't look so good. Doesn't feel so good either. Okay, George says at last, and you can feel the relief in the room. It's like a light, cool breath of breeze, there and then gone. No one wants to witness a conference room caning on a sunny Friday morning, and I sure don't want to get one. Too much other stuff on my mind. George smells a rat, I think. How's Ellen doing? He asks. Better, I tell him. Thanks for asking. There are a few more presentations, then it's over. Thank God. I'm almost dozing when Billy comes into my office 20 minutes later. Check that. I am dozing. I sit up fast, hoping the kid thinks he caught me deep in thought. He's probably too excited to have noticed either way. In one hand, he's holding a piece of poster board. I think he'd look right at home in Podunk High School, putting up a big notice about the Friday night dance. How was the meeting? He asks. It was okay. Did they bring us up? You know they did. What have you got for me, Billy? He takes a deep breath and turns his poster board around so I can see it. On the left is a prescription bottle for Viagra, either actual size or close enough not to matter. On the right, the power side of the ad, as anyone in advertising will tell you, is a prescription bottle of our stuff, but much bigger. Beneath is the cut line, Potens, 10 times more effective than Viagra. As Billy looks at me looking at it, his hopeful smile starts to fade. You don't like it? It's not a question of like or don't like. In this business, it never is. It's a question of what works and what doesn't. This doesn't. Now he's looking sulky. If George Slattery saw that look, he'd unload. I won't, although it might feel that way to him because it's my job to teach him. In spite of everything else on my mind, I'll try to do that, because I love this business. It gets very little respect, but I love it anyway. Also, I can hear Ellen say, "You don't let go, babe. Once you get your teeth in something, they stay there." Determination like that can be a little scary. Sit down, Billy. He sits. And wipe that pad off your puss. You look like a kid who just dropped his binky in the toilet. He does his best, which I like about him. Kid's a trier, and if he's going to work in the Andrews Slattery shop, he'd better be. Of course, he also has to be a doer. Good news is I'm not taking it away from you, mostly because it's not your fault Vanel Pharmaceuticals saddled us with a name that sounds like a multivitamin. But we're going to make a silk purse out of this sow's ear. In advertising, that's the main job 7 times out of every 10, maybe 8. So pay attention. He gets a little grin. Should I take notes? Don't be a smartykins. First, when you're shouting a drug, you never show a prescription bottle. The logo, sure. The pill itself, sometimes, it depends. You know why Pfizer shows the Viagra pill? Because it's blue. Consumers like blue. The shape helps too. Consumers have a very positive response to the shape of the Viagra tab. But people never like to see the prescription bottle their stuff comes in. Prescription bottles make them think of sickness. Got that? So maybe a little Viagra pill and a big Potens pill instead of the bottles? He raises his hands, framing an invisible cut line. Potens, 10 times bigger, 10 times better. Get it? Yeah, Billy, I get it. The FDA will get it too, and they won't like it. In fact, they could make us take ads with a cut line like that out of circulation, which would cost a bundle, not to mention a very good client. Why? It's almost a bleat. Because it isn't 10 times bigger, and it isn't 10 times better. Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, Potens, they all have about the same effectiveness when it comes to penis elevation. Do your research, kiddo, and a little refresher course in advertising law wouldn't hurt. Want to say Blowhard's bran muffins are 10 times tastier than Big Mouth's bran muffins? Have at it. Taste is a subjective judgment. What gets your prick hard, though, and for how long? Okay, he says in a small voice. Here's the other half. 10 times more anything is, speaking in erectile dysfunction terms, pretty limp. It went out of vogue around the same time as 2C's and a K. He looks blank. It's how advertising guys used to refer to their TV ads on the soaps back in the 50s. Stands for 2 cunts in a kitchen. You're joking. Nope. Now here's something I've been playing with. I jot on a pad, and for a moment I think of all those notes scattered around the coffee maker back in good old 5B. Why are they still there? Can't you just tell me? The kid asked from 1,000 miles away. No, because advertising isn't an oral medium. Never trust an ad that's spoken out loud. Write it down. Show it to someone. Show it to your best friend or your wife. Are you okay, Brad? Fine, why? I don't know, you just looked funny for a minute. Just as long as I don't look funny when I present on Monday. Now, what does this say to you? I turn the pad around and show him what I've printed there. Potens, for men who want to do it the hard way. It's like a dirty joke, he objects. You've got a point. But I printed it in block caps. Imagine it in a soft italic type, or maybe small, in parentheses, like a secret. I add the parens, although they don't work with the caps, but they will. It's a thing I just know, because I can see it. Now, playing off that, think of a photo showing a big burly guy, in low-slung jeans that show the top of his underwear, and a sweatshirt with the sleeves cut off, let's say. See him with some grease and dirt on his guns. Guns? His biceps, and he's standing beside a muscle car with the hood up. Now, is it still a dirty joke? I don't know. Neither do I. Not for sure, but my gut tells me it'll pull the plow, but not yet. The cut line still doesn't work. You're right about that, and it's got to because it'll be the basis of the TV and net ads. So, play with it. Make it work. Just remember the key word. Suddenly, just like that, I know where the rest of that damn dream came from. It snaps into place. Brad! The key word is hard, I say, because a man, when something's not working, his prick, his plan, his life, he takes it hard. He doesn't want to give up. He remembers how it was, and he wants it that way again. Yes, I think, he sure does. Billy smirks. I wouldn't know. I manage a smile. It feels god-awful heavy, as if there are weights hanging from the corners of my mouth. All at once it's like being in the bad dream again. Because there's something close to me I don't want to look at. Only, this isn't a lucid dream I can back out of. This is lucid reality. After Billy leaves, I go to the can. It's 10 o'clock. Most of the guys in the shop have offloaded their morning coffee and are taking on more in our little break room, so I have the shithouse to myself. I drop my pants so if someone wanders in and happens to look under the door, he won't think I'm weird, but the only business I've come in here to do is thinking. 4 years after coming on board at Andrews Slattery, the Fasprin pain reliever account landed on my desk. I've had some special ones over the years, some breakouts, and that was the first. It happened fast. I opened the sample box, took out the bottle, and the basis of the campaign, what ad men sometimes call the heartwood, came to me in an instant. I ditzed around a little, of course, you don't want to make it look too easy, then did some comps. Ellen helped. This was just after we found out she couldn't have babies. It was something to do with a drug she'd been given when she had rheumatic fever as a kid. She was pretty depressed. Helping with the Fasprin comps took her mind off it, and she really threw herself into the thing. Al Peterson was still running things back then, and he was the one I took the comps to. I remember sitting in front of his desk in the sweat seat, with my heart in my mouth as he shuffled slowly through the comps we'd worked up. When he finally put them down and raised his shaggy old head to look at me, the pause seemed to go on for at least an hour. Then he said, "These are good, Bradley. More than good. Terrific. We'll meet with the client tomorrow afternoon. You do the prez." I did the prez, and when the Dugan drug VP saw the picture of the young working woman with the bottle of Fasprin poking out of her rolled-up sleeve, he flipped for it. The campaign brought Fasprin right up there with the big boys, Bayer, Annison, Buffrin, and by the end of the year we were handling the whole Dugan account. Billing, 7 figures, not a low 7 either. I used the bonus to take Ellen to Nassau for 10 days. We left from Kennedy on a morning that was pelting down rain, and I still remember how she laughed and cried, "Kiss me, beautiful," when the plane broke through the clouds and the cabin filled with sunlight. I did kiss her, and the couple on the other side of the aisle, we were flying in business class, applauded. That was the best. The worst came half an hour later when I turned to her and for a moment thought she was dead. It was the way she was sleeping, with her head cocked over on her shoulder, and her mouth open, and her hair kind of sticking to the window. She was young. We both were. But the idea of sudden death had a hideous possibility in Ellen's case. "They used to call your condition barren, Mrs. Franklin," the doctor said when he gave us the bad news. "But in this case, your inability to conceive could be a blessing. Pregnancy puts a strain on the heart, and thanks to a disease that was badly treated when you were a child, yours isn't strong. If you did happen to conceive, you'd be in bed for the last 4 months of the pregnancy, and even then the outcome would be dicey." She wasn't pregnant when we left on that trip, and her last checkup had been fine, but the climb up to cruising altitude had been plenty rough, and she didn't look like she was breathing. Then she opened her eyes. I settled back into my aisle seat, letting out a long and shaky breath. She looked at me, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. The way you were sleeping, that's all." She wiped at her chin. "Oh, God, did I drool?" "No," I laughed. "But for a minute there you looked, well, dead." She laughed, too. "And if I was, you'd ship the body back to New York and I suppose take up with some Bahama mama?" "No," I said. "I'd take you anyway." "What?" "Because I wouldn't accept it. No way would I." "Well, you'd have to after a few days. I'd get all smelly." She was smiling. She thought it was still a game because she hadn't really understood what the doctor was telling her that day. She hadn't, as the saying goes, taken it all the way to the heartwood. And she didn't know how she'd looked, with the sun shining on her winter-pale cheeks and smudged eyelids and slack mouth. But I'd seen, and I'd taken it to the heartwood. She was my heart, and I guard what's there. Nobody takes it away from me. "You wouldn't," I said. "I'd keep you alive." "Really? How? Necromancy?" "By refusing to give up and by using an adman's most valuable asset." "Which is what, Mr. Fasprin?" "Imagination. Now, can we talk about something more pleasant?" The call I've been expecting comes around 3:30. It's not Carlo, it's Burke Ostro, the building super. He wants to know what time I'm going to be home because the rat everybody's been smelling isn't in 5C, it's in our apartment. Ostro says the exterminators have to leave by 4 to get to another job, but that isn't the important thing. What's important is fixing what's wrong in there, and by the way, Carlo says no one's seen your wife in over a week, just you and the dog. I explain about my deficient sense of smell and Ellen's bronchitis. In her current condition, I say, she wouldn't know the drapes were on fire until the smoke detector went off. I'm sure a lady smells it, I tell him, but to a dog the stench of a decaying rat probably smells like Chanel No. 5. "I get all that, Mr. Franklin, but I still need to get in there to see what's what, and the exterminators will have to be called back. I think you're probably going to be on the hook for their bill, which is apt to be quite high. I could let myself in with a pass key, but I'd really be more comfortable if you were—" "Yes, I'd be more comfortable too, not to mention my wife. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer the phone." I can hear suspicion in his voice now. I've explained everything. Advertising men are good at that. But the convincing effect only lasts for 60 seconds or so. That's why you keep hearing the same ads and slogans over and over again. A little dab will do you. Save time, save money. Pepsi for those who think young. I'm loving it. Breakfast of champions. It's like driving a nail, driving it right into the heartwood. She's probably got the phone on mute. Plus the medication the doctor gave her makes her sleep quite heavily. "What time will you be home, Mr. Franklin? I can stay until 7. After that, there's only Alfredo." The disparaging note in his voice suggests I'd be better off dealing with a street weirdo. Never, I think. I'll never be home. In fact, I was never there in the first place. Ellen and I enjoyed the Bahamas so much we moved to Cable Beach and I took a job with a little firm in Nassau. I shout cruise ship specials. The ride is the destination. Stereo blowout sales. Don't just hear it better, hear it cheaper. And supermarket openings. Save under the palms. All this New York stuff has just been a lucid dream, one I can escape at any time. "Mr. Franklin, are you there?" "Sure. Just thinking. Got one meeting I absolutely can't miss, but why don't you meet me in the apartment around 6? "How about in the lobby, Mr. Franklin? We can go up together." In other words, I'm not giving you a head start, Mr. Advertising Genius who maybe killed his wife. I think of asking him how he believes I'd beat him to the apartment and get rid of Elle's body, because that is what he's thinking. Maybe murder is not at the very front of his mind, but it's not all the way in back either. Husband murders wife is very big on the Lifetime channel. Maybe he thinks I'd use the service elevator and stash her body in the box room, or maybe dump it down the incinerator chute. DIY cremation. The lobby is absolutely oaky fine, I say. 6. Quarter of, if I can possibly make it. I hang up and head for the elevators. I have to pass the break room to get there. Billy Ederle's leaning in the doorway drinking a Nazi. It's a remarkably lousy soda, but it's all we've earned. The company's a client. Where are you off to? Home. Ellen called. She's not feeling well. Don't you want your briefcase? No. I don't expect to be needing my briefcase for a while. In fact, I may never need it again. I'm working on the new Poten's direction. I think it's going to be a winner. I'm sure, I say. And I am. Billy Ederle will soon be moving on up, and good for him. I've got to get a wiggle on. Sure, I understand. He's 24 and understands nothing. Give him my best. We take on half a dozen interns a year at Andrews Slattery. It's how Billy Ederle got started. Most are terrific, and at first Fred Willett seemed terrific too. I took him under my wing, and so it became my responsibility to fire him. I guess you'd say that, although interns are never actually hired in the first place. When it turned out he was a klepto who had decided our supply room was his private game preserve. God knows how much stuff he lifted before Maria Ellington caught him loading reams of paper into his briefcase one afternoon. Turned out he was also a bit of a psycho. He went nuclear when I told him he was through. Pete Wendell called security while the kid was yelling at me in the lobby and had him removed forcibly. Apparently old Freddie had a lot more to say, because he started hanging around my building and haranguing me when I came home. He kept his distance, though, and the cops claimed he was just exercising his right to free speech. But it wasn't his mouth I was afraid of. I kept thinking he might have lifted a box cutter, or an X-Acto knife, as well as printer cartridges and about 50 reams of copier paper. That was when I got Carlo to give me a key to the service entrance, and I started going in that way. All that was in the fall of the year, September or October. Young Mr. Willits gave up and took his issues elsewhere when the days turned cold, but Carlo never asked for the return of the key, and I never gave it back. I guess we both forgot. That's why, instead of giving the taxi driver my address, I get him to let me out on the next block. I pay him, adding a generous tip, hey, it's only money, and then walk down the service alley. I have a bad moment when the key doesn't work, but when I jigger it a little, it turns. The service elevator has brown quilted movers' pads hanging from the walls. Previews of the padded cell they'll put me in, I think. But of course, that's just melodrama. I'll probably have to take a leave of absence from the shop, and what I've done is a lease breaker for sure, but what have I done exactly? For that matter, what have I been doing for the last week? Keeping her alive, I say as the elevator stops at the 5th floor, because I couldn't bear for her to be dead. She isn't dead, I tell myself, just under the weather. It sucks as a cut line, but for the last week it has served me very well. And in the advertising biz, the short term is all that counts. I let myself in. The air is still and warm, but I don't smell anything. So I tell myself anyway, and in the advertising biz, imagination is also what counts. Honey, I'm home, I call. Are you awake? Feeling any better? I guess I forgot to close the bedroom door before I left this morning because Lady slinks out. She's licking her chops. She gives me a guilty glance, then waddles into the living room with her tail tucked way down low. She doesn't look back. Honey? Elle? I go into the bedroom. There's still nothing to be seen of her but the milkweed fluff of her hair and the shape of her body under the quilt. The quilt is slightly rumpled, so I know she's been up, if only to have some coffee, and then gone back to bed again. It was last Friday when I came home and she wasn't breathing, and since then she's been sleeping a lot. I go around to her side and see her hand hanging down. There's not much left of it but bones and strips of flesh. I gaze at this and think there's two ways of seeing it. Look at it one way, and I'll probably have to have my dog, Ellen's dog really, Lady always loved Ellen best, euthanized. Look at it another way and you could say Lady got worried and was trying to wake her up. Come on, Ellie, I want to go to the park. Come on, Ellie, let's play with my toys. I tuck the reduced hand under the sheets. That way it won't get cold. Then I wave away some flies. I can't remember ever seeing flies in our apartment before. They probably smelled that dead rat Carlo was talking about. You know Billy Ederly, I say? I gave him a slant on that damn Potens account, and I think he's going to run with it. Nothing from Ellen. You can't be dead, I say. That's unacceptable. Nothing from Ellen. Do you want coffee? I glance at my watch. Something to eat? We've got chicken soup. Just the kind that comes in the pouches, but it's not bad when it's hot. Not bad when it's hot. What a lousy slogan that would be. What do you say, Al? She says nothing. All right, I say. That's all right. Remember when we went to the Bahamas, hon? When we went snorkeling and you had to quit because you were crying? And when I asked why, you said, because it's all so beautiful. Now I'm the one who's crying. Are you sure you don't want to get up and walk around a little? I'll open the windows and let in some fresh air. Nothing from Ellen. I sigh. I stroke that fluff of hair. All right, I say. Why don't you just sleep for another couple of hours? I'll sit here beside you. And that's exactly what I do.
For Joe Hill. Yeah, it's about baseball, but give it a chance, okay? You don't have to be a sailor to love the novels of Patrick O'Brian, and you don't have to be a jockey, or even a bettor, to love the Dick Francis mysteries. Those stories come alive in the characters and the events. I hope you'll find a similar liveliness here. I got the idea for this tale after watching a postseason playoff game where a bad call resulted in a near riot at Atlanta's Turner Field. Fans showered the field with cups, hats, signs, pennants, and beer bottles. After an umpire was bonked on the head with a pint whiskey bottle, by then empty, of course, the teams were pulled from the field until order could be restored. The TV commentators moaned about poor sportsmanship, as though such ventings of disgust and outrage had not gone on at America's ballparks for 100 years or more. I've loved baseball all my life, and wanted to write about the game as it was in a time when such energetic demurrals, accompanied by declarations of "kill the ump" and "buy him a seeing eye dog," were considered a valid part of the game. A time when baseball was almost as smash-mouth as football, when players slid into second base with their cleats up, and collisions at the plate were expected rather than outlawed. Those were days when the reversal of a call based on a TV replay would have been regarded with horror, for the umpire's word was law. I wanted to use the language of those earlier ball players to summon up the texture and color of mid-century sporting America. I wanted to see if I could create something that was both mythic and, in a horrible way, sort of funny. I also had a chance to put myself in the story, and I loved that. My first paying gig as a writer was as a sports reporter for the Lisbon Enterprise, after all. My sons call that sort of thing metafiction. I just think of it as fun, and I hope that's what this story is. Good old-fashioned fun, with the last line cribbed from a great movie called The Wild Bunch. But watch out for the blade, constant reader. It is a Stephen King story, after all.
Blockade Billy, read by Craig Wasson.
William Blakely? Oh, my God, you mean Blockade Billy. Nobody's asked me about him in years. Of course, no one asked me much of anything in here, except if I'd like to sign up for polka night at the KFP Hall downtown, or something called virtual bowling. That's right here, in the common room. My advice to you, Mr. King, you didn't ask for it, but I'll give it to you, is don't get old. And if you do, don't let your relatives put you in a zombie hotel like this one. It's a funny thing getting old. When you're young, people always want to listen to your stories, especially if you were in pro baseball. But when you're young, you don't have time to tell them. Now I've got all the time in the world, and it seems like nobody cares about those old days. But I still like to think about them. So sure, I'll tell you about Billy Blakely. Awful story, of course, but those are the ones that last the longest. Baseball was different in those days. You have to remember that Blockade Billy played for the Titans only 10 years after Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier, and the Titans are long gone. I don't suppose New Jersey will ever have another major league team, not with two powerhouse franchises just across the river in New York. But it was a big deal then. We were a big deal, and we played our games in a different world. The rules were the same, those don't change, and the little rituals were pretty similar, too. Nobody would have been allowed to wear their cap cocked to the side or curve the brim, and your hair had to be neat and short, the way these chuckleheads wear it now. My God. But some players still crossed themselves before they stepped into the box, or drew in the dirt with the heads of their bats before taking up the stance, or jumped over the baseline when they were running out to take their positions. Nobody wanted to step on the baseline. It was considered the worst luck to do that. The game was local, okay? TV had started to come in, but only on the weekends. We had a good market because the games were on WNJ, and everyone in New York could watch. Some of those broadcasts were pretty comical. Compared to the way they do today's games, it was all amateur night and Dixie. Radio was better, more professional, but of course that was local too. No satellite broadcasts, because there were no satellites. The Russians sent the first one up during the Yanks-Braves World Series that year. As I remember, it happened on an off day, but I could be wrong about that. What I remember is that the Titans were out of it early that year. We contended for a while, partly thanks to Blockade Billy, but you know how that turned out. It's why you came, right? But here's what I'm getting at. Because the game was smaller on the national stage, the players weren't such a big deal. I'm not saying there weren't stars, guys like Aaron, Burdette, Williams, Kaline, and of course the Mick, but most weren't as well known coast to coast as players like Alex Rodriguez and Barry Bonds. A couple of bushers, if you ask me. And most of the other guys, I can tell you in 2 words, working stiffs. The average salary back then was $15 grand, less than a first-year high school teacher makes today. Working stiffs, get it? Just like George Will said in that book of his, only he talked about that like it was a good thing. I'm not so sure it was if you were a 30-year-old shortstop with a wife and 3 kids and maybe another 7 years to go before retirement. 10 if you were lucky and didn't get hurt. Carl Furillo ended up installing elevators in the World Trade Center and moonlighting as a night watchman. Did you know that? You did? Do you think that guy Will knew it? Or just forgot to mention it? The deal was this. If you had the skills and could do the job even with a hangover, you got to play. If you couldn't, you got tossed on the scrap heap. It was that simple and as brutal. Which brings me to our catching situation that spring. We were in good shape during camp, which for the Titans was in Sarasota. Our starting catcher was Johnny Goodkind. Maybe you don't remember him. If you do, it's probably because of the way he ended up. He had 4 good years, batted over 300, put the gear on almost every game. He knew how to handle the pitchers, didn't take any guff. The kids didn't dare shake him off. He hit damn near 350 that spring, with maybe a dozen ding-dongs. One as deep and as far as any I ever saw at Ed Smith Stadium, where the ball didn't carry well. Put out the windshield in some reporter's Chevrolet. But he was also a big drinker, and 2 days before the team was supposed to head north and open at home, he ran over a woman on Pineapple Street and killed her just as dead as a dormouse, or doornail, whatever the saying is. And then the damn fool tried to run. But there was a county sheriff's cruiser parked on the corner of Orange, and the deputies inside saw the whole thing. Wasn't much doubt about Johnny's state either. When they pulled him out of his car, he smelled like a brewery and could hardly stand. One of the deputies bent down to put the cuffs on him, and Johnny threw up on the back of the guy's head. Johnny Goodkind's career in baseball was over before the puke dried. Even the Babe couldn't have stayed in the game after running over a housewife out doing her morning shop around. His backup was a guy named Frank Faraday. Not bad behind the plate, but a banjo hitter at best. Went about 150, no bulk, which put him at risk. The game was played hard in those days, Mr. King, with plenty of fuck you. But Faraday was what we had. I remember DePuno saying he wouldn't last long, but not even Jersey Joe had an idea how short a time it was going to be. Faraday was behind the plate when we played our last exhibition game that year. Against the Reds it was. There was a squeeze plate put on. Don Hoke at the plate, some big hulk, I think it was Ted Kluszewski, on third. Hoke punches the ball right at Jerry Rugg, who was pitching for us that day. Big Clue breaks for the plate, all 270 Pollock pounds of him, and there's Faraday, just about as skinny as a flavor straw, standing with one foot on the old Deshola. You knew it was going to end bad. Rugg throws to Faraday. Faraday turns to put the tag on. I couldn't look. Faraday hung onto the ball and got the out. I'll give him that. Only it was a spring training out, as important in the great scheme of things as a low fart in a high wind. And that was the end of his baseball career. One broken arm, one broken leg, a concussion. That was the score. I don't know what became of him. Wound up washing windshields for tips at an Esso station in Tucumcari, for all I know. He wouldn't be the only one. But here's the point. We lost both our catchers in the space of 48 hours and had to go north with nobody to put behind the plate except for Gansey Burgess, who converted from catcher to pitcher in the early 50s. He was 39 years old that season and only good for middle relief, but he was a knuckleballer and as crafty as Satan, so no way was Joe DePuno going to risk those old bones behind the plate. He said he'd put me back there first. I knew he was joking. I was just an old third base coach with so many groin pulls my balls were practically banging on my knees. But the idea still made me shiver. What Joe did was call the front office in Newark and say, I need a guy who can catch Hank Masters' fastball and Danny Du's curve without falling on his keister. I don't care if he plays for Testicle Tire in Tremont. Just make sure he's got a mitt and have him at the Swamp in time for the national anthem. Then get to work finding me a real catcher. If you want to have any chance at all of contending this season, that is. Then he hung up and lit what was probably his 80th cigarette of the day. Oh, for the life of a manager, huh? One catcher facing manslaughter charges, another in the hospital wrapped in so many bandages he looked like Boris Karloff in The Mummy, a pitching staff either not old enough to shave or about ready for the sociable security, God knows who about to put on the gear and squat behind the plate on opening day. We flew north that year instead of riding the rails, but it still felt like a train wreck. Meanwhile, Kerwin McCaslin, who was the Titans' GM, got on the phone and found us a catcher to start the season with. William Blakely, soon to be known as Blockade Billy. I can't remember now if he came from Double or Triple A, but you could look it up on your computer, I guess, because I do know the name of the team he came from, the Davenport Cornhuskers. A few players came up from there during my 7 years with the Titans, and the regulars would always ask how things were down there playing for the Cornholers. Or sometimes they'd call them the Cocksuckers. Baseball humor's not what you'd call sophisticated. We opened against the Red Sox that year, middle of April. Baseball started later back then. We played a saner schedule. I got to the park early that day, before God got out of bed, actually, and there was a young man sitting on the bumper of an old Ford truck in the players' lot. Iowa license plate dangling on chicken wire from the back bumper. Nick, the guard, let him in when the kid showed him his letter from the front office and his driver's license. You must be Bill Blakely, I said, shaking his hand. Good to know you. Good to know you, too, he said. I brought my gear, but it's pretty beat up. Oh, I think we can take care of you there, partner, I said, letting go of his hand. He had a Band-Aid wrapped around his second finger, just below the middle knuckle. Cut yourself shaving? I asked, pointing to it. Yeah, cut myself shaving, he says. I couldn't tell if that was his way of showing he got my little joke, or if he was so worried about fucking up he thought he ought to agree with everything anyone said, at least to begin with. Later on, I realized it was neither of those things. He just had a habit of echoing back what you said to him. I got used to it, even sort of got to like it. Are you the manager? He asked. Mr. DePuno? No, I said. I'm George Grantham. Granny to you. I coach third base. I'm also the equipment manager. Which was the truth. I did both jobs. Told you the game was smaller then. I'll get you fixed up, don't worry, all new gear. All new gear, says he, except for the glove. I have to have Billy's old glove, you know. Billy Jr. and me's been the miles. Well, that's fine with me. And we went on into what the sports writers used to call Old Swampy in those days. I hesitated over giving him 19, because it was poor old Faraday's number, but the uniform fit him without looking like pajamas, so I did. While he was dressing, I said, "Ain't you tired? You must have driven almost non-stop. Didn't they send you some cash to take a plane?" "I ain't tired," he said. "They might have sent me some cash to take a plane, but I didn't see it. Could we go look at the field?" I said we could, and led him down the runway and up through the dugout. He walked down to home plate outside the foul line in Faraday's uniform, the blue 19 gleaming in the morning sun. It wasn't but 8 o'clock, the groundskeepers just starting what would be a long day's work. I wish I could tell you how it felt to see him taking that walk, Mr. King. But words are your thing, not mine. All I know is that back to, he looked more like Faraday than ever. He was 10 years younger, of course, but age doesn't show much from the back, except sometimes in a man's walk. Plus, he was slim like Faraday, and slim's the way you want your shortstop and second baseman to look, not your catcher. Catchers should be built like fire plugs, the way Johnny Goodkind was. This one looked like a bunch of broken ribs waiting to happen. He had a firmer build than Frank Faraday, though, broader butt and thicker thighs. He was skinny from the waist up, but looking at him ass-end going away, I remember thinking he looked like what he probably was, an Iowa plowboy on vacation in scenic Newark. He went to the plate and turned around to look out to dead center. He had dark hair, and a lock of it had fallen on his forehead. He brushed it away and just stood there, taking it all in, the silent, empty stands where over 50,000 people would be sitting that afternoon, the bunting already hung on the railings and fluttering in the little morning breeze, the foul poles painted fresh Jersey blue, the groundskeepers just starting to water. It was an awesome sight, I always thought, and I could imagine what was going through the kid's mind, him that had probably been home milking the cows just a week ago and waiting for the cornholers to start playing in mid-May. I thought, poor kid's finally getting the picture. When he looks over here, I'll see the panic in his eyes. I may have to tie him down in the locker room to keep him from jumping in that old truck of his and hightailing it back to God's country. But when he looked at me, there was no panic in his eyes, no fear, not even nervousness, which I would have said every player feels on opening day. No, he looked perfectly cool standing there behind the plate in his Levi's and light poplin jacket. "Yep," he says, like a man confirming something he was pretty sure of in the first place. "Billy can hit here." "Good for him," I tells him. It's all I can think of to say. "Good," he says back. Then, I swear, he says, "Do you think those guys need help with them hoses?" I laughed. There was something strange about him, something off, something that made folks nervous. But that something made people take to him, too. Kind of sweet. Something that made you want to like him, in spite of feeling he wasn't exactly right in the top story. Joe felt it right away. Some of the players did, too, but that didn't stop them from liking him. I don't know. It was like when you talked to him, what came back was the sound of your own voice, like an echo in a cave. "Billy," I said, "groundskeeping ain't your job. Bill's job is to put on the gear and catch Danny Dewson this afternoon." "Danny Dew," he said. "That's right. 20-6 last year. Should have won the Cy Young, didn't. He's still got a red ass over that. And remember this, if he shakes you off, don't you dare flash the same sign again. Not unless you want your pecker and asshole to change places after the game, that is. Danny Dew is 4 games from 200 wins, and he's going to be mean as hell until he gets there." "Until he gets there," nodding his head. "That's right. If he shakes me off, flash something different." "Yes." "Does he have a changeup?" "Do you have 2 legs? The Dew's won 196 games. You don't do that without a changeup." "Not without a changeup," he says. "Okay." And don't get hurt out there. Until the front office can make a deal, you're what we got. I'm it, he says. Gotcha. I hope so. Other players were coming in by then, and I had about 1,000 things to do. Later on, I saw the kid in Jersey Joe's office, signing whatever needed to be signed with Kerwin McCaslin hanging over him like a vulture over roadkill, pointing out all the right places. Poor kid. Probably 6 hours worth of sleep in the last 60, and he was in there signing 5 years of his life away. Later I saw him with Dewson, going over the Boston lineup. The Dew was doing all the talking, and the kid was doing all the listening. Didn't even ask a question, so far as I saw, which was good. If the kid had opened his head, Danny probably would have bit it off. About an hour before the game, I went into Joe's office to look at the lineup card. He had the kid batting 8th, which was no shock. Over our heads, the murmuring had started, and you could hear the rumble of feet on the boards. Opening day crowds always pile in early. Listening to it started the butterflies in my gut, like always, and I could see Jersey Joe felt the same. His ashtray was already overflowing. "He's not big like I hoped he'd be," he said, tapping Blakely's name on the lineup card. "God help us if he gets cleaned out." McCaslin hasn't found anyone else? Maybe. He talked to Hubie Ratner's wife, but Hubie's on a fishing trip somewhere in rectal temperature Michigan. Out of touch until next week. Cap, Hubie Ratner's 43, if he's a day. Beggars can't be choosers. And be straight with me. How long do you think that kid's going to last in the bigs? "Oh, he's probably just a cup of coffee," I says. "But he's got something Faraday didn't." "And what might that be?" "Dunno, but if you'd seen him standing behind the plate and looking out into center, you might feel better about him. It was like he was thinking, this ain't the big deal I thought it would be." "He'll find out how big a deal it is the first time Ike DeLocke throws one at his nose," Joe said, and lit a cigarette. He took a drag and started hacking. I gotta quit these luckies. Not a cough in a carload, my ass. I'll bet you 20 goddamn bucks that kid lets Danny Dew's first curve go right through his wickets. Then Danny'll be all upset. You know how he gets when someone fucks up his train ride, and Boston'll be off to the races." "Ain't you just the cheeriest Cheerio?" I says. He stuck out his hand. "Bet." And because I knew he was trying to take the curse off it, I shook his hand. That was 20 I won, because the legend of Blockade Billy started that very day. You couldn't say he called a good game, because he didn't call it. The Dew did that. But the first pitch to Frank Malzone was a curve, and the kid caught it just fine. Not only that, though, it was a cunt's hair outside, and I never saw a catcher pull one back so fast, not even Yogi. Ump called strike one, and it was off to the races, at least until Williams hit a solo shot in the 5th. We got that back in the 6th when Ben Vincent put one out. Then in the 7th, we've got a runner on second. I think it was Barbarino, with 2 outs and the new kid at the plate. It was his 3rd at bat. First time, he struck out looking. The second time, swinging. DeLocke fooled him bad that time, made him look silly, and he heard the only boos he ever got while he was wearing a Titans uniform. He steps in, and I looked over at Joe. Seen him sitting way down by the lineup card, just looking at the floor and shaking his head. Even if the kid worked a walk, the Dew was up next. And the Dew couldn't hit a slow-pitch softball with a tennis racket. As a hitter, that guy was fucking terrible. I won't drag out the suspense. This ain't no kid's sports novel. Although, whoever said life sometimes imitates art was right. And it did that day. Count went to 3-2. Then DeLocke threw the sinker that fooled the kid so bad the first time, and damn if the kid didn't suck for it again, except Ike DeLocke turned out to be the sucker that time. Kid golfed it right off his shoe tops, the way Ellie Howard used to do, and shot it into the gap. I waved the runner in, and we had the lead back, 2-1. Everybody in the joint was on their feet, screaming their throats out, but the kid didn't even seem to hear it. Just stood there on second, dusting off the seat of his pants. He didn't stay there long because the Dew went down on 3 pitches, then threw his bat like he always did when he got struck out. So maybe it's a sports novel after all, like the kind you probably read in junior high school study hall. Top of the ninth, and the dude's looking at the top of the lineup. Strikes out Malzone, and a quarter of the crowd's on their feet. Strikes out Klaus, and half the crowd's on their feet. Then comes Williams, old Teddy ball game. The dude gets him on the hip, 0-2, then weakens and walks him. The kid starts out to the mound, and Dew waves him back. Just squat and do your job, Sonny. So Sonny does. What else is he gonna do? The guy on the mound is one of the best pitchers in baseball, and the guy behind the plate was maybe playing a little pickup ball behind the barn that spring to keep in shape after the day's cow tits was all pulled. First pitch? God damn! Williams takes off for second. The ball was in the dirt, hard to handle, but the kid still made one fuck of a good throw. Almost got Teddy, but as you know, almost only counts in horseshoes. Now everybody's on their feet, screaming. The dude does some shouting at the kid, like it was the kid's fault instead of just a bullshit pitch. And while Dew's telling the kid he's a lousy choker, Williams calls time. Hurt his knee a little, sliding into the bag, which shouldn't have surprised anyone. He could hit like nobody's business, but he was a leadfoot on the bases. Why he stole a bag that day is anybody's guess. It sure wasn't no hit and run, not with 2 outs and the game on the line. So Billy Anderson comes in to run for Teddy, who probably would have been royally roasted by the manager if he'd been anyone but Teddy. And Dick Gernert steps in, .425 slugging percentage or something like it. The crowd's going apeshit. The flag's blowing out, the Frank rappers are swirling around, women are goddamn crying, men are yelling for Jersey Joe to yank the Dew and put in Stu Rankin. He was what people would call the closer today, although back then he was just known as a short relief specialist. But Joe crossed his fingers and stuck with Dewson. The count goes 3-2, right? Anderson, off with the pitch, right? Because he can run like the wind, and the guy behind the plate's a first-game rook. Gernert, that mighty man, gets just under a curve and beeps it. Not bloops it, but beeps it. Behind the pitcher's mound, just out of the Dew's reach. He's on it like a cat, though. Anderson's around third, and the Dew throws home from his knees. That thing was a fucking bullet! I know what you're thinking I'm thinking, Mr. King, but you're dead wrong. It never crossed my mind that our new rookie catcher was going to get busted up like Faraday and have a nice one-game career in the bigs. For one thing, Billy Anderson was no moose like Big Clue, more of a ballet dancer. For another, well, the kid was better than Faraday. I think I knew that the first time I saw him sitting on the bumper of his beshitted old truck with his wore-out gear stored in the back. Dewson's throw was low, but on the money. The kid took it between his legs, then pivoted around, and I seen he was holding out just the mitt. I just had time to think of what a rookie mistake that was, how he forgot that old saying, 2 hands for beginners, how Anderson was going to knock the ball loose and we'd have to try to win the game in the bottom of the ninth. But then the kid lowered his left shoulder like a football lineman. I never paid attention to his free hand because I was staring at that outstretched catcher's mitt, just like everyone else in Old Swampy that day. So I didn't exactly see what happened, and neither did anybody else. What I saw was this. The kid whacked the glove on Anderson's chest while he was still 3 full steps from the dish. Then Anderson hit the kid's lowered shoulder. He went up and over and landed behind the left-hand batter's box. The umpire lifted his fist in the out sign. Then Anderson started to yell and grab his ankle. I could hear it from the far end of the dugout, so you know it must have been good yelling because those opening day fans were roaring like a force 10 gale. I could see that Anderson's left pants cuff was turning red, and blood was oozing out between his fingers. Can I have a drink of water? Just pour some out of the plastic pitcher there, would you? Thank you. Plastic pitchers is all they give us for our rooms, you know. No glass pitchers allowed in the zombie hotel. Oh, yeah, that's good. It's been a long time since I talked so much. And I got a lot more to say. You bored yet? No? Good. Me neither. Having the time of my life. Awful story or not. Anderson didn't play again until 58, and 58 was his last year. Boston gave him his unconditional release halfway through the season, and he couldn't catch on with anyone else because his speed was gone, and speed was really all he had to sell. The doc said he'd be good as new. The Achilles tendon was only nicked, not cut all the way through, but it was also stretched, and I imagine that's what finished him. Baseball's a tender game, you know. People don't realize. And it isn't only catchers who get hurt in collisions at the plate. After the game, Danny Duke grabs the kid in the shower and yells, "I'm going to buy you a drink tonight, Rook. In fact, I'm going to buy you 10. And then he gives his highest praise. "You hung the fuck in there." 10 drinks because I hung the fuck in there, the kid says. And the dude laughs and claps him on the back like it's the funniest thing he ever heard. But then Pinky Higgins comes storming in. He was managing the Red Sox that year, which was a thankless job. Things only got worse for Pinky and the Sox as the summer of '57 crawled along. He was mad as hell, chewing a wad of tobacco so hard and fast the juice squirted from both sides of his mouth and ran down his chin. He said the kid had deliberately cut Anderson's ankle when they collided at the plate. Said Blakely must have done it with his fingernails, and the kid should be put out of the game for it. This was pretty rich, coming from a man whose motto was "Spikes high and let 'em die." I was sitting in Joe's office drinking a beer, so the two of us listened to Pinky's rant together. I thought the guy was nuts, and I could see from Joe's face that I wasn't alone. Joe waited until Pinky ran down, then said, "I wasn't watching Anderson's foot. I was watching to see if Blakely made the tag and held onto the ball, which he did." "Get him in here," Pinky fumes. "I want to say it to his face." "Be reasonable, Pink," Joe says. "Would I be in your office doing a tantrum if it had been Blakely all cut up?" "It wasn't spikes," Pinky yells. "Spikes are a part of the game. Scratching someone up like a girl at a kickball match, that ain't. And Anderson's in the game 7 years. He's got a family to support." "So you're saying what? My catcher ripped your pinch runner's ankle open while he was tagging him out and tossing him over his goddamn shoulder, don't forget. And he did it with his nails?" "That's what Anderson says," Pinky tells him. "Anderson says he felt it." "Maybe Blakely stretched Anderson's foot with his nails, too. Is that it?" "No," Pinky admits. His face was all red by then, and not just from being mad. He knew how it sounded. "He says that happened when he came down." "Begging the court's pardon," I says, "but fingernails? This is a load of crap." "I want to see the kid's hands," Pinky says. "You show me, or I'll lodge a goddamn protest." I thought Joe would tell Pinky to shit in his hat, but he didn't. He turned to me. "Tell the kid to come in here. Tell him he's going to show Mr. Higgins his nails, just like he did to his first-grade teacher after the Pledge of Allegiance." I got the kid. He came willingly enough, although he was just wearing a towel, and didn't hold back showing his nails. They were short, clean, not broken, not even bent. There were no blood blisters either, like there might be if you really set them in someone and raked with them. One little thing I did happen to notice, although I didn't think anything of it at the time. The Band-Aid was gone from his second finger, and I didn't see any sign of a healing cut where it had been, just clean skin, pink from the shower. "Satisfied?" Joe asked Pinky. "Or would you like to check his ears for potato dirt while you're at it?" "Fuck you," Pinky says. He got up, stamped over to the door, spat his cud into the waste paper basket there, sploop, and then he turns back. "My boy says your boy cut him. Says he felt it. And my boy don't lie. Your boy tried to be a hero with the game on the line instead of stopping at third and giving Pearsall a chance. He'd tell you the moon was made of his father's cum-stained skivvies if it'd get him off the hook for that. You know what happened, and so do I. Anderson got tangled in his own spikes and did it to himself when he went whoopsie-daisy. Now get out of here. There'll be a payback for this, DePano." "Yeah? Well, it's the same game time tomorrow. Get here early." Pinky left, already tearing off a fresh piece of chew. Joe drummed his fingers beside his ashtray, then asked the kid, "Now that it's just us chickens, did you do anything to Anderson? Tell me the truth." "No. Not a bit of hesitation. I didn't do anything to Anderson. That's the truth. Okay, Joe said, and stood up. Always nice to shoot the shit after a game, but I think I'll go on home and have a drink. Then I might fuck my wife on the sofa. Winning on opening day always makes my pecker stand up. Then he said, Kid, you played the game the way it's supposed to be played. Good for you. He left. The kid cinched his towel around his waist and started back to the locker room. I said, I see that shaving cut's all better. He stopped dead in the doorway, and although his back was to me, I knew he'd done something out there. The truth was in the way he was standing. I don't know how to explain it better, but I knew. What? Like he didn't get me, you know. The shaving cut on your finger? Oh, that shaving cut. Yep, all better. And out he sails. Although rube that he was, he probably didn't have a clue where he was going. Luckily for him, Kerwin McCaslin had got him a place to stay in the better part of Newark. Hard to believe as it may be, Newark had a better part back then. Okay, second game of the season. Dandy Dave Sisler on the mound for Boston, and our new catcher is hardly settled into the batter's box before Sisler chucks a fastball at his head. Would have knocked his fucking eyes out if it had connected, but he snaps his head back, didn't duck or nothing, and then just cocks his bat again, looking at Sisler as if to say, Go on, Mac, do it again if you want. The crowd's screaming like mad and chanting, Run him, run him, run him. The ump didn't run Sisler, but he got warned, and a cheer went up. I looked over and saw Pinky in the Boston dugout walking back and forth with his arms folded so tight he looked like he was trying to keep from exploding. Sisler walks twice around the mound, soaking up the fan love. Boy, oh boy, they wanted him drawn and quartered. And then he went to the rosin bag, and then he shook off 2 or 3 signs, taking his time, you know, letting it sink in. The kid all the time just standing there with his bat cocked, comfortable as old Tilly. So Dandy Dave throws a get-me-over fastball right down Broadway, and the kid loses it in the left field bleachers. Tidings was on base, and we're up 2-0. I bet the people over in New York heard the noise from Swampy when the kid hit that home run. I thought he'd be grinning when he came around third, but he looked just as serious as a judge. Under his breath, he's muttering, Got it done, Billy. Showed that busher and got it done. The dude was the first one to grab him in the dugout and danced him right into the bat rack. Helped him pick up the spilled lumber, too, which was nothing like Danny Dewson, who usually thought he was above such things. After beating Boston twice and pissing off Pinky Higgins, we went down to Washington and won 3 straight. The kid hit safe in all 3, including his second home run. But Griffith Stadium was a depressing place to play, brother. You could have gunned down a running rat in the box seats behind home plate and not had to worry about hitting any fans. Goddamn Senators finished over 40 games back that year. 40! Jesus fucking wept. The kid was behind the plate for the Dew's second start down there, and damn near caught a no-hitter in his 5th game wearing a big league uniform. Pete Runnels spoiled it in the 9th, hit a double with 1 out. After that, the kid went out to the mound, and that time, Danny didn't wave him back. They discussed it a little bit, and then the Dew gave an intentional pass to the next batter. Lou Berberet. See how it all comes back? That brought up Bob Usher, and he hit into a double play, just as sweet as you could ever want. Ball game. That night, the Dew and the kid went out to celebrate Dewson's 198th win. When I saw our newest chick the next day, he was very badly hungover, but he bore that as calmly as he bore having Dave Sisler chuck at his head. I was starting to think we had a real big leaguer on our hands and wouldn't be needing Hubie Ratner after all, or anybody else. You and Danny are getting pretty tight, I guess, I says. Tight, he agrees, rubbing his temples. Me and the Dew are tight. He says Billy's his good luck charm. Does he now? Yep, he says if we stick together, he'll win 25 and they'll have to give him the Cy Young. That right? Yes, sir, that's right. Granny? What? He was giving me that wide blue stare of his. 20/20 vision that saw everything and understood practically nothing. By then I knew he could hardly read, and the only movie he'd ever seen was Bambi. He said he went with the other kids from Outer Show, whatever, and I assumed it was his school. I was both right and wrong about that, but it ain't really the point. The point is that he knew how to play baseball, instinctively, I'd say, but otherwise, he was a blackboard with nothing written on it. What's a Cy Young? That's how he was, you see. We went over to Baltimore for 3 before going back home. Typical spring baseball in that town, which isn't quite south or north. Cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey the first day, hotter than hell the second, a fine drizzle like liquid ice the third. Didn't matter to the kid. He hit in all 3 games, making it 8 straight. Also, he stopped another runner at the plate. We lost the game, but it was a hell of a stop. Gus Triandos was the victim, I think. He ran headfirst into the kid's knees and just lay there, stunned, 3 feet from home. The kid put the tag on the back of his neck, just as gentle as Mommy patting oil on baby deer's sunburn. There was a picture of that put out in the Newark Evening News, with a caption reading, "Blockade Billy Blakely saves another run." It was a good nickname, and caught on with the fans. They weren't as demonstrative in those days. Nobody would have come to Yankee Stadium in '57 wearing a chef's hat to support Gary Sheffield, I don't think. But when we played our first game back at Old Swampy, some of the fans came in carrying orange road signs reading "Detour" and "Road Closed." The signs might have been a one-day thing if 2 Indians hadn't gotten thrown out at the plate in our first game back. That was a game Danny Dewson pitched, incidentally. Both of those putouts were the result of great throws rather than great blocks, but the Rook got the credit anyway, and I'd say he deserved it. The guys were starting to trust him, see, and they wanted to watch him do it. Baseball players are fans too, and when someone's on a roll, even the most hard-hearted try to help. Dewson got his 199th that day. Oh, and the kid went 3 for 4, including a home run. So it shouldn't surprise you that even more people showed up with those signs for our second game against Cleveland. By the third one, some enterprising fellow was selling them out on Titan Esplanade. Big orange cardboard diamonds with black letters. "Road closed by order of Blockade Billy." Some of the fans would hold him up when Blockade Billy was at bat, and they'd all hold him up when the other team had a runner on third. By the time the Yankees came to town, this was going on to the end of April. The whole stadium would flush orange when the Bombers had a runner on third, which they did, often in that series, because the Yankees kicked the living shit out of us and took over first place. It was no fault of the kids. He hit in every game, and tagged out Bill Skowron between home and third when the lug got caught in a rundown. Skowron was a moose the size of Big Clue, and he tried to flatten the kid, but it was Skowron who went on his ass, the kid straddling him with a knee on either side. The photo of that one in the paper made it look like the end of a big-time wrestling match, with pretty Tony Baba for once finishing off Gorgeous George instead of the other way around. The crowd outdid themselves waving those road closed signs around. It didn't seem to matter that the Titans had lost. The fans went home happy because they'd seen our skinny catcher knock Mighty Moose Skowron on his ass. I seen the kid afterwards sitting naked on the bench outside the showers. He had a big bruise coming on the side of his chest, but he didn't seem to mind it at all. He was no crybaby. The son of a bitch was too dumb to feel pain, some people said later. Too dumb and crazy. But I've known plenty of dumb players in my time, and being dumb never stopped them from bitching over their boo-boos. "How about all those signs, kid?" I asked, thinking I would cheer him up if he needed cheering. "What signs?" he says, and I could see by the puzzled look on his face that he wasn't joking a bit. "That was Blockade Billy for you. He would have stood in front of a semi if the guy behind the wheel was driving down the third baseline and trying to score on him, but otherwise, he didn't have a fucking clue." We played a 2-game series with Detroit before hitting the road again, and lost both. Danny Dew was on the mound for the second one, and he couldn't blame the kid for the way it went. He was gone before the third inning was over. Sat in the dugout whining about the cold weather. It wasn't cold. The way Harrington misplayed a fly ball out in right. Harrington would have needed rockets on his heels to get to that one before it dropped. And the bad calls he got from that son of a bitch Wenders behind the plate. On that last one, he might have had a point. High Wenders didn't like the Dew, never had. Ran him in 2 ball games the year before. But I didn't see any bad calls that day, and I was standing less than 90 feet away. The kid hit safe in both games, including a home run and a triple. Nor did Dewson hold the hot bat against him, which would have been his ordinary behavior. He was one of those guys who wanted fellows to understand there was one big star on the Titans, and it wasn't them. But he liked the kid. He really seemed to think the kid was his lucky charm. And the kid liked him. They went bar hopping after the game, had about 1,000 drinks, and visited a whorehouse to celebrate the Dew's first loss of the season, and showed up the next day for the trip to KC, pale and shaky. The kid got laid last night, Dew confided in me as we rode out to the airport in the team bus. I think it was his first time. That's the good news. The bad news is that I don't think he remembers it. We had a bumpy plane ride. Most of them were back then. Lousy prop-driven buckets. It's a wonder we didn't all get killed like Buddy Holly in the big fucking bopper. The kids spent most of the trip throwing up in the can at the back of the plane, while right outside the door a bunch of guys sat playing acey-deucey and tossing him the usual funny stuff. Get any on you? Want a fork and knife to cut that up a little? Then the next day the son of a bitch goes 5 for 5 at Municipal Stadium, including a pair of jacks. There was also another Blockade Billy play. By then, he could have taken out a patent. This time, the victim was Cleet Boyer. Again, it was Blockade Billy, down with the left shoulder, and up and over Mr. Boyer went, landing flat on his back in the left batter's box. There were some differences, though. The rook used both hands on the tag, and there was no bloody foot or strained Achilles tendon. Boyer just got up, walked back to the dugout, dusting his ass and shaking his head like he didn't quite know where he was. Oh, and we lost the game, in spite of the kids' 5 hits. 11-10 was the final score, or something like that. Gansey Burgess's knuckleball wasn't dancing that day. The Athletics feasted on it. We won the next game, lost a squeaker on getaway day. The kid hit in both games, which made it 16 straight, plus 9 putouts at the plate. 9 in 16 games. That might be a record. If it was in the books, that is. If any of that month's records were in the books. We went to Chicago for 3, and the kid hit in those games too, making it 19 straight. But damn if we didn't lose all 3. Jersey Joe looked at me after the last of those games and said, I don't buy that Lucky Charm stuff. I think Blakely sucks luck. That ain't fair, and you know it, I said. We were going good at the start, and now we're in a bad patch. It'll even out. Maybe, he says. Is Dewson still trying to teach the kid how to drink? Yeah, they're headed off to the loop with some other guys. But they'll come back together, Joe says. I don't get it. By now, Dewson should hate that kid. Dew's been here 5 years, and I know his M.O. I did too. When the Dew lost, he had to lay the blame on somebody else, like that bum Johnny Harrington or that busher blue suit High Wenders. The kid's turn in the barrel was overdue, but Danny was still clapping him on the back and promising him he'd be Rookie of the goddamn year. Not that the Dew could blame the kid for that day's loss. In the 5th inning of his latest masterpiece, Danny had hucked one to the backstop in the 5th. High, wide, and handsome. That scored 1. So then he gets mad, loses his control, and walks the next 2. Then Nellie Fox doubled down the line. After that, the Dew got it back together, but by then it was too late. He was on the hook and stayed there. We got a little well in Detroit, took 2 out of 3. The kid hit in all 3 games and made another one of those amazing home plate stands. Then we flew home. By then, the kid from the Davenport Cornholers was the hottest goddamn thing in the American League. There was talk of him doing a Gillette ad. "That's an ad I'd like to see," Cy Barbarino said. "I'm a fan of comedy." "And you must love looking at yourself in the mirror," Critter Hayward said. "You're a cod," Cy says. "What I mean is the kid ain't got no whiskers." There never was an ad, of course. Blockade Billy's career as a baseball player was almost over. We just didn't know it. We had 3 scheduled at home with the White Sox, but the first one was a washout. The Dew's old pal, High Winders, was the umpire crew chief, and he gave me the news himself. I'd got to the swamp early because the trunks with our road uniforms in them got sent to Idlewild by mistake, and I wanted to make sure they'd been trucked over. We wouldn't need them for a week, but I was never easy in my mind until such things were taken care of. Wenders was sitting on a little stool outside the umpire's room, reading a paperback with a blonde in step-ins on the cover. "That your wife, Hi?" I asks. "My girlfriend," he says. "Go on home, Granny. Weather forecast says that by 3 it's going to be coming down in buckets. I'm just waiting for DePuno and Lopez to get here so I can call the game." "Okay," I says. "Thanks." I started away, and he called after me. "Granny, is that wonder kid of yours all right in the head? Because he talks to himself behind the plate. Whispers. Never fucking shuts up." "He's no quiz kid, but he's not crazy, if that's what you mean," I said. I was wrong about that, but who knew? "What kind of stuff does he say?" "I couldn't hear much the one time I was behind him, the second game against Boston. But I know he talks about himself in that, third person. He says stuff like, 'I can do it, Billy.' And one time when he dropped a foul tip that would have been strike 3, he goes, 'I'm sorry, Billy.' Well, so what? Till I was 5, I had an invisible friend named Sheriff Pete. Me and Sheriff Pete shot up a lot of mining towns together." "Yeah, but Blakely ain't 5 anymore. Unless he's 5 up here." Wenders taps the side of his thick skull. "He's apt to have a 5 as the first number in his batting average before long," I says. "That's all I care about. Plus, he's a hell of a stopper. You have to admit that." "I do," Wenders says. "That little cockknocker has no fear. Another sign that he's not all there in the head." I wasn't going to listen to an umpire run down one of my players any more than that, so I changed the subject and asked him, joking, but not joking, if he was going to call the game tomorrow fair and square, even though his favorite do-bug was throwing. "I always call it fair and square," he says. "Dewson's a conceited glory hog who's got his spot all picked out in Cooperstown. He'll do 100 things wrong and never take the blame once. And he's an argumentative son of a bitch who knows better than to start in with me because I won't stand for it. That said, I'll call it straight up just like I always do. I can't believe you'd ask." "And I can't believe you'd sit there scratching your ass and calling our catcher next door to a congenital idiot," I thought, "but you did." I took my wife out to dinner that night, and we had a very nice time. Danced to Lester Lannon's band, as I recall. Got a little romantic in the taxi afterward. Slept well. I didn't sleep well for quite some time afterward. Lots of bad dreams. Danny Dewson took the ball in what was supposed to be the afternoon half of a twilighter, but the world as it applied to the Titans had already gone to hell. We just didn't know it. No one did except for Joe DePuno. By the time night fell, we knew we were fucked for the season because our first 22 games were almost surely going to be erased from the record books, along with any official acknowledgement of Blockade Billy Blakely. I got in late because of traffic, but figured it didn't matter because the uniform snafu was sorted out. Most of the guys were already there, dressing or playing poker or just sitting around shooting the shit. Dewson and the kid were over in the corner by the cigarette machine, sitting in a couple of folding chairs, the kid with his uniform pants on. Dewson still wearing nothing but his jock. Not a pretty sight. I went over to get a pack of Winston's and listened in. Danny was doing most of the talking. "That fucking Wenders hates my ass," he says. "He hates your ass," the kid says, then adds, "That fucker. You bet he is. You think he wants to be the one behind the plate when I get my 200th? No, the kid says. You bet he don't. But I'm going to win today just to spite him. And you're going to help me, Bill. Right? Right. Sure, Bill's going to help. He'll squeeze like a motherfucker. Will he? Will he squeeze like a motherfucker? I just said he will. So you pull everything back. I'll pull everything back. You're my good luck charm, Billy boy. And the kid grinning, I'm your good luck charm. Yeah, now listen. It was funny and creepy at the same time. The dude was intense, leaning forward, eyes flashing while he talked. Everything Winters had said about him was true, but he left one thing out. The dude was a competitor. He wanted to win, the way Bob Gibson did. Like Gibby, he'd do anything he could get away with to make that happen, and the kid was eating it up with a spoon. I almost said something because I wanted to break up that connection. Talking about it to you, I think maybe my subconscious mind had already put a lot of it together. Maybe that's bullshit, but I don't think so. In any case, I left him alone, just got my butts and walked away. Hell, if I'd opened my bazoo, Doosan would have told me to put a sock in it anyway. He didn't like to be interrupted when he was holding court. And while I might not have given much of a shit about that on any other day, you tend to leave a guy alone when it's his turn to toe the rubber in front of the 40,000 people who are paying his salary, especially when he's up for the big 200. I went over to Joe's office to get the lineup card, but the office door was shut and the blinds were down. An almost unheard of thing on a game day. The slats weren't closed, so I peeked through. Joe had the phone to his ear and one hand over his eyes. I knocked on the glass. He started so hard he almost fell out of his chair, then looked around, and I saw he was crying. I never saw him cry in my life, not before or after. But he was crying that day. His face was pale and his hair was wild, what little hair he had. He waved me away, then went back to talking on the phone. I started across the locker room to the coach's office, which was really the equipment room. Halfway there, I stopped. The big pitcher-catcher conference had broken up, and the kid was pulling on his uniform shirt, the one with the big blue 19. And I saw the Band-Aid was back on the second finger of his right hand. I walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. He smiled at me. The kid had a real sweet smile when he used it. "Hi, Granny," he says. But his smile began to fade when he saw I wasn't smiling back. "You all ready to play?" I asked. "Sure." "Good. But I want to tell you something first. The dude's a hell of a pitcher. But as a human being, he ain't ever going to get past AA. He'd walk on his grandmother's broken back to get a win, and you matter a hell of a lot less to him than his grandmother." "I'm his good luck charm," he says indignantly, but underneath the indignation, he looked ready to cry. "Maybe so," I said, "but that's not what I'm talking about. There's such a thing as getting too pumped up for a game. A little is good, but too much and a fellow's apt to bust wide open. I don't get you. If you popped and went flat like a bad tire, the dude wouldn't give much of a shit. He'd just find himself a brand new lucky charm. You shouldn't talk like that. Him and me's friends." "I'm your friend, too. More important, I'm one of the coaches on this team. I'm responsible for your welfare, and I'll talk any goddamn way I want, especially to a rook, and you'll listen. Are you listening?" "I'm listening." I'm sure he was, but he wasn't looking. He'd cast his eyes down, and sullen red roses were blooming on those smooth little boy cheeks of his. "I don't know what kind of a rig you've got under that Band-Aid, and I don't want to know. All I know is I saw it in the first game you played for us, and somebody got hurt. I haven't seen it since, and I don't want to see it today, because if you got caught, it'd be you caught, not the do." "I just cut myself," he says, all sullen. "Right, shaving. But I don't want to see it on your finger when you go out there. I'm looking after your own best interests." Would I have said that if I hadn't seen Joe so upset he was crying? I'd like to think so. I like to think I was also looking after the best interests of the game, which I loved then, And now, virtual bowling can't hold a candle, believe me. I walked away before he could say anything else, and I didn't look back, partly because I didn't want to see what was under the Band-Aid, mostly because Joe was standing in his office door beckoning to me. I won't swear there was more gray in his hair, but I won't swear there wasn't. I came into the office and closed the door. An awful idea occurred to me. It made a kind of sense, given the look on his face. Jesus, Joe, is it your wife? Or the kids? Did something happen to one of the kids? He started like I'd just woken him out of a dream. Jessie and the kids are fine. But George, oh, God, I can't believe it. This is such a mess. And he put the heels of his palms against his eyes. A sound came out of him, but it wasn't a sob. It was a laugh. The most terrible, fucked-up laugh I ever heard. What is it? Who called you? I have to think, he says, but not to me. It was himself he was talking to. I have to decide. How am I going to? He took his hands off his eyes, and he seemed a little more like himself. You're managing today, Granny. Me? I can't manage. The dude would blow his stack. He's going for his 200th again, and none of that matters. Don't you see? Not now. What? Just shut up and make out a lineup card. As for that kid, he thought, then shook his head. Oh, hell, let him play. Why not? Shit. Bat him fifth. I was going to move him up anyway. Of course he's going to play, I said. Who else would catch Danny? Oh, fuck Danny Doosan, he says. Cap, Joey, tell me what happened. No, he says. I got to think about it first. What I'm going to say to the guys. And the reporters. He slapped his brow as if this part of it had just occurred to him. Those overbred assholes. Shit. Then, talking to himself again. But let the guys have this game. They deserve that much. Maybe the kid, too. Hell, maybe he'll bat for the cycle. He laughed some more, then went upside his own head to make himself stop. I don't understand. You will. Go on, get out of here. Make any old lineup you want. Pull the names out of a hat, why don't you? It doesn't matter. Only make sure you tell the umpire crew chief you're running the show. I guess that'd be Winters. I walked down the hall to the umpire's room like a man in a dream and told Winters that I'd be making out the lineup and managing the game from the third base box. He asked me what was wrong with Joe, and I said Joe was sick. That was the first game I managed until I got the Athletics in '63, and it was a short one, because, as you probably know if you've done your research, High Wenders ran me in the 6th. I don't remember much about it anyway. I had so much on my mind that I felt like a man in a dream. But I did have sense enough to do one thing, and that was to check the kid's right hand before he ran out on the field. There was no Band-Aid on the second finger, and no cut either. I didn't even feel relieved. I just kept seeing Joe DiPunno's red eyes and haggard mouth. That was Danny Dew's last good game ever, and he never did get his 200. He tried to come back in '58, but it was no good. He claimed the double vision was gone, and maybe it was true, but he couldn't hardly get the pill over the plate anymore. No spot in Cooperstown for Danny. Joe was right. That kid did suck luck. But that afternoon, Dew was the best I ever saw him. His fastball hopping, his curve snapping like a whip. For the first 4 innings, they couldn't touch him at all. Just wave the stick and take a seat, fellas. He struck out 6, and the rest were infield groundouts. Only trouble was Kinder was almost as good. We'd gotten 1 lousy hit, a 2-out double by Harrington in the bottom of the 3rd. Now, it's the top of the 5th. The first batter goes down easy. Then Walt Dropo comes up, hits one deep into the left field corner, and takes off like a bat out of hell. The crowd saw Harry Keene still chasing the ball while Dropo's legging for second, and they understood it could be an inside-the-park job. The chanting started. Only a few voices at first, then more and more, getting deeper and louder. It put a chill up me from the crack of my ass to the nape of my neck. Blockade! 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 Like that. The orange signs started going up. People were on their feet and holding them over their heads. Not waving them like usual, just holding them up. I have never seen anything like it. Blockade! 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 At first I thought there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell. By then, Dropo's steaming for third with all the stops pulled out. But Keene pounced on the ball and made a perfect throw to Barbarino at short. The Rook, meanwhile, is standing on the third base side of home plate with his glove held out, making a target, and Cy hit the goddamn pocket. The crowd's chanting. Dropo's sliding, spikes up. The kid don't mind. He goes on his knees and dives over him. High Winders was where he was supposed to be, that time at least. Leaning over the play, a cloud of dust goes up, and out of it comes Winders' upraised thumb. You're out! Mr. King, the fans went nuts. Walt Dropo did too. He was up and dancing around like a coked-up kid at a record hop. He couldn't believe it. The kid was scraped halfway up his left forearm. Not bad, just blood sweat, but enough for old Boney Dadier, he was our trainer, to come out and slap a Band-Aid on it. So the kid got his Band-Aid after all, only this one was legit. The fans stayed on their feet during the whole medical consultation, waving their road closed signs and chanting, "Blockade! Blockade!" like they wouldn't ever get enough of it. The kid didn't seem to notice. He was in another world. He was the whole time he was with the Titans, now that I think of it. He just put on his mask, went back behind the plate, and squatted down, business as usual. Bubba Phillips came up, lined out to Lathrop at first, and that was the fifth. When the kid came up in the bottom of the inning and struck out on 3 pitches, the crowd still gave him a standing O. That time he noticed and tipped his cap when he went back to the dugout, only time he ever did it. Not because he was snotty, but because, well, I already said it, that other world thing. Okay, top of the 6th. Over 50 years later, and I still get a red ass when I think of it. Kinder's up first and loops out to third, just like a pitcher should. Then comes Louis Aparicio, little Louis. The dew winds and fires. Aparicio fouls it off, high and lazy behind home plate on the third base side of the screen. The kid throws away his mask and sprints after it, head back and glove out. Wenders trailed him, but not close like he should have done. He didn't think the kid had a chance. It was lousy goddamn umping. The kid's off the grass and on the track by the low wall between the field and the box seats, neck craned, looking up, 24 people in those first and second row box seats also looking up, most of them waving their hands in the air. You know, this is one thing I don't understand about fans and never will. It's a fucking baseball, for the love of God. An item that sold for 75 cents back then. Everybody knew it, but when fans see one in reach at the ballpark, they turn into fucking Danny Dew in order to get their hands on it. Never mind standing back and letting the man trying to catch it, their man, and in a tight ball game, do his job. I saw it all, saw it clear. That mile-high pop-up came down on our side of the wall. The kid was going to catch it. Then some long-armed bozo in one of those Titans jerseys they sold on the Esplanade reached over and ticked it, so the ball bounced off the edge of the kid's glove and fell to the ground. I was so sure Winders would call Aparicio out. It was clear interference, that at first I couldn't believe what I was seeing when he gestured for the kid to go back behind the plate and for Aparicio to resume the box. When I got it, I ran out waving my arms. The crowd started cheering me and booing Winders, which is no way to win friends and influence people when you're arguing a call, but I was too goddamn mad to care. I wouldn't have stopped if Mahatma Gandhi had walked out on the field butt naked and urging us to make peace. "Interference!" I yelled. "Clear as day, clear as the nose on your face." "It was in the stands, and that makes it anyone's ball," Winders says. "Go on back to your little nest and let's get this show on the road." The kid didn't care. He was talking to his pal, the Dew. That was all right. I didn't care that he didn't care. All I wanted at that moment was to tear High Winders a fresh new asshole. I'm not ordinarily an argumentative man. All the years I managed the A's, I only got thrown out of games twice. But that day, I would have made Billy Martin look like a peacenik. You didn't see it, Hi. You were trailing too far back. You didn't see shit. I wasn't trailing, and I saw it all. Now get back, Granny. I ain't kidding. If you didn't see that long-armed son of a bitch. Here, a lady in the second row put her hands over her little boy's ears and pursed up her mouth at me in an "oh, you nasty man" look. That long-armed son of a bitch reach out and take that ball? You were goddamn trailing. Jesus Christ! The man in the jersey starts shaking his head. Who, me? Not me. But he's also wearing a big, embarrassed, suck-ass grin. Wenders saw it, knew what it meant, then looked away. That's it, he says to me, and in the reasonable voice that means you're one smart crack from drinking a Rheingold in the locker room. You've had your say. Now you can either go back to the dugout, or you can listen to the rest of the game on the radio. Take your pick. I went back to the dugout. Aparicio stood back in with a big shit-eating grin on his face. He knew, sure he did, and made the most of it. The guy never hit many home runs, but when the Dew sent in a change-up that didn't change, Louis cranked it, high, wide, and handsome to the deepest part of the park. Nosy Norton was playing center, and he never even turned around. Aparicio circled the bases, serene as the Queen Mary coming into dock, while the crowd screamed at him, denigrated his relatives, and hurled hate down on High Wender's head. Wenders heard none of it, which is the chief umpirely skill. He just got a fresh ball out of his coat pocket and inspected it for dings and doinks. Watching him do that, I lost it entirely. I rushed out to home plate and started shaking both fists in his face. "That's your run, you fucking busher!" I screamed. "Too fucking lazy to chase after a foul ball, and now you've got an RBI for yourself. Jam it up your ass! Maybe you'll find your glasses!" The crowd loved it. High Wenders, not so much. He pointed at me, threw his thumb back over his shoulder, and walked away. The crowd started booing and shaking their road closed signs. Some threw bottles, cups, and half-eaten Franks onto the field. It was a circus. "Don't you walk away from me, you fat-ass, blind, lazy son of a bitching bastard!" I screamed, and chased after him. Someone from our dugout grabbed me before I could grab Wenders, which I meant to do. I had lost touch with reality. The crowd was chanting, "Kill the ump! Kill the ump! Kill the ump!" I'll never forget that, because it was the same way they'd been chanting, "Blockade! Blockade!" "If your mother was here, she'd be throwing shit at you too, you bat-blind busher!" I screamed, and then they hauled me into the dugout. Gansey Burgess, our knuckleballer, managed the last 3 innings of that horror show. He also pitched the last 2. You might find that in the record books, too, if there were any records of that lost spring. The last thing I saw on the field was Danny Dewson and Blockade Billy standing on the grass between the plate and the mound. The kid had his mask tucked under his arm. The Dew was whispering in his ear. The kid was listening. He always listened when the Dew talked. But he was looking at the crowd. 40,000 fans on their feet, men, women, and children, yelling, "Kill the ump! Kill the ump! Kill the ump!" There was a bucket of balls halfway down the hall between the dugout and the locker room. I kicked it and sent balls rolling every which way. If I'd stepped on one of them and fallen on my ass, it would have been the perfect end to a perfect fucking afternoon at the ballpark. Joe was in the locker room, sitting on a bench outside the showers. By then, he looked 70 instead of just 50. There were 3 other guys in there with him. 2 were uniformed cops. The third was in a suit, but you only had to take one look at his hard roast beef of a face to know he was a cop, too. "Game over early?" this one asked me. He was sitting on a folding chair with his big old cop thighs spread and straining his seersucker pants. The blue suits were on one of the benches in front of the lockers. "It is for me," I said. I was still so mad I didn't even care about the cops. To Joe, I said, "Fucking Wenders ran me. I'm sorry, Cap, but it was a clear case of interference, and that lazy son of a bitch—" "It doesn't matter," Joe said. "The game isn't going to count. I don't think any of our games are going to count. Kerwin will appeal to the commissioner, of course, but—" "What are you talking about?" I asked. Joe sighed. Then he looked at the guy in the suit. "You tell him, Detective Lombardazzi," he said. "I can't bear to." "Does he need to know?" Lombardazzi asked. "He's looking at me like I'm some kind of bug he's never seen before." There was a look I didn't need on top of everything else, but I kept my mouth shut. Because I knew 3 cops, one of them a detective, don't show up in the locker room of a Major League Baseball team if it isn't goddamn serious. "If you want him to hold the other guys long enough for you to get the Blakely kid out of here, I think he does need to," Joe says. From above us there came a cry from the fans, followed by a groan, followed by a cheer. None of us paid any attention to what turned out to be the end of Danny Dewson's baseball career. The cry was when he got hit in the forehead by a Larry Doby line drive. The groan was when he fell on the pitcher's mound like a tagged prizefighter. And the cheer was when he picked himself up and gestured that he was okay, which he was not. But he pitched the rest of the 6th and the 7th, too. Didn't give up a run, either. Gansey made him come out before the 8th when he saw the Dew wasn't walking straight. Danny all the time claiming he was perfectly okay, that the big purple goose egg raising up over his left eyebrow was nothing. He'd had lots worse. And the kids saying the same. "It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing." Little Sir Echo. Us, down in the clubhouse, didn't know any of that. No more than Dewson knew. He might have been tagged worse in his career, but it was the first time part of his brain had sprung a leak. "His name isn't Blakely," Lombardazzi says. "It's Eugene Katsanis." "Katswhatsis? Where's Blakely, then?" "William Blakely's dead. Has been for a month. His parents, too." I gaped at him. "What are you talking about?" "So he told me the stuff I'm sure you already know, Mr. King. But maybe I can fill in a few blanks. The Blakeleys lived in Clarence, Iowa, a wide patch of not much an hour's drive from Davenport. Made it convenient for Ma and Pa because they could go to most of their son's minor league games. Blakely had a successful farm, an 800-acre job. One of their hired men wasn't much more than a boy. His name was Gene Katsanis, an orphan who'd grown up in the Ottershaw Christian Home for Boys. He was no farmer, and not quite right in the head, but he was a hell of a baseball player. Katsanis and Blakely played against each other on a couple of church teams, and together on the local Babe Ruth team, which won the state tournament all 3 years the two of them played together, and once went as far as the national semis. Blakely went to high school and starred on that team too, but Katsanis wasn't school material. Slopping the hogs material and ball-playing material is what he was, although he was never supposed to be as good as Billy Blakely. Nobody so much as considered such a thing. Until it happened, that is. Blakely's father hired him because the kid worked cheap, sure, but mostly because he had enough natural talent to keep Billy sharp. For $25 a week, the kid got a fielder and a batting practice pitcher. The old man got a cow milker and a shit shoveler. Not a bad deal, at least for them. Whatever you've found in your research probably favors the Blakely family. Am I right? Because they had been around those parts for 4 generations, because they were rich farmers, and because Katsanis wasn't nothing but a state kid who started life in a liquor carton on a church step and had several screws loose upstairs. And why was that? Because he was born dumb? Or because he got the crap beaten out of him 3 and 4 times a week in that home before he got old enough and big enough to defend himself? I know a lot of the beatings came because he had a habit of talking to himself. That came out in the newspapers later on. Katsanis and Billy practiced just as hard once Billy got into the Titans farm system. During the off-season, probably throwing and hitting in the barn once the snow got too deep outside. But Katsanis got kicked off the local town team and wasn't allowed to go to the cornholers' workouts during Billy's second season with them. During his first one, Katsanis had been allowed to participate in some of the workouts, even in some inter-squad games, if they were a man shy. It was all pretty informal and loosey-goosey back then, not like now, when the insurance companies shit a brick if a major leaguer so much as grabs a bat without wearing a helmet. What I think happened, feel free to correct me if you know better, is that the kid, whatever other problems he might have had, continued to grow and mature as a ball player. Blakely didn't. You see that all the time. Two kids who both look like Babe fucking Ruth in high school. Same height, same weight, same speed, same 20/20 peepers, but one of them is able to play at the next level, and the next, while the other one starts to fall behind. This much I did hear later. Billy Blakely didn't start out as a catcher. He got switched from center field when the kid who was catching broke his arm. And that kind of switch isn't a real good sign. It's like the coach is sending a message, you'll do, but only until someone better shows up. I think Blakely got jealous. I think his old man got jealous. And I think maybe Mom did too. Maybe especially Mom, because sports moms can be the worst. I think maybe they pulled a few strings to keep Katsanis from playing locally and from showing up for the Davenport cocksuckers' workouts. They could have done it because they were a wealthy, long-established Iowa family, and Gene Katsanis was a nobody who grew up in an orphan home, a Christian orphan home that was probably hell on earth. I think maybe Billy got ragging on the kid once too often and once too hard. Or it could have been the dad or the mom. Maybe it was over the way he milked the cows. Or maybe he didn't shovel the shit just right that one time. But I'll bet the bottom line was baseball and plain old jealousy. The green-eyed monster. For all I know, the Cornholers manager told Blakely he might be sent down to Single A in Clearwater. And getting sent down a rung when you're only 20, when you're supposed to be going up the ladder, is a damn good sign that your career in organized baseball is going to be a short one. But however it was, and whoever, it was a bad mistake. The kid could be sweet when he was treated right. We all knew that. But he wasn't right in the head. And he could be dangerous. I knew that even before the cops showed up because of what happened in the very first game of the season. Billy Anderson. The county sheriff found all three Blakeleys in the barn, Lombardozzi said. Katsanis slashed their throats. Sheriff said it looked like a razor blade. I just gaped at him. What must have happened is this, Joe said in a heavy voice. Kerwin McCaslin called around for a backup catcher when our guys got hurt down in Florida. And the manager of the Cornhuskers said he had a boy who might fill the bill for 3 or 4 weeks, assuming we didn't need him to hit for average, because he said this kid wouldn't do that. But he did, I says. Because he wasn't Blakely, Lombardozzi says. By then, Blakely and his parents must already have been dead a couple of days, at least. The Katsanis kid was keeping house, all by himself. And not all his screws were loose. He was smart enough to answer the phone when it rang. He took the call from the manager and said, sure, Billy'd be glad to go to New Jersey. And before he left, as Billy, he called around to the neighbors in the feed store downtown. Told him the Blakeleys had been called away on a family emergency, and he was taking care of things. Pretty smart for a loony, wouldn't you say? He's not a loony, I told him. Well, he cut the throats of the people who took him in and gave him a job, and he killed all the cows so the neighbors wouldn't hear them bawling to be milked at night. But have it your way. I know the DA's going to agree with you, because he wants to see Katsanis get the rope. That's how they do it in Iowa, you know. I turned to Joe. How could a thing like this happen? Because he was good, Joe said, and because he wanted to play ball. The kid had Billy Blakely's ID, and this was back in the days when picture IDs were unheard of. The two kids matched up pretty well. Blue eyes, dark hair, 6 feet tall. But mostly, yeah, it happened because the kid was good and wanted to play ball. Good enough to get almost a month in the pros, Lombardozzi said, and over our heads a cheer went up. Billy Blockade had just gotten his last big league hit, a homer. Then day before yesterday, the LP gas man went out to the Blakely farm. Other folks had been there before, but they read the note Katsanis left on the door and went away. Not the gas man. He filled the tanks behind the barn, and the barn was where the bodies were, cows and Blakely's both. The weather had finally turned warm, and he smelled 'em. which is pretty much the way our story ends. Now, your manager here wants him arrested with as little fuss as possible and with as little danger to the other players on your team as possible. That's fine with me. So your job is to hold the rest of the guys in the dugout, Jersey Joe says. Send Blakely, Katsanis, down here on his own. He'll be gone when the rest of the guys get to the locker room. Then we'll try to sort this clusterfuck out. What the hell do I tell them? Team meeting. Free ice cream. I don't care. You just hold them for 5 minutes. I says to Lombardozzi, no one tipped? No one? You mean no one heard the radio broadcasts and tried calling Pop Blakely to say how great it was that his kid was tearing up the bigs? I imagine one or two might have tried, Lombardozzi said. Folks from Iowa do come to the big city from time to time, I'm told, and I imagine a few people visiting New York listen to the Titans or read about them in the paper. I prefer the Yankees, one of the blue suits chimes in. If I want your opinion, I'll rattle the bars in your cage, Lombardozzi said. Until then, shut up and die right. I looked at Joe, feeling sick. Getting a bad call and getting run off the field during my first managerial stint now seemed like the very least of my problems. Get him in here alone, Joe said. I don't care how. The guys shouldn't have to see this. He thought it over and added, and the kid shouldn't have to see them seeing it, no matter what he did. If it matters, and I know it don't, we lost that game 2-1. All 3 runs were solo shots. Manny Minoso hit the game winner off a Gansey in the top of the 9th. The kid made the final out. He whiffed in his first at-bat as a Titan. He whiffed in his last one. Baseball is also a game of balance. But none of our guys cared about the game. When I got up there, they were gathered around the dude who was sitting on the bench and telling them he was fine, goddammit, just a little dizzy. But he didn't look fine. And our old excuse for a doc looked pretty grave. He wanted Danny down at Newark General for x-rays. Fuck that, Deuce says. I just need a couple of minutes. I'm all right, I tell you. Jesus, Bones, cut me a break. Blakely, I said, go on down to the locker room. Mr. DePuno wants to see you. Coach DePuno wants to see me? In the locker room? Why? Something about the Rookie of the Month award, I said. It just popped into my head from nowhere. There was no such thing back then, but the kid didn't know that. The kid looks at Danny Dew, and the Dew flaps his hand at him. Go on, get out of here, kid. You played a good game. Not your fault. You're still lucky, and fuck anyone who says different. Then he says, all of you get out of here. Give me some breathing room. Hold off on that, I says. Joe wants to see him alone. Give him a little one-to-one congratulations, I guess. Kid, don't wait around. Just scat was how I meant to finish. But I didn't have to. Blakely or Katsanis, he was already gone. And you know what happened after that. If the kid had gone straight down the hall to the umpire's room, he would have gotten collared because the locker room was on the way. Instead, he cut through our box room, where luggage was stored, and where we also had a couple of massage tables and a whirlpool bath. We'll never know for sure why he did that, but I think the kid knew something was wrong. Crazy or not, he must have known the roof was going to fall in on him eventually. In any case, he came out on the far side of the locker room, walked down to the ump's room, and knocked on the door. By then, the rig he probably learned how to make in the Ottershaw Christian Home was back on his second finger. One of the older boys probably showed him how, that's what I think. Kid, if you want to stop getting beaten up all the time, make yourself one of these. He never put it back in his locker after all, you see. Just tucked it into his pocket. And he didn't bother with the Band-Aid after the game, which tells me he knew he didn't have anything to hide anymore. He raps on the umpire's door and says, "Urgent telegram for Mr. High Winters." Crazy but not stupid, you see. I don't know what would have happened if one of the other umps on the crew had opened up, but it was Winters himself, and I'm betting his life was over even before he realized it wasn't a Western Union delivery boy standing there. It was a razor blade, see? Or a piece of one, anyway. When it wasn't needed, it stayed inside a little tin band, like a kid's pretend finger ring, only when he balled his right fist and pushed on the band with the ball of his thumb, that little sliver of a blade popped up on a spring. Wenders opened the door, and Katsanis swept it across his neck and cut his throat with it. When I saw the puddle of blood after he was taken away in handcuffs, oh my God, such a pool of it there was. All I could think of was those 40,000 people screaming, "Kill the ump!" the same way they'd been screaming, "Blockade!" No one really means it, but the kid didn't know that either. Especially not after the dew poured a lot of poison in his ears about how Wenders was out to get both of them. When the cops ran out of the locker room, Billy Blockade was just standing there, with blood all down the front of his white home uniform, and Wenders laying at his feet. Nor did he try to fight or slash when the blue suits grabbed him. No, he just stood there, whispering to himself. "I got him, Du. I got him, Billy. He won't make no more bad calls now. I got him for all of us." That's where the story ends, Mr. King. The part of it I know, at least. As far as the Titans go, you could look it up, as old Casey used to say. All those games canceled out, and all the double headers we played to make them up, how we ended up with old Hubie Ratner behind the plate after all, and how he batted .185, well below what they now call the Mendoza line, how Danny Dewson was diagnosed with something called an intercranial bleed and had to sit out the rest of the season, how he tried to come back in 1958. That was sad. 5 outings. In 3 of them, he couldn't get the ball over the plate. And the other 2, do you remember the last Red Sox-Yankees playoff game in 2004, how Kevin Brown started for the Yankees, and the Sox scored 6 goddamn runs off him in the first 2 innings? That's how Danny Dew pitched in 58, when he actually managed to get the ball over the dish. He had nothing. And still, after all that, we managed to finish ahead of the Senators and the Athletics. Only Jersey Joe DiPono had a heart attack during the World Series that year. Might have been the same day the Russians put the Sputnik up. They took him out of County Stadium on a stretcher. He lived another 5 years, but he was a shadow of his former self, and of course he never managed again. He said the kid sucked luck, and he was more right than he knew, Mr. King. That kid was a black hole for luck. For himself as well. I'm sure you know how his story ended, how he was taken to Essex County Jail and held there for extradition, how he swallowed a bar of soap and choked to death on it. I can't think of a worse way to go. That was a nightmare season, no doubt. And still, telling you about it brought back some good memories. Mostly I think of how old Swampy would flush orange when all those fans raised their signs. "Road closed by order of Blockade Billy." Yep, I bet the fellow who thought those up made a goddamn mint. But you know, the people who bought them got fair value. When they stood up with them held over their heads, they were part of something bigger than themselves. That can be a bad thing. Just think of all the people who turned out to see Hitler at his rallies. But this was a good thing. Baseball is a good thing. Always was. Always will be. Blockade. 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 Still gives me a chill to think of it. Still echoes in my head. That kid was the real thing, crazy or not. Luck-sucker or not. Mr. King, I think I'm all talked out. Do you have enough? Good. I'm glad. You come back any time you want. But not on Wednesday afternoon. That's when they have their goddamn virtual bowling and you can't hear yourself think. Come on Saturday, why don't you? There's a bunch of us always watches the game of the week. We're allowed a couple of beers, and we root like mad bastards. It ain't like the old days, but it ain't bad.
For Flip Thompson, friend and high school catcher. Some stand-in for me in one of the early novels. I think it was Ben Mears in Salem's Lot, says it's a bad idea to talk about a story you're planning to write. It's like pissing it out on the ground, is how he puts it. Sometimes, though, Especially if I'm feeling enthusiastic, I find it hard to take my own advice. That was the case with Mr. Yummy. When I sketched out the rough idea to a friend, he listened carefully and then shook his head. I don't think you've got anything new to say about AIDS, Steve. He paused and added, especially as a straight man. No, and especially no. I hate the assumption that you can't write about something because you haven't experienced it, and not just because it assumes a limit on the human imagination, which is basically limitless. It also suggests that some leaps of identification are impossible. I refuse to accept that because it leads to the conclusion that real change is beyond us, and so is empathy. The idea is false on the evidence. Like shit, change happens. If the British and Irish can make peace, you gotta believe there's a chance that someday the Jews and Palestinians will work things out. Change only occurs as a result of hard work. I think we'd all agree on that, but hard work isn't enough. It also requires a strenuous leap of the imagination. What is it really like to be in the other guy or gal's shoes? And hey, I never wanted to write a story about AIDS or being gay anyhow. Those things were only the framing device. What I wanted to write about was the brute power of the human sex drive. That power, it seems to me, holds sway over those of every orientation, especially when young. At some point, on the right or wrong night, in a good place or a bad one, desire rises up and will not be denied. Caution is swept away. Cogent thought ceases. Risk no longer matters. That's what I wanted to write about.
Mr. Yummy, read by Peter Friedman.
One. Dave Calhoun was helping Olga Glyukov construct the Eiffel Tower. They had been at it for 6 mornings now, 6 early mornings, in the common room of the Lakeview Assisted Living Center. They were hardly alone in there. Old people rise early. The giant flat screen on the far side started blatting the usual rabble-rousing junk from Fox News at 5:30, and a number of residents were watching it with their mouths agape. "Oh," Olga said. "Here's one I've been looking for." She tapped a piece of girder into place halfway down Gustav Eiffel's masterpiece, created, according to the back of the box, from junk metal. Dave heard the tap of a cane approaching from behind him, and greeted the newcomer without turning his head. "Good morning, Ollie. You're up early." As a young man, Dave wouldn't have believed you could ID someone simply by the sound of his cane. But as a young man, he had never dreamed he would finish his time on Earth in a place where so many people used them. "Good morning right back at you," Ollie Franklin said. "And to you, Olga." She looked up briefly, then back down at the puzzle. 1,000 pieces, according to the box, and most now where they belonged. "These girders are a bugger. I see them floating in front of me every time I close my eyes. I believe I'll go for a smoke and wake up my lungs." Smoking was supposedly verboten in Lakeview, but Olga and a few other diehards were allowed to slip through the kitchen to the loading dock, where there was a butt can. She rose, tottered, cursed in either Russian or Polish, caught her balance, and shuffled away. Then she stopped and looked back at Dave, eyebrows drawn together. "Live some for me, bub. Do you promise?" He raised his hand, palm out. "So help me God." Satisfied, she shuffled on, digging in the pocket of her shapeless day dress for her butts and her bic. Ollie raised his own eyebrows. "Since when are you Bob?" "He was her husband. You remember, came here with her, died 2 years ago." "All right. And now she's losing it. That's too bad." Dave shrugged. "She'll be 90 in the fall, if she makes it. She's entitled to a few slipped cogs, and look at this." He gestured at the puzzle, which filled an entire card table. "She did most of it herself. I'm just her assistant." Ollie, who had been a graphic designer in what he called his real life, looked at the nearly completed puzzle gloomily. "La Tour Eiffel. Do you know there was an artist protest when it was under construction?" "No, but I'm not surprised. The French." "The novelist Léon Blois called it a truly tragic street lamp." Calhoun looked at the puzzle, saw what Blois had meant, and laughed. It did look like a street lamp, sort of. "Some other artist or writer, I can't remember who, claimed that the best view of Paris was from the Eiffel Tower because it was the only view of Paris without the Eiffel Tower in it." Ollie bent closer, one hand gripping his cane, the other pressed against the small of his back, as if to hold it together. His eyes moved from the puzzle to the scatter of remaining pieces, perhaps 100 in all, then back to the puzzle. "Houston, you may have a problem here." Dave had already begun to suspect this. "If you're right, it's going to ruin Olga's day." "Oh, she should have expected it. How many times do you think this version of the Eiffel has been assembled and then taken apart again? Old people are as careless as teenagers." He straightened up. "Would you walk outside in the garden with me? I have something to give you. Also, something to tell you." Dave studied Ollie. "You okay?" The other chose not to answer this. "Come outside. It's a beautiful morning, warming up nicely." Ollie led the way toward the patio, his cane tapping out that familiar 1-2-3 rhythm, tossing a good morning wave to someone as he passed the coffee-drinking coterie of TV watchers. Dave followed willingly enough, but slightly mystified. 2. Lakeview was built in a U-shape, with the common room between two extending arms that comprised the assisted living suites, each suite consisting of a sitting room, a bedroom, and the sort of bathroom that came equipped with handrails and a shower chair. These suites were not cheap. Although many of the residents were no longer strictly continent, Dave had begun suffering his own nighttime accidents not long after turning 83, and now kept boxes of PM pull-ups on a high shelf in his closet. It was not the sort of place that smelled of piss and Lysol. The rooms also came with satellite TV. There was a snack buffet in each wing, and twice a month there were wine tasting parties. All things considered, Dave thought, it was a pretty good place to run out the string. The garden between the residence wings was lush, almost orgasmic, with early summer. Paths wandered, and a central fountain splashed. The flowers rioted, but in a genteel, well-barbered way. Here and there were house telephones, where a walker suddenly afflicted with shortness of breath or spreading numbness in the legs could call for assistance. There would be plenty of walkers later on, when those not yet risen or when those in the common room got their fill of Fox News, came out to enjoy the day before it heated up. But for the time being, Dave and Ollie had it to themselves. Once they were through the double doors and down the steps from the wide flagstoned patio, both of them descending with care, Ollie stopped and began fumbling in the pocket of the baggy houndstooth check sport coat he was wearing. He brought out a silver pocket watch on a heavy silver chain. He held it out to Dave. "I want you to have this. It was my great-grandfather's. Judging by the engraving inside the cover, he either bought it or had it given to him in 1890. Dave gazed at the watch, swinging on its chain from Ollie Franklin's slightly palsied hand like a hypnotist's amulet, with amusement and horror. "I can't take that." Patiently, as if instructing a child, Ollie said, "You can if I give it to you, and I've seen you admire it many and many a time." "It's a family heirloom." "Yes, indeed, and my brother will take it if it's in my effects when I die, which I'm going to do, and soon, perhaps tonight, certainly in the next few days." Dave didn't know what to say. Still in that same patient tone, Ollie said, "My brother Tom isn't worth the powder it would take to blow him to Des Moines. I have never said as much to him, it would be cruel, but I've said so many times to you, haven't I?" "Well, yeah. I have supported him through 3 failed businesses and 2 failed marriages. I believe I told you that many times as well, haven't I?" "Yes, but I did well, and I invested well," Ollie said, beginning to walk and tapping his cane at his own personal code. Tap, 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 tap. "I am one of the infamous 1%, so reviled by the liberal young. Not by a lot, mind you, but by enough to have lived comfortably here for the last 3 years while continuing to serve as my younger brother's safety net. I no longer have to perform that service for his daughter, thank God. Martha actually seems to be earning a living for herself, which is a relief. I've made a will, all proper and correct, and in it I've done the proper thing, the family thing. Since I have no wife or children myself, that means leaving everything to Tom. Except this. This is for you. You've been a good friend to me, so please, take it." Dave considered, decided he could give it back when his friend's death premonition passed, and took the watch. He clicked it open and admired the crystal face. 22 past 6, right on time as far as he could tell. The second hand moved briskly in its own little circle, just above the scrolled 6. "Cleaned several times, but repaired only once," Ollie said, resuming his slow ambulation. "In 1923, according to Grampy, after my father dropped it down the well on the old farm in Hemmingford home. Can you imagine that? Over 120 years old and only repaired once? How many human beings on earth can claim that? A dozen? Maybe only 6? You have 2 sons and a daughter, am I right? You are, Dave said. His friend had grown increasingly frail over the last year, and his hair was nothing but a few baby-fine wisps on his liver-spotted skull, but his mind was ticking along a little better than Olga's. Or my own, he admitted to himself. The watch isn't in my will, but it should go in yours. I'm sure you love all your children equally. You're that kind of guy. But liking is different, isn't it? Leave it to the one you like the best. That would be Peter, Dave thought, and smiled. Either returning the smile or catching the thought behind it, Ollie's lips parted over his remaining teeth, and he nodded. Let's sit down. I'm bushed. It doesn't take much these days. They sat on one of the benches, and Dave tried to hand the watch back. Ollie pushed his hands out in an exaggerated repelling gesture that was comical enough to make Dave laugh, although he recognized this as a serious matter, certainly more serious than a few missing pieces in a jigsaw puzzle. The smell of the flowers was strong, heavenly. When Dave Calhoun thought of death, not so far off now, the prospect he regretted most was the loss of the sensory world and all its ordinary luxuries. The sight of a woman's cleavage in a boat-neck top, the sound of Cozy Cole going bullshit on the drums in Topsy Part 2, the taste of lemon pie with a cloud of meringue on top, the smell of flowers he could not name, although his wife would have known them all. Ollie, you may be going to die this week. God knows everyone in this place has one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel, but there's no way you can know for sure. I don't know if you had a dream or a black cat crossed your path or something else, but premonitions are bullshit. I didn't just have a premonition, Ollie said. I saw one. I saw Mr. Yummy. I've seen him several times in the last 2 weeks. Always closer. Pretty soon I'll have a room visit, and that'll be that. I don't mind. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. Life's a great thing, but if you live long enough, it wears out before it runs out. Mr. Yummy? Calhoun said. Who the hell is Mr. Yummy? It's not really him, Ollie said, as if he hadn't heard. I know that. It's a representation of him. A summation of a time and place, if you like. Although there was a real Mr. Yummy once. That's what my friends and I called him that night in High Pockets. I never knew his real name. I'm not following. Listen, you know I'm gay, right? Dave smiled. Well, I think your dating days were over before I met you, but I had a pretty good idea, yeah. Was it the ascot? It's the way you walk, Dave thought, even with a cane. The way you run your fingers through what remains of your hair and then glance in the mirror. The way you roll your eyes at the women on that Real Housewife show. Even the still life drawings in your room, which form a kind of timeline of your decline. Once you must have been so good, but now your hands shake. You're right. It wears out before it runs out. Among other things, Dave said. Have you ever heard someone say they were too old for one of America's military adventures? Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan? Sure, although what they usually say is they were too young. AIDS was a war. Ollie was looking down at his gnarled hands, from which the talent was departing. And I wasn't too old for all of it, because no one is when the war's on one's native soil, wouldn't you say? I guess that's true enough. I was born in 1930. When AIDS was first observed and clinically described in the United States, I was 52. I was living in New York and working freelance for several advertising firms. My friends and I still used to go around to the clubs in the village once in a while, not to Stonewall, a hellhole run by the mafia, but some of the others. One night I was standing outside Peter Pepper's on Christopher Street, sharing a J with a friend, and a bunch of young men went in. Good-looking guys in tight bell-bottom pants and the shirts they all seemed to wear back then, the kind with the wide shoulders and narrow waists, suede boots with stacked heels. Yummy boys, Dave ventured. I guess, but not the yummy boy. And my best friend, his name was Noah Fremont, died just last year. I went to the funeral. He turned to me and he said, "They don't even see us anymore, do they?" I agreed. They saw if you had enough money, but we were too dignified for that, you might say. Paying for it was demeaning, although some of us did from time to time. Yet, in the late 50s, when I first came to New York, he shrugged and looked off into the distance. When you first came to New York, Dave prompted. I'm thinking about how to say this. In the late 50s, when women were still sighing over Rock Hudson and Liberace, when homosexuality was the love that dared not speak its name instead of the one that never shuts up, my sex drive was at its absolute peak. In that way, there are others, I'm sure, many others, gay men and straight men are the same. I read somewhere that when they are in the presence of an attractive other, men think about sex every 20 seconds or so. But when a man's in his teens and 20s, he thinks about sex constantly, whether he's in the presence of an attractive other or not. You get hard when the wind blows, Dave said. He was thinking of his first job as a pump jockey, and of a pretty redhead he'd happened to see sliding out of the passenger seat of her boyfriend's truck. Her skirt had rucked up, revealing her plain white cotton panties for a single second, 2 at most. Yet he had played that moment over and over in his mind while masturbating, and although he had only been 16 at the time, the memory was still fresh and clear. He doubted if that would have been the case if he'd been 50. By then, he'd seen plenty of women's underwear. Some of the conservative columnists called AIDS the gay plague, and with ill-concealed satisfaction. It was a plague, but by 1986 or so, the gay community had a pretty good fix on it. We understood the 2 most basic preventive measures: no unprotected sex and no sharing of needles. But young men think they're immortal, and as my grandma used to say when she was in her cups, a stiff dick has no conscience. It's especially true when the owner of that dick is drunk, high, and in the throes of sexual attraction. Ollie sighed, shrugged. Chances were taken. Mistakes were made. Even after the transmission vectors were well understood, tens of thousands of gay men died. People are only beginning to grasp the magnitude of that tragedy, now that most folks understand gays don't choose their sexual orientation. Great poets, great musicians, great mathematicians and scientists, God knows how many died before their talents could flower. They died in gutters, in cold water flats, in hospitals, and the indigent wards, all because they took a risk on a night when the music was loud, the wine was flowing, and the poppers were popping. By choice? There's still plenty who say so, but that's nonsense. The drive is too strong, too primal. If I'd been born 20 years later, I might have been one of the casualties. My friend Noah as well. But he died of a heart attack in his bed. And I'll die of whatever. Because by 50, there are fewer sexual temptations to resist, and even when the temptation is strong, the brain is sometimes able to overrule the cock, at least long enough to grab a condom. I'm not saying that plenty of men my age didn't die of AIDS. They did. No fool like an old fool, right? Some were my friends, but they were fewer than the younger fellas who jammed the clubs every night. My own clique, Noah, Henry Reed, John Rubin, Frank Diamond, sometimes went out just to watch those young guys do their mating dances. We didn't drool, but we watched. We weren't so different from the middle-aged hetero golfing buddies who go to Hooters once a week just to watch the waitresses bend over. That sort of behavior may be slightly pitiful, but it's not unnatural. Or do you disagree? Dave shook his head. One night, 4 or 5 of us dropped by a dance club called High Pockets. I think we had just about decided to call it a night when this kid walked in on his own. Looked a little like David Bowie. He was tall, wearing tight white bike shorts and a blue tee with cut-off sleeves. Long blonde hair, combed up in a high pompadour that was funny and sexy at the same time. High color, natural, not rouge, in his cheeks, along with a spangle of silvery stuff. A cupid's bow of a mouth. Every eye in the place turned to look at him. Noah grabbed my arm and said, "That's him. That's Mr. Yummy. I'd give $1,000 to take him home." I laughed and said, $1,000 wouldn't buy him. At that age and with those looks, all he wanted was to be admired and desired. Also to have great sex as often as possible. And when you're 22, that's often. Pretty soon, he was part of a group of good-looking guys, although none as good-looking as he was. All of them laughing and drinking and dancing whatever dance was in back then. None of them sparing a glance for the quartet of middle-aged men sitting at a table far back from the dance floor and drinking wine. Middle-aged men still 5 or 10 years from quitting their efforts to look younger than their age. Why would he look at us with all those lovely young men vying for his attention? And Frank Diamond said, "He'll be dead in a year. See how pretty he is then." Only he didn't just say it, he spit it out, like that was some kind of weird, I don't know, consolation prize. Ollie, who had survived the age of the deep closet to live in one where gay marriage was legal in most states, once more shrugged his thin shoulders, as if to say it was all water under the bridge. So that was our Mr. Yummy, a summation of all that was beautiful and desirable and out of reach. I never saw him again until 2 weeks ago. Not at High Pockets, not at Peter Pepper's or the Tall Glass, not at any of the other clubs I went to, although I went to those places less and less frequently as the so-called Reagan era wore on. By the late 80s, going to the gay clubs was too weird, like attending the masquerade ball in Poe's story about the Red Death. You know, come on everybody, kick out the jams, have another glass of champagne, and ignore all those people dropping like flies. There was no fun in that unless you were 22 and still under the impression that you were bulletproof. It must have been hard. Ollie raised the hand not wedded to his cane and waggled it in a come-see, come-saw gesture. Was and wasn't. It was what the recovering alkies call life on life's terms. Dave considered letting it go at that and decided he couldn't. The gift of the watch was too dismaying. Listen to your Uncle Dave, Ollie. Words of one syllable. You did not see that kid. You might have seen someone who looked a little like him, but if your Mr. Yummy was 22 back then, he'd be in his 50s himself by now. If he avoided AIDS, that is. It was just a trick your brain played on you. My elderly brain, Ollie said, smiling, my going-on senile brain. I never said senile. You're not that, but your brain is elderly. Undoubtedly. But it was him. It was. The first time I saw him, he was on Maryland Avenue at the foot of the main drive. A few days later, he was lounging on the porch steps below the main entrance, smoking a clove cigarette. 2 days ago, he was sitting on a bench outside the admission office, still wearing that blue sleeveless tee and those blinding white shorts. He should have stopped traffic, but nobody saw him, except for me, that is. I refused to humor him. Dave thought he deserves better. You're hallucinating, pal. Ollie was unfazed. Just now he was in the common room watching TV with the rest of the early birds. I waved to him and he waved back. A grin, startlingly youthful, broke on Ollie's face. He also tipped me a wink. White bite short, sleeveless tee, 22 and good-looking. I may be straight, but I think I would have noticed that. He's here for me, so I'm the only one who can see him. QED. He hoisted himself to his feet. Shall we go back? I'm ready for coffee. They walked toward the patio, where they would climb the steps as carefully as they had descended them. Once they had lived in the Reagan era, now they lived in the era of glass hips. When they reached the flagstones outside the common room, they both paused for breath. When Dave had his, he said, So what have we learned today, class? That death personified isn't a skeleton riding on a pale horse with a scythe over his shoulder, but a hot dance-hall kid with glitter on his cheeks. I imagine different people see different avatars, Ollie said mildly. According to what I've read, the majority see their mothers once they reach death's door. Ollie, the majority sees no one, and you're not My mother, however, died shortly after I was born, so I wouldn't even recognize her. He started for the double doors, but Dave took his arm. I'll keep the watch until the Halloween party, how's that? 4 months, and I'll wind it religiously, but if you're still around then, you take it back, deal? Ollie beamed. Absolutely. Let's go see how Olga's doing with Laturi Fell, shall we? Olga was back at the card table, staring down at the puzzle. It was not a happy stare. I left you the last 3 pieces, Dave. Unhappy or not, she was at least clear on who he was again. But that will still leave 4 holes. After a week's work, this is very disappointing. Shit happens, Olga, Dave said, sitting down. He tapped the remaining pieces into place with a satisfaction that went all the way back to rainy days at summer camp, where, he now realized, the common room had been quite a bit like this. Life was a short shelf that came with bookends. Yes, it does, she said, contemplating the missing 4 pieces. It certainly does. But so much shit, Bob, so much. Olga, I'm Dave. She turned her frown on him. That's what I said. No sense arguing, and no sense trying to convince her that 996 out of 1,000 was a fine score. She's 10 years from 100 and still thinks she deserves perfection, Dave thought. Some people have remarkably sturdy illusions. He looked up and saw Ollie emerging from the closet-sized craft center adjacent to the common room. He was holding a sheet of tissue paper and a pen. He made his way to the table and floated the tissue onto the puzzle. Here, what are you doing? Olga asked. Show some patience for once in your life, dear, you see. She stuck out her lower lip like a pouty child. No, I'm going to smoke. If you want to take that damn thing apart, be my guest. Put it back in the box or knock it on the floor. Your choice is no good the way it is. She stalked off with as much hauteur as her arthritis would allow. Ollie dropped into her seat with a sigh of relief. That's much better. Bending's a bitch these days. He traced two of the missing pieces, which happened to be close together, then moved the paper to trace the other two. Dave watched with interest. Will that work? Oh, yeah, Ollie said. There are some cardboard FedEx boxes in the mailroom. I'll filch one of them. Do some cutting and a little drawing. Just don't let Olga have a tantrum and disassemble the damn thing before I get back. If you want photos, for matching purposes, I'll get my iPhone. Don't need it. Ollie tapped his forehead gravely. Got my camera up here. It's an old brownie box instead of a smartphone, but even these days it works pretty well. 3. Olga was still in a snit when she came back from the loading dock, and she did indeed want to disassemble the not-quite-complete jigsaw, but Dave was able to distract her by waving the cribbage board in her face. They played 3 games. Dave lost all 3 and was skunked in the last. Olga was not always sure who he was, and there were days when she believed she was back in Atlanta living in an aunt's boarding house, but when it came to cribbage, she never missed a double run or a 15 for 2. She's also really lucky, Dave thought, not without resentment. Who winds up with 20 points in the goddamn crib? Around 11:15, Fox News had given way to Drew Carey flogging prizes on The Price is Right. Ollie Franklin returned and made his way to the cribbage board. A shave and a neat short-sleeved shirt made him look almost dapper. Hey, Olga, I have something for you, girlfriend. I'm not your girlfriend, Olga said. There was a small, meanly amused glint in her eye. If you ever had a girlfriend, I'll be dipped in bear shit. In gratitude, thy name is woman, Ollie said without rancor. Hold out your hand. And when she did, he dropped 4 newly constructed jigsaw pieces into it. She glared at them suspiciously. What are these? The missing pieces. Missing pieces to what? The puzzle you and Dave were doing, remember the puzzle? Dave could almost hear the clicking beneath her frizzy cloud of white hair as old relays and corroded memory banks came to life. Of course I do, but these will never fit. Try them, Ollie invited. Dave took them from her before she could. To him, they looked perfect. One showed that lacework of girders. The 2 that had been close together showed part of a pink cloud of the horizon. The 4th showed the forehead and pertly cocked beret of a tiny boulevardier who could have been promenading on the Place Vendôme. It was pretty amazing, he thought. Ollie might be 85, but he still had game. Dave returned the pieces to Olga, who tapped them in one after the other. Each fit perfectly. Voila, Dave said, and shook Ollie's hand. Tout fini! Wonderful! Olga was bent so close to the puzzle that her nose was touching it. This new girder piece doesn't quite match up with the ones around it. Dave said, That's a little thankless, even for you, Olga. Olga made a humph sound. Over her head, Ollie waggled his eyebrows. Dave waggled back. Sit with us at lunch. I may skip lunch, Ollie said. A walk and my latest artistic triumph have tired me out. He bent to look at the puzzle and sighed. No, they don't match, but close. Close only counts in horseshoes, Olga said. Boyfriend. Ollie made his slow way toward the door opening on the evergreen wing, cane tapping its unmistakable 1-2-3 rhythm. He didn't appear at lunch, and when he didn't show up for dinner, that day's duty nurse checked on him and found him lying on the coverlet of his bed, with his talented hands laced together on his chest. He seemed to have died as he lived, peacefully and with no fuss. That evening, Dave tried the door of his late friend's suite and found it open. He sat on the stripped bed with the silver pocket watch laid on his palm, the cover open so he could watch the second hand go round in the little circle above the 6. He looked at Ollie's possessions, the books on the shelf, the sketch pads on the desk, the various drawings taped to the walls, and wondered who would take them. The ne'er-do-well brother, he supposed. He fished for the name, and it came to him, Tom, and the niece was Martha. Over the bed was a charcoal drawing of a handsome young man with his hair combed high and spangles on his cheeks. On his Cupid's bow lips was a smile. It was small, but inviting. 4. The summer came full, then began to ebb. School buses rolled down Maryland Avenue. Olga Glukov's condition declined. She mistook Dave for her late husband more frequently. Her cribbage skills remained, but she began to lose her English. Although Dave's older son and daughter lived close by in the suburbs, it was Peter who came to visit most frequently, driving in from the farm in Hemingford County, 60 miles away, and often taking his father out to dinner. Halloween rolled around. The staff decorated the common room with orange and black streamers. The residents of Lakeview Assisted Living Center celebrated All Hallows with cider, pumpkin pie, and popcorn balls for the few whose teeth were still up to the challenge. Many spent the evening in costume, which made Dave Calhoun think of something his old friend had said during their last conversation, about how, in the late 80s, going to the gay clubs had been too much like attending the Masquerade and Post story about the Red Death. He supposed Lakeview was also a kind of club, and sometimes it was gay. But there was a drawback. You couldn't leave, unless you had relatives willing to take you in. Peter and his wife would have done that for Dave if he had asked, would have given him the room where their son Jerome had once lived. But Peter and Alicia were getting on themselves now, and he would not inflict himself on them. One warm day in early November, he went out onto the flagstone patio and sat on one of the benches there. The paths beyond were inviting in the sunshine, but he no longer dared the steps. He might fall going down, which would be bad. He might not be able to get back up again without help, which would be humiliating. He spied a young woman standing by the fountain. She wore the kind of shin-length, frilly collar dress you only saw nowadays in old black-and-white movies on TCM. Her hair was bright red. She smiled at him and waved. "Why, look at you," Dave thought. "Didn't I see you not long after World War II ended, getting out of your boyfriend's pickup truck at the Humble oil station in Omaha?" As if hearing this thought, the pretty redhead tipped him a wink, and then twitched up the hem of her dress slightly, showing her knees. "Hello, Miss Yummy," Dave thought. And then, "Once you did a lot better than that." The memory made him laugh. She laughed in return. This he saw, but could not hear, although she was close and his ears were still sharp. Then she walked behind the fountain and didn't come out. Yet Dave had reason to believe she would be back. He had glimpsed the life force down there, no more and no less, the strong beating heart of beauty and desire. Next time, she would be closer. 5. Peter came into town the following week, and they went out to dinner at a nice place close by. Dave ate well and drank 2 glasses of wine. They perked him up considerably. When the meal was done, he took Ollie's silver watch from his inner coat pocket, coiled the heavy chain around it, and pushed it across the tablecloth to his son. "What's this?" Peter asked. "It was a gift from a friend," Dave said. "He gave it to me shortly before he passed on. I want you to have it." Peter attempted to push it back. "I can't take this, Dad. It's too nice." "Actually, you'd be doing me a favor, because of the arthritis. It's very hard for me to wind it, and pretty soon I won't be able to at all. Darn thing's at least 120 years old, and a watch that's made it that far deserves to run as long as it can. So please, take it." "Well, when you put it that way." Peter took the watch and dropped it into his pocket. "Thanks, Dad. It's a beaut." At the next table, so close Dave could have reached out and touched her, sat the redhead. There was no meal in front of her, but no one seemed to notice. At this distance, Dave saw that she was more than pretty. She was downright beautiful. Surely more beautiful than that long-ago girl had been, sliding out of her boyfriend's pickup with her skirt momentarily bunched in her lap. But what of that? Such revisions were, like birth and death, the ordinary course of things. Memory's job was not only to recall the past, but to burnish it. The redhead slid her skirt up farther this time, revealing one long white thigh for a second, perhaps even 2, and winked. Dave winked back. Peter turned to look and saw only an empty 4-top table with a reserved sign on it. When he turned back to his father, his eyebrows were raised. Dave smiled. Just something in my eye. It's gone now. Why don't you get the check? I'm tired and ready to go back.
Thinking of Michael McDowell. There's a saying, if you can remember the 60s, you weren't there. Total bullshit, and here's a case in point. Tommy wasn't his name, and he wasn't the one who died, but otherwise this is how it went down, back when we all thought we were going to live forever and change the world.
Tommy, read by Stephen King.
Tommy died in 1969. He was a hippie with leukemia. Bummer, man. After the funeral came the reception at Newman Center. That's what his folks called it, the reception. My friend Phil said, "Isn't that what you have after a fucking wedding?" The freaks all went to the reception. Darryl wore his cape. There were sandwiches to eat and great drink in Dixie cups. My friend Phil said, "What is this grape shit?" I said it was Zarex. I recognized it, I said, from MYF. "What's that shit?" asked Phil. "Methodist Youth Fellowship," I said. "I went for 10 years and once did a flannel board of Noah and the Ark." "Fuck your Ark," said Phil, "and fuck the animals who rode on it." Phil, a young man with strong opinions. After the reception, Tommy's parents went home. I imagine they cried and cried. The freaks went to 110 North Main. We cranked up the stereo. I found some Grateful Dead records. I hated the Dead. Of Jerry Garcia, I used to say, "I'll be grateful when he's dead." Turned out I wasn't. Oh well, Tommy liked them. Also, dear God, Kenny Rogers. We smoked dope and zigzag papers. We smoked Winston's and Pall Malls. We drank beer and ate scrambled eggs. We rapped about Tommy. It was pretty nice. And when the Wildstein Club showed up, all 8 of them, we let them in because Tommy was gay and sometimes wore Darryl's cape. We all agreed his folks had done him righteous. Tommy wrote down what he wanted, and they gave him most of it. He was dressed in his best as he lay in his new narrow apartment. He wore his bell-bottom blue jeans and his favorite tie-dye shirt. Melissa Big Girl Freak made that shirt. I don't know what happened to her. She was there one day, then gone down that lost highway. I associate her with melting snow. Main Street in Orono would gleam so wet and bright it hurt your eyes. That was the winter the Lemon Pipers sang Green Tambourine. His hair was shampooed. It went to his shoulders. Man, it was clean. I bet the mortician washed it. He was wearing his headband with the peace sign stitched in white silk. "He looked like a dude," said Phil. He was getting drunk. Phil was always getting drunk. Jerry Garcia was singing Truckin'. It's a pretty stupid song. "Fucking Tommy," said Phil. "Drink to the motherfucker." We drank to the motherfucker. "He wasn't wearing his special button," said Indian Scontris. Indian was in the Wildstein Club. Back then he knew every dance. These days he sells insurance in Brewer. "He told his mother he wanted to be buried wearing his button. That is so bogus." I said, "His mom just moved it under his vest." I looked. It was a leather vest with silver buttons. Tommy bought it at the free fair. I was with him that day. There was a rainbow, and from a loudspeaker, Canned Heat sang, "Let's work together." "I'm here, and I'm queer," said the button his mother moved beneath his vest. "She should have left it alone," said Indian Scontris. "Tommy was proud. He was a very proud queer." Indian Scontris was crying. Now he sells whole life policies and has 3 daughters. Turned out not to be so gay after all, but selling insurance is very queer, in my opinion. "She was his mother," I said, "and kissed his scrapes when he was young." "What does that have to do with it?" asked Indian Scontris. "Fucking Tommy," said Phil, and raised his beer high. "Let's toast the motherfucker." We toasted the motherfucker. That was 40 years ago. Tonight I wonder how many hippies died in those few sunshine years. Must have been quite a few. It's just statistics, man. And I'm not just talking about the war. You had your car accidents, your drug overdoses, plus booze, bar fights, the occasional suicide, and let's not leave out leukemia. All the usual suspects is all I'm saying. How many were buried in their hippie duds? This question occurs to me in the whispers of the night. It must have been quite a few, although it was fleeting, the time of the freaks. Their free fare is now underground, where they still wear their bell-bottoms and headbands, and there is mold on the full sleeves of their psychedelic shirts. The hair in those narrow rooms is brittle, but still long. The man's barber has not touched it in 40 years. No gray has frosted it. What about the ones who went down clasping signs that said, "Hell no, we won't go"? What about the car accident boy buried with a McCarthy sticker on the lid of his coffin? What about the girl with stars on her forehead? They have fallen now, I imagine, from her parchment skin. These are the soldiers of love who never sold insurance. These are the fashion dudes who never went out of fashion. Sometimes at night, I think of hippies asleep in the earth. Here's to Tommy. Drink to the motherfucker. For D.F. In 1999, while taking a walk near my home, I was hit by a guy driving a van. He was doing about 40, and the collision should have killed me. I guess I must have taken some sort of half-assed evasive action at the last moment, although I don't remember doing that. What I do remember is the aftermath. An event that occurred in 2 or 3 seconds beside a rural main highway resulted in 2 or 3 years of physical therapy and slow rehabilitation. During those long months spent recovering some range of movement in my right leg and then learning to walk again, I had plenty of time to reflect on what some philosophers have called the problem of pain. This story is about that, and I wrote it years later when the worst of my own pain had receded to a steady low mutter. Like several other stories in this book, the little green god of agony is a search for closure, but like all the stories in this book, its principal purpose is to entertain. Although life experiences are the basis of all stories, I am not in the business of confessional fiction.
The Little Green God of Agony. Read by Hope Davis.
"I was in an accident," Newsom said. Catherine MacDonald, sitting beside the bed and attaching one of 4 TENS units to Newsom's scrawny thigh, just below the basketball shorts he now always wore, did not look up. Her face was carefully blank. She was a piece of human furniture in this big bedroom, where she now spent most of her working life, and that was the way she liked it. Attracting Mr. Newsom's attention was usually a bad idea, as all of his employees knew. But her thoughts ran on just the same. Now you tell them that you actually caused the accident, because you think taking responsibility makes you look like a hero. "Actually," Newsom said, "I caused the accident. Not so tight, Cat, please." She could have pointed out, as she had at the start, that TENS units lost their efficacy if they weren't drawn tight to the outraged nerves they were supposed to soothe. But she was a fast learner. She loosened the Velcro strap a little while her thoughts ran on. "The pilot told you there were thunderstorms in the Omaha area?" "The pilot told me there were thunderstorms in that part of the world," Newsom continued. The 2 men listened closely. Jensen had heard it all before, of course. But you always listened closely when the man doing the talking was the sixth richest man, not just in America, but in the world. 3 of the other 5 mega-rich guys were dark-complected fellows who wore robes and drove around desert countries in armored Mercedes-Benzes. But I told him it was imperative that I make that meeting. But I told him it was imperative that I make that meeting. The man sitting next to Newsom's personal assistant was the one who interested her, in an anthropological sort of way. His name was Rideout. He was tall and thin, maybe 60, wearing plain gray pants and a white shirt buttoned all the way to his scrawny neck, which was red with overshaving. Cat supposed he'd wanted to get a close one before meeting the 6th richest man in the world. Beneath his chair was the only item he'd carried into this meeting, a long black lunchbox with a curved top meant to hold a thermos. A working man's lunchbox, although what he claimed to be was a minister. So far, Mr. Rideout hadn't said a word, but Cat didn't need her ears to know what he was. The whiff of charlatan about him was even stronger than the smell of his aftershave. In 15 years as a nurse specializing in pain patients, she had met her share. At least this one wasn't wearing any crystals. "Now tell them about your revelation," she thought as she carried her stool around to the other side of the bed. It was on casters, but Newsom didn't like the sound when she rolled on it. She might have told another patient that carrying the stool wasn't in her contract, but when you were being paid $5,000 a week for what were essentially human caretaking services, you kept your smart remarks to yourself. Nor did you tell the patient that emptying and washing out bedpans wasn't in your contract. Although lately, her silent compliance was wearing a little thin. She felt it happening, like the fabric of a shirt that had been washed and worn too many times. Newsom was speaking primarily to the fellow in the farmer-goes-to-town getup. "As I lay on the runway in the rain among the burning pieces of a $14 million aircraft, most of the clothes torn off my body, that'll happen when you hit pavement and roll 50 or 60 feet, I had a revelation." Actually, 2 of them, Cat thought, as she strapped a second TENS unit around his other, wasted, flabby, scarred leg. "Actually, 2 revelations," Newsom said. "One was that it was very good to be alive, although I understood even before the pain that's been my constant companion for the last 2 years started to eat through the shock that I had been badly hurt. The second was that the word imperative is used very loosely by most people, including my former self. There are only 2 imperatives in human existence. One is life itself. The other is freedom from pain. Do you agree, Reverend Rideout?" And before Rideout could agree, for surely he would do nothing else, Newsom said in his waspy, hectoring old man's voice, "Not so goddamn tight, Cat. How many times do I have to tell you?" "Sorry," she murmured, and loosened the strap. Melissa, the housekeeper, looking trim in a white blouse and high-waisted white slacks, came in with a coffee tray. Jensen accepted a cup, along with 2 packets of artificial sweetener. The new guy, the bottom-of-the-barrel so-called reverend, only shook his head. Maybe he had some kind of holy coffee in his lunchbox thermos. Cat didn't get an offer. When she took coffee, she took it in the kitchen with the rest of the help, or in the summer house, only this wasn't summer. It was November, and wind-driven rain lashed the windows. "Shall I turn you on, Mr. Newsom, or would you prefer that I leave now?" She didn't want to leave. She'd heard the whole story many times before, the important meeting in Omaha, the crash, Andrew Newsom ejected from the burning plane, the broken bones, chipped spine, and dislocated hip, the 24 months of unrelieved suffering that had followed, and it bored her. But Rideout was kind of interesting. Other charlatans would undoubtedly follow, now that all reputable relief resources had been exhausted. But Rideout was the first, and Cat wanted to observe how the farmer-looking fellow would go about separating Andy Newsom from a large chunk of his cash. or how he would try. Newsom hadn't amassed his fortune by being stupid, but of course, he wasn't the same man he had been, no matter how real his pain might be. On that subject, Kat had her own opinions. But this was the best job she'd ever had, at least in terms of money. And if Newsom wanted to continue suffering, wasn't that his choice? "Go ahead, honey, turn me on." He waggled his eyebrows at her. Once the lechery might have been real. Kat thought Melissa might have information on that subject. But now it was just a pair of shaggy eyebrows working on muscle memory. Kat plugged the cords into the control unit and flicked the switch. Properly attached, the TENS units would have sent a weak electrical current into Newsom's muscles, a therapy that seemed to have some ameliorative effects, although no one could say exactly why, or if they were entirely of the placebo variety. Be that as it might, they would do nothing for Newsom tonight. Hooked up as loosely as they were, they had been reduced to expensive joy buzzers. "Shall I stay?" he said. "Therapy." "The Lord wounded in battle commands, and I obey." She bent over to pull her chest of goodies out from under the bed. It was filled with tools many of her past clients referred to as implements of torture. Jensen and Rideout paid no attention to her. They continued to look at Newsom, who might or might not have been granted revelations that had changed his priorities and outlook on life, but who still enjoyed holding court. He told them about awakening in a cage of metal and mesh. There were steel gantries called external fixators on both legs and one arm to immobilize joints that had been repaired with about 100 steel pins. Actually, 17. Kat had seen the x-rays. The fixators were anchored in the outraged and splintered femurs, tibiae, fibulae, humerus, radius, ulna. His back was encased in a kind of chain-mail girdle that went from his hips to the nape of his neck. He talked about sleepless nights that seemed to go on not for hours but for years. He talked about the crushing headaches. He told them about how even wiggling his toes caused pain all the way up to his jaw, and the shrieking agony that bit into his legs when the doctors insisted that he move them, fixators and all, so he wouldn't entirely lose their function. He told them about the bed sores and how he bit back howls of hurt and outrage when the nurses attempted to roll him on his side so the sores could be flushed out. "There have been another dozen operations in the last 2 years," he said with a kind of dark pride. Actually, Kat knew, there had been 5, 2 of those to remove the external fixators when the bones were sufficiently healed. Unless you included the minor procedure to reset his broken fingers, that was. Then you could say there were 6, but she didn't consider surgical stuff necessitating no more than local anesthetic to be operations. If that were the case, she'd had a dozen herself, most of them while listening to music in a dentist's chair. Now we get to the false promises, she thought, as she placed a gel pad in the crook of Newsom's right knee and laced her hands together on the hanging hot water bottles of muscle beneath his right thigh. That comes next. "The doctors promised me the pain would abate," Newsom said. His eyes were fixed on Rideout. "That in 6 weeks I'd only need the narcotics before and after my physical therapy sessions with the Queen of Pain here. That I'd be walking again by the summer of 2010. Last summer." He paused for effect. "Reverend Rideout, those were false promises. I have almost no flexion in my knees at all, and the pain in my hips and back is beyond description. The doctors— Oh, stop, Kat, stop." She had raised his right leg to a 10-degree angle, perhaps a little more, not even enough to hold the cushioning pad in place. "Let it go down, God damn it." Kat relaxed her hold on his knee, and the leg returned to the hospital bed. 10 degrees, possibly 12, whoop-de-doo. Sometimes she got it all the way to 15, and the left leg, which was a little better, to 20 degrees of flex, before he started hollering like a chicken-shit kid who sees a hypodermic needle in the school nurse's hand. The doctors guilty of false promises had not been guilty of false advertising. They had told him the pain was coming. Cat had been there as a silent onlooker during several of those consultations. They had told him he would swim in pain before those crucial tendons, shortened by the accident and frozen in place by the fixators, stretched out and once again became limber. He would have plenty of pain before he was able to get the bend in his knees back to 90 degrees, which meant before he would be able to sit in a chair or behind the wheel of a car. The same was true of his back and his neck. The road to recovery led through the land of pain. That was all. These were true promises Andrew Newsome had chosen not to hear. It was his belief, never stated baldly, in words of one syllable, but undoubtedly one of the stars he steered by, that the sixth richest man in the world should not have to visit the land of pain under any circumstances, only the Costa del Sol of full recovery. Blaming the doctors followed as day follows night, and of course he blamed fate. Things like this were not supposed to happen to guys like him. Melissa came back with cookies on a tray. Newsome waved a hand, twisted and scarred in the accident, at her irritably. "No one's in the mood for baked goods, Lissa." Here was another thing Cat MacDonald had discovered about those golden-dollar babies who had amassed assets beyond ordinary comprehension. They felt very confident about speaking for everyone in the room. Melissa gave her a little Mona Lisa smile, then turned, almost pirouetted, and left the room, glided from the room. She had to be at least 45, but looked younger. She wasn't sexy, nothing so vulgar. Rather, there was an ice queen glamour about her that made Cat think of Ingrid Bergman. Icy or not, Cat supposed men would wonder how that chestnut hair would look freed from its clips and all mussed up, how her coral lipstick would look smeared on her teeth and up one cheek. Cat, who considered herself dumpy, told herself at least once a day that she wasn't jealous of that smooth, cool face or that tight, heart-shaped bottom. Cat returned to the other side of the bed and prepared to lift Newsome's left leg until he yelled at her again to stop. Goddammit, did she want to kill him? "If you were another patient, I'd tell you the facts of life," she thought. "I'd tell you to stop looking for shortcuts, because there are none, not even for the sixth richest man in the world. I'd help you if you'd let me, but as long as you keep looking for a way to buy your way out of that bed, you're on your own." She placed the pad under his knee, grasped the hanging bags of flesh that should have been hardening up again by now, began to bend the leg, waited for him to scream at her to stop. And she would, because $5,000 a week added up to a cool $250,000 a year. Did he know that part of what he was buying was her complicity in his failure to improve? How could he not? Now tell them about the doctors, Geneva, London, Madrid, Mexico City. "I've been to doctors all over the world," he told Rideout. The Reverend still hadn't said a word, just sat there with the red wattles of his overshaved neck hanging over his button-to-the-neck country preacher's shirt. He was wearing big yellow work boots. The heel of one almost touched his black lunchbox. "Teleconferencing would be the easier way to go given my condition, but of course that doesn't cut it in cases like mine, so I've gone in person in spite of the pain it causes me. We've been everywhere, haven't we, Cat?" "Indeed, we have," she said, very slowly continuing to bend the leg, on which he would have been walking by now if he weren't such a child about the pain, such a spoiled baby, on crutches, yes, but walking. And in another year he would have been able to throw the crutches away. Only in another year he would still be here, in this $200,000 state-of-the-art hospital bed, and she would still be with him, still taking his hush money. How much would be enough? 2 million? She told herself that now, but she told herself not so long ago $500,000 would be enough, and had since moved the goalposts. Money was wretched that way. We've seen specialists in Mexico, Geneva, London, Rome, Paris. Where else, Cat? Vienna, she said. And San Francisco, of course. Newsom snorted. Doctors there told me I was manufacturing my own pain. Hysterical conversion, he said, to keep from doing the hard work of rehabilitation. But he was a packy, and a queer packy. How's that for a combo? He gave a brief bark of laughter, then peered at Rideout. I'm not offending you, am I, Reverend? Rideout moved his head side to side in a negative gesture, twice, very slowly. Good. Stop, Cat, that's enough. A little more, she coaxed. Stop, I said, that's all I can take. She let the leg subside and began to manipulate his left arm. That he allowed. He often told people both of his arms had also been broken, but this wasn't true. The left one had only been sprained. He also told people he was lucky not to be in a wheelchair, but the all the bells and whistles hospital bed suggested strongly that this was luck on which he had no intention of capitalizing in the near future. The all the bells and whistles hospital bed was his wheelchair. He had ridden all over the world in it. Neuropathic pain, it's a great mystery, perhaps insoluble. The drugs no longer work. The consensus is that I'm suffering from neuropathic pain. And cowardice? It's a great mystery. Also a good excuse. Perhaps insoluble, especially when you don't try. The drugs no longer work, and the doctors can't help me. That's why I've brought you here, Reverend Rideout. Your references in the matter of healing are very strong. Rideout stood up. Cat hadn't realized how tall he was. His shadow scared up behind him on the wall even higher, almost to the ceiling. His eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, regarded Newsom solemnly. He had charisma. Of that there could be no doubt. It didn't surprise her. The charlatans of the world couldn't get along without it. But she hadn't realized how much or how strong it was until he got to his feet and towered over them. Jensen was actually craning his neck to take him in. There was movement in the corner of Kat's eye. She looked and saw Melissa standing in the doorway. So now they were all here, except for Tanya, the cook. Outside, the wind rose to a shriek. The glass in the windows rattled. I don't heal, Rideout said. He was from Arkansas, Cat believed. That was where Newsom's latest Gulf Stream 4 had picked him up, at least. But his voice was accentless and flat. No? Newsom looked disappointed, petulant. Maybe, Cat thought, a little scared. I sent a team of investigators, and they assure me that in many cases I expel. Up went the shaggy eyebrows. I beg your pardon? Rideout came to the bed and stood there, with his long-fingered hands laced loosely together at the level of his crotch. His deep-set eyes looked somberly down at the man in the bed. I exterminate the pest from the wounded body it's feeding on, just as a bug exterminator would exterminate termites feeding on a house. Now, Cat thought, I have heard everything. But Newsom was fascinated. Like a kid watching a 3-card Monte expert on a street corner, she thought. You've been possessed, sir. Yes, Newsom said. That's what it feels like, especially at night. The nights are very long. Every man or woman who suffers pain is possessed, of course. But in some unfortunate people, you are one. The problem goes deeper. The possession isn't a transient thing, but a permanent condition, one that worsens. Doctors don't believe because they are men of science, but you believe, don't you? Because you're the one who's suffering. You bet, Newsom breathed. Cat, sitting beside him on her stool, had to work very hard to keep from rolling her eyes. In these unfortunates, pain opens the way for a demon god. It's small, but dangerous. It feeds on a special kind of hurt, produced only by certain special people.
Genius, Cat thought. Newsom's going to love that.
Once the god finds its way in, pain becomes agony. It will feed until you are all used up. Then it will cast you aside, sir, and move on.
Cat surprised herself by saying, "What god would that be? Certainly not the one you preach about. That one is the god of love, or so I grew up believing." Jensen was frowning at her and shaking his head. He clearly expected an explosion from the boss, but a little smile had touched the corner of Newsom's lips.
What do you say to that, Rev? I say that there are many gods. The fact that our Lord, the Lord God of hosts, rules them all, and on the day of judgment will destroy them all, does not change that. These little gods have been worshipped by people both ancient and modern. They have their powers, and our God sometimes allows those powers to be exercised.
As a test, Cat thought.
As a test of our strength and faith.
Then Rideout turned to Newsom and said something that surprised her.
You are a man of much strength and little faith.
Newsom, although not used to hearing criticism, nevertheless smiled.
I don't have much in the way of Christian faith, that's true, but I have faith in myself. I also have faith in money. How much do you want?
Rideout returned the smile, exposing teeth that were little more than tiny eroded gravestones. If he had ever seen a dentist, it had been many moons ago. Also, he was a tobacco chewer. Cat's father, who had died of mouth cancer, had had the same discolored teeth.
How much would you pay to be free of your pain, sir?
$10 million, Newsom replied promptly.
Cat heard Melissa gasp. But I didn't get to where I am by being a sucker. If you do whatever it is you do, expelling, exterminating, exorcising, call it what you want, you get the money. In cash, if you don't mind spending the night. Fail, and you get nothing, except your first and only round trip on a private jet. For that there will be no charge. After all, I reached out to you. No.
Rideout said it mildly, standing there beside the bed, close enough to Cat so she could smell the mothballs that had been recently keeping his dress pants, maybe his only pair, unless he had another to preach in, whole. She could also smell some strong soap.
No?
Newsom looked frankly startled.
You tell me no?
Then he began to smile again. This time it was the secretive and rather unpleasant smile he wore when he made his phone calls and did his deals.
I get it. Now comes the curveball. I'm disappointed, Reverend Rideout. I really hoped you were on the level.
He turned to Cat, causing her to draw back a bit.
You, of course, think I've lost my mind, but I haven't shared the investigators' reports with you, have I?
No, she said.
There's no curveball, Rideout said. I haven't performed an expulsion in 5 years. Did your investigators tell you that?
Newsom didn't reply. He was looking up at the thin, towering man with a certain unease.
Jensen said, Is it because you've lost your powers? If that's the case, why did you come? It's God's power, sir, not mine, and I haven't lost it. But an expulsion takes great energy and great strength. 5 years ago, I suffered a major heart attack shortly after performing one on a young girl who had been in a terrible car accident. We were successful, she and I, but the cardiologist I consulted in Jonesboro told me that if I ever exerted myself in such a way again, I might suffer another attack, this one fatal.
Newsom raised a gnarled hand, not without effort, to the side of his mouth and spoke to Cat and Melissa in a comic stage whisper.
I think he wants 20 million. What I want, sir, is 750,000.
Newsom just stared at him. It was Melissa who asked, Why?
I am a pastor of a church in Titusville, the Church of Holy Faith it's called. only there's no church anymore. We had a dry summer in my part of the world. There was a wildfire, started by drunken campers. My church is now just a concrete footprint and a few charred beams. I and my parishioners have been worshipping in an abandoned gas station, convenience store on the Jonesboro Pike. It is not satisfactory during the winter months, and there are no homes large enough to accommodate us. We are many, but poor. Cat listened with interest. As con man stories went, this was an excellent one. It had all the right sympathy hooks. Jensen, who still had the body of a college athlete to go with the mind of a Harvard MBA, asked the obvious question. Insurance? Rideout once more shook his head in that deliberate way. Left, right, back to center. He still stood towering over Newsom's state-of-the-art bed like some country-ass guardian angel. We trust in God. You might have been better off with Allstate, Melissa said. Newsom was smiling. Cat could tell from the stiff way he held his body that he was in serious discomfort. His pills were now half an hour overdue, but he was ignoring the pain because he was interested. That he could ignore it was something she'd known for quite a while now. He could master the pain if he chose to. He had resources. She had thought she was merely irritated with this, but now, probably prompted by the appearance of the charlatan from Arkansas, she discovered she was actually infuriated. It was so wasteful. I have consulted with a local builder, not a member of my flock, but a man of good repute who has done repairs for me in the past and quotes a fair price. He tells me that it will cost approximately $750,000 to rebuild. Uh-huh, Cat thought. We don't have such monetary resources, of course, but then, not even a week after speaking with Mr. Kiernan, your letter came, along with the video disc, which I watched with great interest, by the way. I bet you did, Cat thought, especially the part where the doctor from San Francisco says the pain associated with his injuries can be greatly alleviated by physical therapy, stringent physical therapy. It was true that nearly a dozen other doctors on the DVD had claimed themselves at a loss, but Cat believed Dr. Dilawar was the only one with the guts to talk straight. She had been surprised that Newsom had allowed the disc to go out with that interview on it, but since his accident, the sixth richest man in the world had slipped a few cogs. Will you pay me enough to rebuild my church, sir? Newsom studied him. Now there were small beads of sweat just below his receding hairline. Cat would give him his pills soon, whether he asked for them or not. The pain was real enough. It wasn't as though he were faking or anything. It was just, would you agree not to ask for more? I'm talking gentleman's agreement. We don't need to sign anything. Yes. Rideout said it with no hesitation. Although if you're able to remove the pain, expel the pain, I might well make a contribution of some size, some considerable size, what I believe you people call a love offering. That would be your business, sir. Shall we begin? No time like the present. Do you want everyone to leave? Rideout shook his head again, left to right, right to left, back to center. I will need assistance. Magicians always do, Cat thought. It's part of the show. Outside, the wind shrieked, rested, then roused itself again. The lights flickered. Behind the house, the generator, also state-of-the-art, burped to life, then stilled. Rideout sat on the edge of the bed. Mr. Jensen, there, I think he looks strong and quick. He's both, Newsom said. Played football in college, running back, hasn't lost a step since. Well, a few, Jensen said modestly. Rideout leaned toward Newsom. His dark, deeply socketed eyes studied the billionaire's scarred face solemnly. Answer a question for me, sir. What color is your pain? Green, Newsom replied. He was looking back at the preacher with fascination. My pain is green. Rideout nodded. Up, down, back to center. Eye contact never lost. Cat was sure he would have nodded with exactly the same look of grave confirmation if Newsom had said his pain was blue, or as purple as the fabled people-eater. She thought with some combination of dismay and real amusement, I could lose my temper here. I really could. It would be the most expensive tantrum of my life, but still I could. And where is it? Everywhere. It was almost a moan. Melissa took a step forward, giving Jensen a look of concern. Kat saw him shake his head a little and motion her back to the doorway. Yes, it likes to give that impression, Rideout said, but it's a liar. Close your eyes, sir, and concentrate. Look for the pain. Look past the false shouts it gives. Ignore the cheap ventriloquism and locate it. You can do this. You must do it if we're to have any success. Newsom closed his eyes. For a space of about 90 seconds, there was no sound but the wind and the rain spattering against the windows like handfuls of fine gravel. Kat's watch was the old-fashioned wind-up kind, a nursing school graduation present from her father many years ago, and when the wind lulled, the room was quiet enough for her to hear its self-important ticking. And something else. At the far end of the big house, elderly Tanya Marsden singing softly as she neatened up the kitchen at the end of another day. Froggy went a-courtin' and he did right, uh-huh. At last Newsom said, It's in my chest, high in my chest, or at the bottom of my throat below the windpipe. Can you see it? Concentrate. Vertical lines appeared on Newsom's forehead. Scars from the skin that had been flayed open during the accident wavered through these grooves of concentration. I see it. It's pulsing, in time to my heartbeat. His lips pulled down in an expression of distaste. It's nasty. Rideout leaned closer. Is it a ball? It is, isn't it? A green ball. Yes, yes, a little green ball that breathes. Like the rigged-up tennis ball you undoubtedly have either up your sleeve or in that big black lunchbox of yours, Rev, she thought. And as if she were controlling him with her mind, instead of just deducing where this foolish little playlet would go next, Rideout said, Mr. Jensen, sir, there's a lunchbox under the chair I was sitting in. Get it and open it and stand next to me. You need to do no more than that for the moment. Just... Kat MacDonald snapped. It was a snap she actually heard in her head. It sounded like Roger Miller snapping his fingers during the intro to King of the Road. She stepped up beside Rideout and shouldered him aside. It was easy. He was taller, but she had been turning and lifting patients for nearly half her life, and she was stronger. Open your eyes, Andy. Open them right now. Look at me. Startled, Newsom did as she said. Melissa and Jensen, now with the lunchbox in his hands, looked alarmed. One of the facts of their working lives, and Kat's own, at least until now, was that you didn't command the boss. The boss commanded you. You most certainly did not startle him. But she'd had quite enough. In another 20 minutes, she might be crawling after her headlights along stormy roads to the only motel in the vicinity. But it didn't matter. She simply couldn't do this any longer. This is bullshit, Andy, she said. Are you hearing me? Bullshit. I think you'd better stop right there, Newsom said, beginning to smile. He had several smiles, and this wasn't one of the good ones. If you want to keep your job, that is, there are plenty of other nurses in Vermont who specialize in pain therapy. She might have stopped there, but Rideout said, Let her speak, sir. It was the gentleness in his tone that drove her over the edge. She leaned forward into his space, and the words spilled out in a torrent. For the last 16 months, ever since your respiratory system improved enough to allow meaningful physiotherapy, I've watched you lie in this goddamn expensive bed and insult your own body. It makes me sick. Do you know how lucky you are to be alive when everyone else on that airplane was killed? What a miracle it was that your spine wasn't severed, or your skull crushed into your brain, or your body burned. No, baked. Baked like an apple from head to toe. You would have lived for days, maybe even 2 weeks in hellish agony, Instead, you were thrown clear. You're not a vegetable. You're not a quadriplegic, although you choose to act like one. You won't do the work. You look for some easier way. You want to pay your way out of your situation. If you died and went to hell, the first thing you'd try to do is grease Satan's palm. Jensen and Melissa were staring at her in horror. Newsom's mouth hung open. If he had ever been talked to in such a fashion, it had been long ago. Only Rideout looked at ease. He was the one smiling now, the way a father would smile at his wayward 4-year-old. It drove her crazy. You could have been walking by now. God knows I've tried to make you understand that, and God knows I've told you over and over the kind of work it would take to get you up out of that bed and back on your feet. Dr. Dillawar in San Francisco had the guts to tell you he was the only one, and you rewarded him by calling him a faggot.
He was a faggot,
Newsom said. His scarred hands had balled themselves into fists. You're in pain, yes, of course you are. It's manageable, though. I've seen it managed, not once, but many times. Not by a rich man who tries to substitute his sense of entitlement for the plain old hard work and tears it takes to get better. You refuse. I've seen that too, and I know what always happens next. The quacks and confidence men come, the way leeches come when a man with a cut leg wades into a stagnant pond. Sometimes the quacks have magic creams, sometimes they have magic pills. The healers come with trumped-up claims about God's power, the way this one has. Usually the marks get partial relief. Why wouldn't they, when half the pain is in their heads, manufactured by lazy minds that only understand it will hurt to get better? She raised her voice to a wavering, childlike treble and bent close to him.
Daddy, it hurts.
But the relief never lasts long because the muscles have no tone. The tendons are still slack. The bones haven't thickened enough to accommodate weight-bearing. And when you get this guy on the phone to tell him the pain's back, if you can, do you know what he'll say? That you didn't have faith enough. If you used your brains on this the way you did on your manufacturing plants and various investments, you'd know there's no living tennis ball sitting at the base of your throat. You're too fucking old to believe in Santa Claus, Andy. Tanya had come into the doorway and now stood beside Melissa, staring with wide eyes and a dishwiper hanging limp in one hand.
You're fired,
Newsom said, almost genially. Yes, Kat said. Of course I am. Although I must say that this is the best I've felt in almost a year. If you fire her, Rideout said, I'll have to take my leave. Newsom's eyes rolled to the Reverend. His brow was knitted in perplexity. His hands now began to knead his hips and thighs, as they always did when his pain medication was overdue. She needs educating, praise God's holy name. Rideout leaned toward Newsom, his own hands clasped behind his back. He reminded Kat of a picture she'd seen once of Washington Irving's school teacher, Ichabod Crane. She's had her say. Shall I have mine? Newsom was sweating more heavily, but he was smiling again.
Have at her. Rip and roar. I believe I want to hear this.
Kat faced him. Those dark, socketed eyes were unsettling, but she met them. Actually, so do I. Hands still clasped behind his back, pink skull shining mutedly through his thin hair, long face solemn, Rideout examined her. Then he said, You've never suffered yourself, have you? Kat felt an urge to flinch at that, or look away, or both. She suppressed it. I fell out of a tree when I was 11 and broke my arm. Rideout rounded his thin lips and whistled, one tuneless, almost toneless note. Broken arm while you were 11. Yes, that must have been excruciating. She flushed. She felt it and hated it, but couldn't stop the heat. Belittle me all you want. I based what I said on years of experience dealing with pain patients. It is medical opinion. Now he'll tell me he's been expelling demons or little green gods or whatever they are since I was in rompers. But he didn't. I'm sure, he soothed. I'm sure you're good at what you do. I'm sure you've seen your share of fakers and posers. You know their kind.
And I know yours, miss, because I've seen it many times before. They're not usually as purty as you. Finally, a trace of an accent, pretty, coming out as purty. But their condescending attitude toward pain they have never felt themselves, pain they can't even conceive of, is always the same. They work in sick rooms, they work with patients who are in varying degrees of distress, from mild pain to deepest, searing agony. And after a while, it all starts to look either overdone or outright fake to them, isn't that so?
That's not true at all,
Kat said. What was happening to her voice? All at once it had grown small. No. When you bend their legs and they scream, at 15 degrees or even at 10, don't you think, first in the back of your mind, then more and more toward the front, that they are lollygagging, refusing to do the hard work, perhaps even fishing for sympathy? When you enter the room and their faces go pale, don't you think, oh, now I have to deal with this lazy slug of a thing again? Haven't you, once fell from a tree and broke your arm, for the Lord's sake, become more and more disgusted when they beg to be put back into bed and given more morphine or whatever?
That's so unfair,
Kat said, but now her voice was little more than a whisper. Once upon a time, when you were new at this, you knew agony when you saw it, Rideout said. Once upon a time you would have believed in what you are going to see in just a few minutes, because you knew in your heart that a malignant outsider was there. I want you to stay so I can refresh your memory and the sense of compassion that's gotten lost along the way.
Some of my patients are whiners, Kat said, and looked defiantly at Newsom. I suppose that sounds cruel, but sometimes the truth is cruel. Some are malingerers. If you don't know that, you're blind or stupid. I don't think you're either. He bowed as if she had paid him a compliment, which, in a way, she supposed she had.
Of course I know. But now in your secret heart, you believe all of them are malingerers. Like a soldier who spent too long in battle, you've become inured. Mr. Newsom is invaded. I tell you, infested. There's a demon inside him so strong, it has become a god, and I want you to see it when it comes out. It will improve matters for you considerably, I think. Certainly it will change your outlook on pain.
And if I choose to leave?
Rideout smiled. No one will hold you here, Miss Nurse. Like all of God's creatures, you have free will. I would not ask others to constrain it or constrain it myself. But I don't believe you're a coward, merely calloused, case-hardened.
You're a fraud,
Kat said. She was furious, on the verge of tears. No, Rideout said, once more speaking gently. When we leave this room, with or without you, Mr. Newsom will be relieved of the agony that's been feeding on him. There will still be pain, but with the agony gone, he'll be able to deal with mere pain, perhaps even with your help, miss, once you've had a necessary lesson in humility. Do you still intend to leave?
I'll stay, she said, then said, give me the lunchbox.
But, Jensen began. Give it over, Rideout said. Let her inspect it, by all means, but no more talk. If I am meant to do this, it's time to begin. Jensen gave her the long black lunchbox. Kat opened it. Where a workman's wife might have packed her husband's sandwiches and a little Tupperware container of fruit, she saw an empty glass bottle with a wide mouth. Inside the domed lid, held by a wire clamp meant to secure a thermos, was an aerosol can. There was nothing else. Kat turned to Rideout. He nodded. She took the aerosol out and looked at the label, nonplussed.
Pepper spray?
Pepper spray, Rideout agreed. I don't know if it's legal in Vermont. Probably not would be my guess, but where I come from, most hardware stores stock it. He turned to Tanya. You are?
Tanya Marsden. I cook for Mr. Newsom.
Very nice to make your acquaintance, ma'am. I need one more thing before we begin. Do you have any sort of club, a baseball bat, perhaps?
Tanya shook her head. The wind gusted again. Once more the lights flickered and the generator burped in its shed behind the house.
What about a broom? "Oh, yes, sir." "Fetch it, please." Tanya left. There was silence except for the wind. Kat tried to think of something to say and couldn't. Droplets of clear perspiration were trickling down Newsom's narrow cheeks, which had also been scarred in the accident. He had rolled and rolled while the wreckage of the Gulf Stream burned in the rain behind him. "I never said he wasn't in pain, just that he could manage it if he'd only muster half the will he showed during the years he spent building his empire." But what if she was wrong? "Even if I am, that doesn't mean there's some sort of living tennis ball inside him, sucking his pain the way a vampire sucks blood." There were no vampires, and no gods of agony. But when the wind blew hard enough to make the big house shiver in its bones, such ideas seemed almost plausible. Tanya came back with a broom that looked like it had never swept so much as a single pile of floor dirt into a dustpan. The bristles were bright blue nylon. The handle was painted wood, about 4 feet long. She held it up doubtfully. "This what you want?" "I think it will serve," Rideout said, although to Kat he didn't sound entirely sure. It occurred to her that Newsom might not be the only one in this room who had slipped a few cogs lately. "I think you better give it to our skeptical nurse. No offense to you, Mrs. Marsden, but younger folks have quicker reflexes." Looking not offended in the slightest, looking relieved, in fact, Tanya held out the broom. Melissa took it and handed it to Kat. "What am I supposed to do with it?" Kat asked. "Ride it?" Rideout smiled, briefly showing the stained and eroded pegs of his teeth. "You'll know when the time comes. If you've ever had a bat or a raccoon in the room with you, just remember, first the bristles, then the stick." "To finish it off, I suppose, then you put it in the specimen bottle?" "As you say." "So you can put it on a shelf somewhere with the rest of your dead gods?" He didn't respond to this. "Hand the spray can to Mr. Jensen, please." Kat did so. Melissa asked, "What do I do?" "Watch, and pray if you know how, on my behalf as well as Mr. Newsom's, for my heart to be strong." Kat, who saw a fake heart attack coming, said nothing. She simply moved away from the bed, holding the handle of the broom in both hands. Rideout sat down beside Newsom with a grimace. His knees popped like pistol shots. "Listen to me, Mr. Jensen." "Yes?" "You'll have time. It will be stunned. But be quick, just the same. As quick as you were on the football field, all right?" "You want me to mace it?" Rideout once more flashed his brief smile, but Kat thought he really did look ill. "It's not mace. That's illegal, even where I come from. But you've got the right idea, all right. Now I'd like silence, please." "Wait a minute." Kat propped the broom against the bed and ran her hands first up Rideout's left arm, then his right. She felt only plain cotton cloth and the man's scrawny flesh beneath. "Nothing up my sleeve, Miss Kat, I promise you." "Hurry up," Newsom said. "This is bad. It always is, but the goddamn stormy weather makes it worse." "Hush," Rideout said. "All of you, hush." They hushed. Rideout closed his eyes. His lips moved silently. 20 seconds ticked past on Kat's watch, then 30. Her hands were damp with perspiration. She wiped them one at a time on her sweater, then took hold of the broom again. "We look like people gathered at a deathbed," she thought. Outside, the wind snarled along the gutters. Rideout opened his eyes and leaned close to Newsom. "God, there is an evil outsider in this man. An outsider feeding on his flesh and bones. Help me cast it out, as your son cast out the demons from the possessed man of the Gadarenes. Help me speak to the little green god of agony inside Andrew Newsom in your own voice of command." He leaned closer. He curled the long fingers of one arthritis-swollen hand around the base of Newsom's throat, as if he intended to strangle him. He leaned closer still and inserted the first 2 fingers of his other hand into the billionaire's mouth.
He curled them and pulled down the jaw. "Come out," he said. He had spoken of command, but his voice was soft, silky, almost cajoling. It made the skin on Kat's back and arms prickle. "Come out in the name of Jesus. Come out in the names of all the saints and martyrs. Come out in the name of God, who gave you leave to enter and now commands you to leave. Come out into the light. Leave off your gluttony and come out." There was nothing. "Come out in the name of Jesus. Come out in the names of the saints and martyrs." His hand flexed slightly, and Newsom's breath began to rasp. "No, don't go deeper. You can't hide, you small evil. Come out into the light. Jesus commands you. The saints and martyrs command you. God commands you to leave off dining on this man and come out." A cold hand gripped Kat's upper arm, and she almost screamed. It was Melissa. Her eyes were huge, her mouth hung open. In Kat's ear, the housekeeper's whisper was as harsh as sandpaper. "Look!" A bulge, like a goiter, had appeared in Newsom's throat, just above Rideout's loosely grasping hand. It began to move slowly mouthward. Kat had never seen anything like it in her life. "That's right," Rideout almost crooned. His face was streaming with sweat. The collar of his shirt had gone limp and dark. Come out into the light. You've done your feeding, you small thing of darkness." The wind rose to a scream. Rain that was now half sleet blasted the windows like shrapnel. The lights flickered and the house creaked. "The God that let you in commands you to leave. Jesus commands you to leave. All the saints and the martyrs." He let go of Newsom's mouth, pulling his hand back the way a man does when he's touched something hot. But Newsom's mouth stayed open. More, it began to widen, first into a gape and then into a soundless howl. His eyes rolled back in his head, and his feet began to jitter. His urine let go, and the sheet over his crotch went as dark as Rideout's sweaty collar. "Stop!" Kat said, starting forward. "He's having a seizure. You have to—" Jensen yanked her back. She turned to him and saw his normally ruddy face had gone as pale as a linen napkin. Newsom's jaw had dropped all the way to his breastbone. The lower half of his face disappeared into a mighty yawn. Kat heard temporomandibular tendons creak as knee tendons did during strenuous physical therapy, a sound like dirty hinges. The lights in the room stuttered off, on, off, then on again. "Come out!" Rideout shouted. "Come out!" In the darkness behind Newsom's teeth, a bladder-like thing rose. It was pulsing. There was a rending, splintering crash, and the window across the room shattered. Coffee cups fell to the floor and broke. Suddenly there was a branch in the room with them. The lights went out. The generator started up again. No burp this time, but a steady roar. When the lights came back on, Rideout was lying on the bed with Newsom, his arms flung out and his face planted on the wet patch in the sheet. Something was oozing from Newsom's gaping mouth, his teeth dragging grooves in its shapeless body, which was stippled with stubby green spikes. Not a tennis ball, Kat thought. More like one of those couches the kids play with. Tanya saw it and fled back down the hall with her head hunched forward, her hands locked at the nape of her neck and her forearms over her ears. The green thing tumbled onto Newsom's chest. "Spray it!" Kat screamed at Jensen. "Spray it before it can get away!" Yes, then they would put it in the specimen bottle and screw the lid down tight, very tight. Jensen's eyes were huge and glassy. He looked like a sleepwalker. Wind blew through the room. It swirled his hair. A picture fell from the wall. Jensen pistoned out the hand holding the can of pepper spray and triggered the plastic nub. There was a hiss. Then he leaped to his feet, screaming. He tried to turn, probably to flee after Tanya, but stumbled and fell to his knees. Although Kat felt too dumbfounded to move, to even stir a hand, part of her brain must still have been working, because she knew what had happened. He had gotten the can turned around, and instead of pepper spraying the thing that was now oozing through the unconscious Reverend Rideout's hair, Jensen had sprayed himself. "Don't let it get me!" Jensen shrieked. He began to crawl blindly away from the bed. "I can't see! Don't let it get me!" The wind gusted. Dead leaves tore free of the tree branch that had come through the window and swirled around the room. The green thing dropped from the nape of Rideout's creased and sunburned neck onto the floor. Feeling like a woman underwater, Kat swiped at it with the bristle end of the broom. She missed. The thing disappeared under the bed, not rolling, but slithering. Jensen crawled headfirst into the wall beside the doorway. "Where am I? I can't see!" Newsom was sitting up, looking bewildered. "What's going on? What happened?" He pushed Rideout's head off him. The Reverend slid bonelessly from the bed to the floor. Melissa bent over him. "Don't do that!" Kat shouted, but it was too late. She didn't know if the thing was truly a god or just some weird kind of leech, but it was fast. It shot out from under the bed, rolled along Rideout's shoulder, onto Melissa's hand and up her arm. Melissa tried to shake it off and couldn't. Some kind of sticky stuff on those stubby little spikes. The part of Kat's brain that would still work told the much larger part, that still wouldn't. Like the glue on a fly's feet. Melissa had seen where the thing came from, and even in her panic, was wise enough to cover her own mouth with both hands. The thing skittered up her neck, over her cheek, and squatted on her left eye. The wind screamed, and Melissa screamed with it. It was the cry of a woman drowning in a kind of pain the 1 to 10 charts in hospitals can never describe. Melissa's agony was well over 100, that of someone being boiled alive. She staggered backwards, clawing at the thing on her eye. It was pulsing faster now, and Kat could hear a low, liquid sound as the thing resumed feeding. It was a slushy sound. "It doesn't care who it eats," Kat thought. She realized she was walking toward the screaming, flailing woman. "Hold still, Melissa! Hold still!" Melissa paid no attention. She continued to back up. She struck the thick branch now visiting the room and went sprawling. Kat dropped to one knee beside her and brought the broom handle smartly down on Melissa's face, down on the thing that was feeding on Melissa's eye. There was a splatting sound, and suddenly the thing was sliding limply down the housekeeper's cheek, leaving a wet trail of slime behind. It moved across the leaf-littered floor, intending to hide under the branch the way it had hidden under the bed. Kat sprang to her feet and stepped on it. She felt it splatter beneath her sturdy New Balance walking shoe. Green stuff shot out in both directions, as if she had stepped on a balloon filled with snot. Kat went down again, this time on both knees, and took Melissa in her arms. At first Melissa struggled, and Kat felt a fist graze her ear. Then Melissa subsided, breathing harshly. Is it gone, Kat? Is it gone? "I feel better," Newsom said wonderingly from behind them in some other world. "Yes, it's gone," Kat said. She peered into Melissa's face. The eye the thing had landed on was bloodshot, but otherwise it looked all right. "Can you see?" "Yes, it's blurry, but clearing. Kat, the pain. It was like the end of the world." "Somebody needs to flush my eyes," Jensen yelled. He sounded indignant. "Flush your own eyes," Newsom said cheerily. "You've got 2 good legs, don't you? I think I might too once Kat throws them back into gear. Somebody check on Rideout. I think the poor son of a bitch might be dead." Melissa was staring up at Kat, one eye blue, the other red, and leaking tears. "The pain, Kat. You have no idea of the pain." "Yes," Kat said. "Actually, I do." Now. She left Melissa sitting by the branch and went to Rideout. She checked for a pulse and found nothing, not even the wild waver of a heart that is still trying its best. Rideout's pain, it seemed, was over. The generator went out. "Fuck," Newsom said, still sounding cheery. "I paid $70,000 for that piece of Jap shit." "I need someone to flush my eyes," Jensen bellowed. "Cat!" Cat opened her mouth to reply, then didn't. In the new darkness, something had crawled onto the back of her hand.
For Russ Dorr. Listen, public appearances aren't my favorite thing. When I stand before an audience, I always feel like an imposter. It isn't that I'm a solitary person, although I am, at least to a degree. I can drive from Maine to Florida by myself and feel perfectly content. It isn't stage fright either, although I still feel it when I step in front of 2,000 or 3,000 people. That is an unnatural situation for most writers. We're more accustomed to appearing before dedicated library groups of 3 dozen. That feeling of being the wrong person in the wrong place derives chiefly from knowing that whoever or whatever the audience came to see won't be there. The part of me that creates the stories exists only in solitude. The one who shows up to share anecdotes and answer questions is a poor substitute for the story maker. In November of 2011, I was being driven to my final appearance in Paris at Le Grand Rex, seating capacity 2,800. I felt nervous and out of place. I was in the back seat of a big black SUV. The streets were narrow and the traffic was heavy. I had my little sheaf of papers, a few remarks, a short reading, in a folder on my lap. At a stoplight, we pulled up beside a bus, the 2 large vehicles snug together so tightly they were almost touching. I looked in one of the bus windows and saw a woman in business dress, possibly headed home from work. I wished momentarily that I was sitting beside her, headed home myself, ready for a spot of dinner, followed by a couple of hours reading a book in a comfy chair with good light, instead of being driven to a sold-out theater full of fans whose language I did not speak. Perhaps La Femme felt my gaze. More likely, she was just bored with her newspaper. In any case, she raised her head and looked over at me, only feet away. Our eyes met. What I imagined I saw in hers was a wistful wish to be in the fancy SUV, going someplace where there would be lights and laughter and entertainment instead of back to her apartment, where there would be nothing but a small meal, perhaps taken from the freezer and heated up, followed by the evening news and the same old TV sitcoms. If we could have changed places, both of us might have been happier. Then she looked back down at her newspaper, and I looked back down at my folder. The bus went one way, the SUV another. But for a moment, we were close enough to peer into each other's worlds. I thought of this story, and when I got back from my overseas tour, I sat down and wrote it in a burst.
That Bus is Another World. Read by Frederick Weller.
Wilson's mother, not one of the world's shiny, happy people, had a saying, "When things go wrong, they keep going wrong until there's tears." Mindful of this, as he was of all the folk wisdom he'd learned at his mother's knee, "An orange is gold in the morning and lead at night" was another gem, Wilson was careful to take out travel insurance, which he thought of as bumpers, ahead of occasions that were particularly important, and no occasion in his adult life was more important than his trip to New York, where he would present his portfolio and his pitch to the top brass at Market Forward. MF was one of the most important advertising firms of the Internet age. Wilson's company, Southland Concepts, was just a one-man outfit based in Birmingham. Such chances as this didn't come around twice, which made a bumper vital. That was why he arrived at Birmingham Shuttlesworth Airport at 4 a.m. for a 6 a.m. nonstop. The flight would put him into LaGuardia at 9:20. His meeting, actually an audition, was scheduled for 2:30. A 5-hour bumper seemed travel insurance enough. At first, all went well. The gate attendant checked and got approval for Wilson to store his portfolio in the first-class closet, although Wilson himself was, of course, flying coach. In such matters, the trick was to ask early, before people started getting hassled. Hassled folks didn't want to hear about how important your portfolio was, how it might be the ticket to your future. He did have to check one suitcase, because if he turned out to be a finalist for the Green Century account, and that could happen, he was actually very well positioned. He might be in New York for 10 days. He had no idea how long the winnowing process would take, and he didn't want to send his clothes out to the hotel laundry, any more than he intended to order meals from room service. Hotel extras were expensive in all big cities, and gruesomely expensive in the Big Apple. Things didn't start going wrong until the plane, which took off on time, reached New York. There it took its place in an overhead traffic jam, circling and pogoing in gray air over that point of arrival the pilots so rightly called La Garbage. There were not-so-funny jokes and outright complaints, but Wilson remained serene. His travel insurance was in place. His bumper was thick. The plane landed at 10:30, slightly over an hour late. Wilson proceeded to the baggage carousel, where his bag did not appear, and did not appear, and did not appear. Finally, he and a bearded old man in a black beret were the only ones left, and the last unclaimed items remaining on the carousel were a pair of snowshoes and a large travel-stained plant with drooping leaves. "This is impossible," Wilson told the old man. "The flight was non-stop." The old man shrugged. "Must have mistagged them in Birmingham. Our ship could be on its way to Honolulu by now, for all we know. I'm toddling over to lost luggage. Want to accompany me?" Wilson did, thinking of his mother's saying, and thanking God he still had his portfolio. He was halfway through the lost luggage form when a baggage handler spoke up from behind him. "Does this belong to either of you gentlemen?" Wilson turned and saw his tartan suitcase, looking damp. "Fell off the back of the baggage train," the handler said, comparing the claim check stapled to Wilson's ticket folder to the one in the suitcase. "Happens once in a while. You should take a claim form in case something's broken." "Where's mine?" asked the old man in the beret. "Can't help you there," the handler said, "but we almost always find them in the end." "Yeah," the old man said, "but the end is not yet." By the time Wilson left the terminal with his suitcase, portfolio, and carry-on bag, it was closing in on 11:30. Several more flights had arrived in the meantime, and the taxi queue was long. "I have a bumper," he soothed himself. 3 hours is plenty. Also, I'm under the overhang and out of the rain. Count your blessings and relax. He rehearsed his pitch as he inched forward, visualizing each oversized show card in his portfolio and reminding himself to be cool, to mount his very best charm offensive, and put the potentially enormous change in his fortunes out of his mind the minute he walked into 245 Park Avenue. Green Century was a multinational oil company, and its ecologically optimistic name had become a liability when one of its undersea wells had popped its top not far from Gulf Shores, Alabama. The gush had not been quite as catastrophic as the one following the Deepwater Horizon disaster, but bad enough. And oh dear, that name. The late-night comedians had been having a ball with it. Letterman. What's green and black and crap all over? The Green Century CEO's first public whiny response, "We have to go after the oil where it is. You'd think people would understand that," had not helped. An internet cartoon showing an oil well poking out of the CEO's ass with his words captioned below had gone viral. Green Century's PR team went to Market Forward, their longtime agency, with what they believed was a brilliant idea. They wanted to sub out the damage control campaign to a small southern ad agency, making hay from the fact that they weren't using the same old New York Sharpies to soothe the American people. They were especially concerned with the opinions of those Americans living below what the New York Sharpies no doubt referred to at their fancy cocktail parties as the Mason dumbass line. The taxi queue inched forward. Wilson looked at his watch. 5 to 12. Not to worry, he told himself, but he was starting to. He finally climbed into a Jolly Dingle cab at 20 past noon. He hated the idea of dragging his runway-dampened suitcase into a high-priced office suite in a Manhattan business building. How country that would look. But he was starting to think he might have to forgo a stop at the hotel to drop it off. The cab was a bright yellow minivan. The driver was a melancholy Sikh, living beneath an enormous orange turban. Lucite-encased pictures of his wife and children dangled and swung from the rearview mirror. The radio was tuned to 1010 Winds, its tooth-rattling xylophone ID playing every 4 minutes or so. "Traffic very bad today," the Sikh said as they inched toward the airport exit. This seemed to be the extent of his conversation. "Traffic very, very bad." The rain grew heavier as they crawled toward Manhattan. Wilson felt his bumper growing thinner with each pause and lurch of peristaltic forward motion. He had half an hour to make his pitch. Half an hour only. Would they hold the slot for him if he were late? Would they say, "Fellas, of the 14 small southern agencies we're auditioning today for the big stage, A Star is Born and all that, only one has a proven record of working with firms that have suffered environmental mishaps, and that one is Southland Concepts. Therefore, let us not leave Mr. James Wilson out just because he's a bit late." They might say that, but on the whole, Wilson thought, not. What they wanted most was to stop all those late-night jokes ASAP. That made the pitch all important. But of course, every asshole has a pitch. That was one of his father's pearls of wisdom. He had to be on time. 1:15. When things go wrong, they keep going wrong, he thought. He didn't want to think it, but he did. Until there are tears. As they approached the Midtown Tunnel, he leaned forward and asked the Sikh for an ETA. The orange turban wagged dolefully from side to side. "Cannot say, sir. Traffic very, very bad." "Half an hour?" There was a long pause, and then the Sikh said, "Perhaps." That carefully chosen placatory word was enough to make Wilson understand that his situation was critical, going on dire. "I can leave my goddamn suitcase at the Market Forward reception desk," he thought. "Then at least I won't have to drag it into the conference room." He leaned forward and said, "Never mind the hotel. Take me to 245 Park." The tunnel was a claustrophobe's nightmare. Start and stop, start and stop. Traffic on the other side, moving cross town on 34th Street, was no better. The minivan cab was just high enough for Wilson to see every dispiriting obstacle ahead, yet when they reached Madison, he began to relax a little. It would be close, much closer than he liked, but there would be no need to make a humiliating call saying he was going to be a trifle late. Skipping the hotel had been the right move. Only then came the broken water main, and the sawhorses, and the Sikh had to go around. "Worse than when Obama comes," he said, while 1010 Winds promised that if Wilson gave them 22 minutes, they'd give him the world. The xylophone chattered like loose teeth. "I don't want the world," he thought. "I just want to get to 245 Park by 2:15, 20 past at the latest." The Jolly Dingle eventually returned to Madison. It sprinted almost to 36th Street, then stopped short. Wilson imagined a football announcer telling the audience that, while the run had been flashy, any gain on the play had been negligible. The windshield wipers thumped. A reporter talked about electronic cigarettes. Then there was an ad for Sleepy's. Wilson thought, "Take a chill pill." I can walk from here if I have to. 11 blocks, that's all. Only it was raining, and he'd be dragging his goddamn suitcase. A Peter Pan bus rolled up next to the cab and stopped with a chuff of air brakes. Wilson was high enough to be able to look through his window and into the bus. 5 or 6 feet away from him, no more than that, a good-looking woman was reading a magazine. Next to her, in the aisle seat, a man in a black raincoat was hunting through the briefcase balanced on his knees. The Sikh honked his horn, then raised his hands, palms out, as if to say, "Look what the world has done to me." Wilson watched the good-looking woman touch the corners of her mouth, perhaps checking her lipstick's staying power. The man next to her was now rummaging through the pocket inside the lid of his briefcase. He took out a black scarf, put it to his nose, sniffed it. Now why would he do that? Wilson wondered. Is it his wife's perfume, or the scent of her powder? For the first time since boarding the plane in Birmingham, he forgot about Green Century and Market Forward, and the radical improvement of his circumstances that might result if the meeting, now less than half an hour away, went well. For the moment, he was fascinated, more than fascinated, enthralled, by the woman's delicately probing fingers and the man with the scarf to his nose. It came to him that he was looking into another world. Yes, that bus was another world. That man and that woman had their own appointments, undoubtedly, with balloons of hope attached. They had bills to pay. They had sisters and brothers, and certain childhood toys that remained unforgotten. The woman might have had an abortion while in college. The man might have a penis ring. They might have pets, and if so, the pets would have names. Wilson had a momentary image, vague and unformed but tremendous, of a clockwork galaxy, where the separate wheels and cogs went through mysterious motions, perhaps to some karmic end, perhaps for no reason at all. Here was the world of the Jolly Dingle cab, and 5 feet away was the world of the Peter Pan bus. Between them were only 5 feet and 2 layers of glass. Wilson was amazed by this self-evident fact. "Such traffic," the Sikh said. "Worse than Obama, I tell you." The man dropped the black scarf from his nose. He held it in one hand and reached into the pocket of his raincoat with the other. The woman in the window seat of the bus flicked through her magazine. The man turned to her. Wilson saw his lips move. The woman lifted her head, eyes widening in apparent surprise. The man bent closer, as if to confide a secret. Wilson didn't realize the thing the man had taken from his raincoat pocket was a knife until he cut the woman's throat with it. Her eyes widened. Her lips parted. She raised a hand toward her neck. The man in the raincoat used the hand holding the knife to push her hand gently but firmly down. At the same time, he pressed the black scarf to the woman's throat and held it there. Then he kissed the hollow of her temple, looking through her hair as he did it. He saw Wilson, and his lips parted in a smile wide enough to show 2 rows of small, even teeth. He nodded to Wilson, as if to say either, "Have a nice day," or, "Now we have a secret." There was a drop of blood on the woman's window. It fattened and ran down the glass. Still holding the scarf to the woman's throat, Raincoat Man slipped a finger into her slackening mouth. He was still smiling at Wilson as he did it. "Finally," the Sikh said, and the Jolly Dingle cab began to move. "Did you see that?" Wilson asked. His voice sounded flat and unsurprised. That man on the bus? The one with the woman?" "What is it, sir?" the Sikh asked. The light on the corner turned yellow, and the Sikh scooted through, ignoring a flourish of horns as he switched lanes. The Peter Pan bus was left behind. Ahead, Grand Central loomed in the rain, looking like a penitentiary. It was only with the cab moving again that Wilson thought of his cell. He took it out of his coat pocket and looked at it. If he'd been a quick thinker, always his brother's department according to their mother, he could have snapped Raincoat Man's picture. It was too late for that, but not too late to call 911. Of course, he couldn't make such a call anonymously. His name and number would flash on some official screen as soon as the call went through. They would call him back to make sure he wasn't a prankster whiling away a rainy afternoon in New York City. Then they would want information, which he would have to give, no choice, at the nearest police station. They would want his story several times. What they would not want was his pitch. The pitch was titled, "Give us 3 years and we'll prove it." Wilson thought of how it was supposed to go. He would begin by telling the gathered PR flacks and executives that the spill had to be faced directly. It was there. Volunteers were still washing oil-coated birds in Dawn detergent. It couldn't be swept under the rug. But, he would say, atonement doesn't have to be ugly, and sometimes the truth can be beautiful. People want to believe in you guys, he would say. They need you after all. They need you to get from point A to point B, and that makes them unwilling to see themselves as accessories in the rape of the environment. At this point, he would open his portfolio and display the first card, a photo of a boy and girl standing on a pristine beach, backs to the camera, looking out at water so blue it almost hurt. "Energy and beauty can go together," the copy read. "Give us 3 years, and we'll prove it." Calling 911 was so simple a child could do it. In fact, children did. When someone broke in, when little sister fell downstairs, or if Daddy was tuning up on Mommy. Next came his storyboard for a proposed TV commercial that would run in all the states on the Gulf, emphasis on local news and the cable 24s like Fox and MSNBC. In time-lapse photography, a dirty, oil-smeared beach would become clean again. "We have a responsibility to fix our mistakes," the narrator would say. "It's how we do business and how we treat our neighbors. Give us 3 years, and we'll prove it." Next, the print ads, the radio ads, and in Phase 2, "Sir, you said what?" I could call, Wilson thought. But the guy will probably be off the bus and long gone before the police can get there. Probably, almost certainly. He turned to look behind him. The bus was way back there now. Maybe, he thought, the woman cried out. Maybe the other passengers are already piling onto the guy, the way passengers piled onto the shoe bomber when they figured out what he was up to. Then he thought of the way the man in the raincoat had smiled at him. Also of how he'd put his finger in the woman's loose mouth. Wilson thought, speaking of pranks, it might not have been what I thought it was. It could have been a gag, one they played all the time, a flash mob kind of thing. The more he considered this, the more possible it seemed. Men cut women's throats in alleys and on TV shows, not on Peter Pan buses in the middle of the afternoon. As for himself, he had put together a fine campaign. He was the right man in the right place at the right time, and you rarely got more than one chance in this world. That had never been one of his mother's sayings, but it was a fact. "Sir?" "Let me out at the next light," Wilson said. "I can walk from there."
For Hesh Keston. I saw lots of horror films when I was a kid. You probably guessed that. I was an easy target, and most of them scared me to death. It was dark, the images were so much bigger than you were, and the sound was so loud that the scares continued even when you shut your eyes. On TV, the scare quotient tended to be lower. There were commercials to break the rhythm of the thing, and the worst parts were sometimes snipped out to avoid giving complexes to any little shavers who might be watching. Alas, already too late for me, I'd seen the dead woman rising out of the tub in Diabolique. As a last resort, you could always go into the kitchen and grab a Hires out of the fridge, lingering until the scary music was replaced by some local huckster screaming, "Cars, cars, cars! No credit check! We'll sell to anyone!" One film I saw on TV did the job, however. At least the first hour or so of its 77-minute run did. The denouement wrecked the whole thing, and to this day I wish somebody would remake it and carry its hair-raising premise right through to the end. That film has perhaps the best horror movie title of all time, I Bury the Living. I was thinking of that movie when I wrote this story.
Obits. Read by Frederick Weller.
Keep it clear, and keep it in a straight line. That was the gospel according to Vern Higgins, who headed up the journalism department at the University of Rhode Island, where I got my degree. A lot of what I heard at school went in one ear and out the other, but not that, because Professor Higgins hammered on it. He said that people needed clarity and concision in order to start the process of understanding. Your real job as journalists, he told his classes, is to give people the facts that allow them to make decisions and go forward. So don't be fancy. Don't go all twee and highfalutin. Start at the start, lay the middle out neatly, so the facts of each event lead logically to the next and end at the end, which, in reporting, he emphasized, is always the end for now. And don't you ever sink to that lazy crap about how some people believe or the general consensus of opinion is. A source for each fact. That's the rule. Then write it all in plain English, unadorned and unvarnished. Flights of rhetoric belong on the op-ed page. I doubt if anyone will believe what follows, and my career at Neon Circus had very little to do with good writing, but I intend to do my best here. The facts of each event leading to the next. Beginning, middle, and end. The end for now, at least. Good reporting always begins with the 5 W's. Who, what, when, where, and why, if you can find out. In my case, the why is a tough one. The who is easy enough, though. Your less-than-fearless narrator is Michael Anderson. I was 27 at the time these things happened. I graduated from URI with a Bachelor of Arts in Journalism. For 2 years after college, I lived with my parents in Brooklyn and worked for one of those daily shopper freebies, rewriting newswire items to break up the ads and coupons. I kept my resume, such as it was, in constant rotation, but none of the papers in New York, Connecticut, or New Jersey wanted me. This didn't completely surprise my parents or me, not because my grades were lousy, they weren't, and not because my clip folder, mostly stories from the URI student newspaper, The Good 5-Cent Cigar, were badly written, a couple of them won awards, but because newspapers weren't hiring. Quite the opposite. My parents began urging me, gently, to start looking for some other kind of job. In a related field, my father said in his most diplomatic voice. Maybe advertising? Advertising isn't news, I said. Advertising is anti-news. But I caught his drift. He had visions of me still grabbing midnight snacks out of their fridge when I was 40, slacker deluxe. Reluctantly, I began making a list of possible advertising firms that might like to hire a young copywriter with good chops but no experience. Then, on the night before I planned to begin sending out copies of my resume to the firms on that list, I had a goofy idea. Sometimes, often, I lie awake nights wondering how different my life might have been if that idea had never crossed my mind. Neon Circus was one of my favorite websites in those days. If you're a connoisseur of snark and schadenfreude, you know it. TMZ with better writers. They mostly cover the local celeb scene, with occasional prospecting trips into the stinkier crevasses of New York and New Jersey politics. If I had to sum up its take on the world, I'd show you a photo we ran about 6 months into my employment there. It showed Rod Peterson, always referred to in the circus as the Barry Manilow of his generation, outside Pasha. His date is bent over, puking in the gutter. He's got a happy-ass grin on his face and his hand up the back of her dress. Caption, Rod Peterson, the Barry Manilow of his generation, explores New York's Lower East Side. Circus is essentially a webazine with lots of click-friendly departments. Celeb walk of shame. Vile consumption. I wish I hadn't seen that. Worst TV of the week. Who writes this crap? There are more, but you get the idea. That night, with a stack of resumes ready to send out to firms I didn't really want to work for, I went to Neon Circus for a little revivifying junk food, and on the home page discovered that a hot young actor named Jack Briggs had OD'd. There was a photo of him staggering out of a downtown hotspot the week before, typical bad taste for Neon Circus. But the news item accompanying it was surprisingly straight, and not circusy at all. That was when inspiration struck. I did some research on the internet, just screwing around, then wrote a quick and nasty obituary. Jack Briggs, noted for his horrific performance in last year's Holy Rollers as a talking bookshelf in love with Jennifer Lawrence, was found dead in his hotel room, surrounded by some of his favorite powdered treats. He joins the 27 Club, which also contains such noted substance abusers as Robert Johnson, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Kurt Cobain, and Amy Winehouse. Briggs shambled onto the acting scene in 2005 when, well, you get it. Juvenile, disrespectful, downright nasty. If I'd been serious that night, I probably would have dragged the finished obit to the trash, because it seemed to go beyond even Neon Circus's usual snark and into outright cruelty. But because I was just messing, it has since occurred to me to wonder how many careers have started while just messing. I sent it to them. 2 days later, the internet speeds everything up, I got an email from someone named Jerome Whitfield saying they not only wanted to run it, they wanted to discuss the possibility that I might perhaps write more in the same nasty-ass vein. Could I come into the city and discuss it at lunch? My tie and sport coat turned out to be a case of serious overdressing. The circus offices on 3rd Avenue were filled with men and women who looked a lot more like boys and girls, all running around in rock band tees. A couple of the women wore shorts, and I saw a guy in carpenter overalls with a Sharpie poked through his mohawk. He was the head of the sports department, it turned out, responsible for one memorable story titled, "Gents Take Another Shit in the Red Zone." I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. This was, and is, journalism in the age of the internet, and for every person in the offices that day, there were another 5 or 6 stringers working from home. For starvation wages, I hardly need add. I have heard that once upon a gilded time, in New York's misty and mythic past, there were publishers' lunches at places like the Four Seasons, Le Cirque, and the Russian Tea Room. Perhaps. But my lunch that day was in the cluttered office of Jerome Whitfield. It consisted of deli sandwiches and Dr. Brown's cream soda. Jerome was ancient by circus standards, early 40s, and I disliked her pushy abrasiveness from the start. But she wanted to hire me to write a weekly obituary column, and that made her a goddess. She even had a title for the new feature, Speaking Ill of the Dead. Could I do it? I could. Would I do it for shit money? I would, at least to start with. After the column became the most visited page on the Neon Circus site, and my name had become associated with it, I dickered for more dough, partly because I wanted to move into my own apartment in the city, and partly because I was tired of getting peons' wages for single-handedly writing the page that was bringing in the most ad revenue. That first dickering session was a modest success, probably because my demands were couched as tentative requests, and the requests were almost laughably humble. 4 months later, when rumors began to circulate of a big corporation buying us for actual strutting money, I visited Jerome's office and asked for a larger raise, this time with rather less humility. "Sorry, Mike," she said. In the memorable words of Hall & Oates, I can't go for that, no can do. Have a uke. Holding pride of place on Jerome's cluttered desk was a large glass bowl filled with menthol-flavored eucalyptus drops. The wrappers were covered with gung-ho sayings. "Let's hear your battle cry," read one. Another advised, it gives the grammarian in me chills to report this, "Turn can-do into can-did." No thanks. Give me a chance to lay this out for you before you say no. I marshaled my arguments. You might say I attempted to turn can-do into can-did. The bottom line was my belief that I was owed a wage more commensurate with the revenue Speaking Ill of the Dead was generating, especially if Neon Circus was going to be bought out by a major corporate playa. When I finally shut up, she unwrapped a uke, popped it between her plum-colored lips, and said, "Okay, great. If you've got that off your chest, you might want to get to work on Bump DeVoe. He's a tasty one." He was indeed a tasty one. Bump, lead singer of the Raccoons, had been shot dead by his girlfriend while trying to sneak in through the bedroom window of her house in the Hamptons, probably as a joke. She had mistaken him for a burglar. What made the story such a deliciously fat pitch was the gun she used. A birthday present from the Bumpster himself, now the newest member of the 27 Club, and perhaps comparing guitar chops with Brian Jones. "So you're not even going to respond," I said. "That's how little respect you have for me." She leaned forward, smiling just enough to show the tips of her little white teeth. I could smell menthol, or eucalyptus, or both. "Let me be frank, okay? For a guy who's still living with his parents in Brooklyn, you have an extremely inflated idea of your importance in the scheme of things. You think nobody else can piss on the graves of dimwit assholes who party themselves to death? Think again. I've got half a dozen stringers who can do it, and probably turn in copy funnier than yours. So why don't I walk, and you can find out if that's true." I was pretty mad. Jerome grinned and clacked her eucalyptus drop against her teeth. "Be my guest. But if you go, Speaking Ill of the Dead doesn't go with you. It's my title, and it stays right here at Circus. Of course, you do have some cred now, and I won't deny it. So here's your choice, kiddo. You can go back to your computer and get humping on Bump. Or you can take a meeting at the New York Post. They'll probably hire you. You'll end up writing shit squibs on page 6 with no byline. If that floats your boat, go team. I'll write the obit, but we're going to revisit this, Jerry." "Not on my watch, we're not. And don't call me Jerry. You know better than that." I got up to go. My face was burning. I probably looked like a stop sign. "And have a uke," she said. "Hell, take 2. They're very consoling." I cast a disdainful look at the bowl and left, restraining, barely, a childish urge to slam the door. If you're picturing a bustling newsroom like the one you see behind Wolf Blitzer on CNN, or in that old movie about Woodward and Bernstein nailing Nixon, reconsider. As I said, most of the circus writers do their work from home. Our little news nest, if you want to dignify what Circus does by calling it news, is roughly the size of a double-wide trailer. 20 school desks are crammed in there, facing a row of muted TVs on one wall. The desks are equipped with battered laptops, each one bearing a hilarious sticker reading, "Please respect these machines." The place was mostly empty that morning. I sat in the back row by the wall, in front of a poster showing a Thanksgiving dinner in a toilet bowl. Beneath this charming image was the motto, "Please shit where you eat." I turned on the laptop, took my printouts concerning Bump DeVoe's short and undistinguished career from my briefcase, and shuffled through them while the cruncher booted. I opened Word, typed Bump DeVoe obit in the proper box, then just sat there, staring at the blank document. I was paid to yuck it up in the face of death for 20-somethings who feel that death is always for the other guy, but it's hard to be funny when you're pissed off. "Having trouble getting started?" It was Katie Curran, a tall, svelte blonde for whom I felt a strong lust that was almost certainly unrequited. She was always kind to me and unfailingly sweet. She laughed at my jokes. Such characteristics rarely signal lust. Was I surprised? Not at all. She was hot. I am not. I am, if I may be frank, exactly that geek all the teen pics make fun of. Until my 3rd month working at circus, I even had the perfect geek accessory, spectacles mended with tape. A little, I said. I could smell her perfume. Some kind of fruit. Fresh pears, maybe. Fresh somethings, anyway. She sat down at the next desk, a long-legged vision in faded jeans. When that happens to me, I type, "The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog" 3 times, real fast. It opens the creative floodgates. She spread her arms, showing me how floodgates open, and incidentally giving me a breathtaking view of breasts snugly encased in a black tank top. "I don't think that will work in this case," I said. Katie wrote her own feature, not as popular as Speaking Ill of the Dead, but still widely read. She had 500,000 followers on Twitter. Modesty forbids me to say how many I had in those days, but go ahead and think 7 figures. You won't be wrong. Hers was called Getting Sloshed with Katie. The idea was to go out drinking with celebs we hadn't dissed yet, and even some we had went for the deal, go figure, and interview them as they got progressively more shit-faced. It was amazing what came out, and Katie got it all on her cute little pink iPhone. She was supposed to get drunk right along with them, but she had a way of leaving a single drink but a quarter finished as they moved from one watering hole to another. The celebs rarely noticed. What they noticed was the perfect oval of her face, her masses of wheat blonde hair, and her wide gray eyes, which always projected the same message. "Oh gosh, you're so interesting." They lined up for the chop, even though Katie had effectively ended 6 careers since joining the circus staff 18 months or so before I came on board. Her most famous interview was with the family comedian who opined of Michael Jackson, "That candy-ass wannabe white bread is better off dead." "I guess she had no raise, huh?" Katie nodded toward Jerome's office. "How did you know I was going to ask for a raise? Did I tell you?" Mesmerized by those misty orbs, I might have told her anything. "No, but everyone knew you were going to, and everyone knew she was going to say no. If she said yes, everyone would ask. By saying no to the most deserving, she shuts the rest of us down cold." The most deserving? That gave me a little shiver of delight, especially coming from Katie. "So are you going to stick?" "For now," I said, talking out of the side of my mouth. It always works for Bogey in the old movies, but Katie got up, brushing non-existent lint from her entrancingly flat midriff of her top. "I've got a piece to write. Vic Albini. God, he could put it away." "The gay action hero," I said. "Newsflash. Not gay." She gave me a mysterious smile and drifted off, leaving me to wonder, but not really wanting to know. I sat in front of the blank bump DeVoe document for 10 minutes, made a false start, deleted it, and sat for another 10 minutes. I could feel Jerome's eyes on me and knew she was smirking, if only on the inside. I couldn't work with that stare on me, even if I was just imagining it. I decided to go home and write the DeVoe piece there. Maybe something would occur on the subway, which was always a good thinking place for me. I started to close the laptop, and that was when inspiration struck again, just as it had on the night when I saw the item about Jack Briggs departing for that great A-list buffet in the sky. I decided I was going to quit, and damn the consequences, but I would not go quietly. I dumped the blank DeVoe document and created a new one, which I titled Jerome Whitfield Obit. I wrote with absolutely no pause. 200 poisonous words just poured out of my fingers and onto the screen. Jerome Whitfield, known as Jerry to her close friends. According to reports, she had a couple in preschool. Died today at, I checked the clock, 10:40 a.m. According to co-workers on the scene, she choked on her own bile. Although she graduated cum laude from Vassar, Jerry spent the last 3 years of her life whoring on 3rd Avenue, where she oversaw a crew of roughly 24 galley slaves, all more talented than herself. She is survived by her husband, known to the staff of Neon Circus as Emasculated Toad, and one child, an ugly little fucker affectionately referred to by the staff as Pol Pot. Co-workers all agree that, although she lacked even a vestige of talent, Jerry possessed a domineering and merciless personality that more than made up for it. Her braying voice was known to cause brain hemorrhages, and her lack of a sense of humor was legend. In lieu of flowers, Toad and Pot request that those who knew her express their joy at her demise by sending eucalyptus drops to the starving children of Africa. A memorial service will be held at the Neon Circus offices, where joyful survivors can exchange precious memories and join in singing Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead. My idea as I started this diatribe was to print a dozen copies, tape them up everywhere, including the bathrooms in both elevators, then say, "See ya, wouldn't want to be ya" to both the Neon Circus offices and the Cough Drop Queen for good. I might even have done it, if I hadn't reread what I had written and discovered it wasn't funny. It wasn't even close to funny. It was the work of a child having a tantrum, which led me to wonder if all my obits had been equally unfunny and stupid. For the first time, you might not believe it, but I swear it's true, it came to me that Bump DeVoe had been a real person, and somewhere people might be crying because he was gone. The same was probably true of Jack Briggs and Frank Ford, who I had described as noted Tonight Show crotch-grabber, and Trevor Wills, a reality show star who committed suicide after being photographed in bed with his brother-in-law. Those pics the circus had cheerfully put online, just adding a black strip to cover the brother-in-law's naughty bits. Wills had been safely out of sight, and you can probably guess where. It also came to me that I was spending the most creatively fecund years of my life doing bad work. Shameful, in fact, a word that would never have occurred to Jerome Whitfield in any context. Instead of printing the document, I closed it, dragged it to the trash, and shut down the laptop. I thought about marching back into Jerome's office and telling her I was done writing stuff that was the equivalent of a toddler throwing poo on the wall, but a cautious part of my mind, the traffic cop most of us have up there, told me to wait, to think it over and be absolutely sure. 24 hours, the traffic cop decreed. Hit a movie this afternoon and sleep on it tonight. If you still feel the same way in the morning, go with God, my son. "Off so soon?" Katie asked from her own laptop, and for the first time since my first day here, I wasn't stopped cold in my tracks by those wide gray eyes. I just tipped her a wave and left. I was attending a matinee of Dr. Strangelove at Film Forum when my mobile started vibrating. Because the living room-sized theater was empty except for me, 2 snoozing drunks, and a couple of teenagers making vacuum cleaner noises in the back row, I risked looking at the screen and saw a text from Katie Curran. "Stop what you're doing and call me right now." I went out to the lobby without too much regret, although I always liked to see Slim Pickens ride the bomb down, and called her back. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the first 2 words out of her mouth changed my life. "Jerome is dead." "What?" I nearly screamed. The popcorn girl glanced up at me over the top of her magazine, startled. "Dead, Mike. Dead. She choked to death on one of those damn eucalyptus drops she's always sucking on." "Died at 10:40 a.m., I'd written. Choked to death on her own bile. Only a coincidence, of course, but offhand I couldn't think of a more malefic one. God had turned Jerome Whitfield from can-do into can-did. "Mike, are you there?" "Yes." "She had no second-in-command, you know that, right?" "Uh-huh." Now I was thinking of her telling me to have a uke, and clicking her own against her teeth. "So I'm taking it on myself to call a staff meeting tomorrow at 10. Somebody's got to do it. Will you come?" "I don't know. Maybe not." I was walking toward the door to Houston Street. Before I got there, I remembered that I'd left my briefcase by my movie seat and turned back to get it, yanking at my hair with my free hand. The popcorn girl was looking at me with outright suspicion now. I'd pretty much made up my mind to quit this morning. "I knew. I could see it on your face when you left." The thought of Katie looking at my face might have tied up my tongue in other circumstances, but not then. Did it happen at the office? Yes. It was pushing on for 2 o'clock. There were 4 of us in the bullpen, not really working, just hanging out and swapping stories and rumors. You know how it goes. I did. Those gossipy bull sessions were one of the reasons I went to the office instead of working at home in Brooklyn. Plus getting a chance to feast my eyes on Katie, of course. Her door was closed, but the blinds were open. They usually were, unless she was taking a meeting with someone she considered important. Jerome liked to keep an eye on her vassals. The first I knew was when Pinky said, "What's wrong with the boss? She's gone all Gangnam style." So I looked, and she was jerking back and forth in her office chair, grabbing at her neck. Then she fell out of the chair, and all I could see was her feet, drumming up and down. Roberta asked what we should do. I didn't even bother answering that. They burst in. Roberta Hill and Chin Pak Sue lifted her up at the armpits. Katie got behind her and gave her the Heimlich. Pinky stood in the doorway and waved his hands. The first hard heave on her diaphragm did nothing. Katie shouted for Pinky to call 911 and went at her again. The second heave sent one of those eucalyptus drops flying all the way across the room. Jeroma took a single deep breath, opened her eyes, and spoke her last words, and very fitting they were, IMHO. "What the fuck?" Then she began to shudder all over again and stopped breathing. Chin gave her artificial respiration until the paramedics arrived, but no joy. "I checked the clock on her wall after she quit breathing," Katie said. "You know that awful retro Huckleberry Hound thing? I guess I thought someone might ask me for the time of death, like on Law and Order. Stupid what goes through your mind at a time like that. It was 10 to 3, not even an hour ago, but it seems longer." "So, she could have choked on the cough drop at 2:40, I said. "Not 10:40, but 2:40. I knew it was just another coincidence, like Lincoln and Kennedy having the same number of letters. 40 past comes around 24 times a day. But I still didn't like it." "I suppose, but I don't see what difference it makes." Katie sounded annoyed. "Will you come in tomorrow or not? Please come in, Mike. I need you." To be needed by Katie Curran. Ay, ay, ay. "Okay, but will you do something for me?" "I guess so." "I forgot to empty the trash on the computer I was using. The one back by the Thanksgiving dinner poster. Will you do it?" This request made no rational sense to me even then. I just wanted that bad joke of an obituary gone. "You're crazy," she said. "But if you absolutely swear on your mother's name to come in tomorrow at 10, sure. Listen, Mike, this is a chance for us. We might end up owning a piece of the gold mine instead of just working in it." "I'll be there." Almost everyone was, except for stringers working among the primitives in darkest Connecticut and New Jersey. Even scabby little Irving Ramstein, who wrote a joke column called, I don't understand it, so don't ask me, "Politically Incorrect Chickens," showed up. Katie ran the meeting with aplomb, telling us that the show would go on. "It's what Jeroma would have wanted," Pinky said. "Who gives a shit what Jeroma would have wanted?" Georgina Bukowski said. "I just want to keep getting a paycheck. Also, if remotely possible, a piece of the action." This cry was taken up by several others. "Action! Action! Piece of the action!" until our offices sounded like a mess hall riot in an old prison movie. Katie let it run its course, then shushed them. "How could she choke to death?" Chin asked. "The gumdrop came out." "It wasn't a gumdrop," Roberta said. "It was one of those smelly cough drops she's always sucking on. Craptolyptus." "Whatever, dude. It still came flying out when Kates gave her the hug of life. We all saw it." "I didn't," Pinky said. "I was on the phone. And on fucking hold." Katie said that she had interviewed one of the EMTs, no doubt using her large gray eyes to good effect, and had been told that the choking fit might have triggered a heart attack. And in my effort to follow the dictum of Professor Higgins and keep all the relevant facts straight, I will jump ahead here and report the autopsy on our dear leader proved that to be the case. If Jeroma had gotten the neon circus headline she deserved, it probably would have been "Head Honcho Pops Pump." The meeting was long and loud. Already displaying talents that made her a natural to step into Jerome's Jimmy Choos, Katie allowed them to fully vent their feelings, expressed mostly in bursts of wild, semi-hysterical laughter, before telling them to get back to work, because time, tide, and the internet waits for no man, or woman either. She said she would be talking with the circus's main investors before the week was out, and then invited me to step into Jerome's office. "Measuring the drapes?" I asked when the door was shut. "Or the blinds, in this case?" She looked at me with what might have been hurt, or maybe just surprise. "Do you think I want this job? I'm a columnist, Mike, just like you." "You'd be good at it, though. I know it, and so do they." I jerked my head toward our excuse for a newsroom, where everyone was now either hunting and pecking or working the phones. As for me, I'm just the funny obit writer, or was. I've decided to become an emeritus. "I think I understand why you feel that way." She slipped a piece of paper from the back pocket of her jeans and unfolded it. I knew what it was before she handed it to me. "Curiosity comes with the job, so I peeped in your trash before dumping it, and found this." I took the sheet, refolded it without looking. I didn't even want to see the print, let alone reread it, and put it in my own pocket. "Is it dumped now?" "Yes, and that's the only hard copy." She brushed her hair away from her face and looked at me. It might not have been the face that launched 1,000 ships, but it surely could have launched several dozen, including a destroyer or two. "I knew you'd ask. Having worked with you for a year and a half, I understand that paranoia is part of your character." "Thanks." "No offense intended. In New York, paranoia is a survival skill, but it's no reason to quit what could become a far more lucrative job in the immediate future. Even you must know that a freaky coincidence, and I admit this one's fairly freaky, is just a coincidence. Mike, I need you to stay on board." Not we, but I. She said she wasn't measuring the drapes. I thought she was. "You don't understand. I don't think I could do it anymore even if I wanted to. Not and be funny, at least. It would all come out." I reached and found a word from my childhood. "Gush." Katie frowned, thinking. Maybe Penny could do it. Penny Langston was one of those stringers from the darker environs, hired by Jerome at Katie's suggestion. I had a vague idea that the two women had known each other in college. If so, they could not have been less alike. Penny rarely came in, and when she did, she wore an old baseball cap that never left her head, and a macabre smile that rarely left her face. Frank Jessup, the sports guy with the mohawk, liked to say that Penny always looked about 2 stress points from going postal. "But she'd never be as funny as you are," Katie went on. "If you don't want to write obituaries, what would you want to do, assuming you stay at circus, which I pray you will?" "Reviews, maybe. I could write funny ones, I think." "Hatchet jobs?" Sounding at least marginally hopeful. "Well, yeah, probably. Some of them." I was good at snark, after all, and I thought I could probably outsnark Joe Queenan on points, possibly by a knockout, and at least it would be dumping on live people who could fight back. She put her hands on my shoulders, stood on tiptoe, and planted a soft kiss on the corner of my mouth. If I close my eyes, I can still feel that kiss today. She looked at me with those wide gray eyes, the sea on an overcast morning. I'm sure Professor Higgins would roll his eyes at that, but C-list guys like me rarely get kissed by A-list girls like her. "Think about going on with the obits, would you?" Hands still on my shoulders, her light scent in my nostrils, her breasts less than an inch from my chest, and when she took a deep breath, they touched. I can still feel that today, too. "This is not just about you or me. The next 6 weeks are going to be a critical time for the site and the staff. So think, okay? Even another month of obits would be helpful. It would give Penny or someone else a chance to work her way into the job, with guidance from you. And hey, maybe nobody interesting will die. Except they always do, and we both knew it. I probably told her I'd think about it. I can't remember. What I was actually thinking about was lip-locking her right there in Jerome's office, and damn anyone in the bullpen who might see us. I didn't, though. Outside the rom-coms, guys like me rarely do. I said something or other, and then I must have left, because pretty soon I found myself out on the street. I felt poleaxed. One thing I do remember, when I came to a litter basket on the corner of 3rd and 50th, I tore the joke obit that was no longer a joke into tiny shreds and threw them in. That night I ate a pleasant enough dinner with my parents, then went into my room, the same one where I'd gone to sulk on days when my Little League team lost, how depressing is that, and sat down at my desk. The easiest way to get past my unease, it seemed to me, was to write another obit of a living person. Don't they tell you to get back on a horse right away if you've been thrown? Or climb right away to the top diving platform after your jackknife turns into a belly flop? All I needed to do was prove what I already knew. We live in a rational world. Sticking pins in voodoo dolls doesn't kill people. Writing your enemy's name on a scrap of paper and burning it while you recite the Lord's Prayer backwards doesn't kill people. Joke obituaries don't kill people either. Nevertheless, I was careful to make a list of possibles consisting solely of proven bad people, such as Fahim Darzi, who had claimed credit for the bus bombing in Miami, and Kenneth Wanderley, an electrician convicted on 4 counts of rape-murder in Oklahoma. Wanderley seemed like the best possibility on my short list of 7 names, and I was about to whomp something up when I thought of Peter Stefano, a worthless fuck if ever there was one. Stefano was a record producer who choked his girlfriend to death for refusing to record a song he had written. He was now doing time in a medium-security prison when he should have been in a black site in Saudi Arabia, dining on cockroaches, drinking his own pee, and listening to Anthrax played at top volume during the wee hours of the morning. Just MHO, of course. The woman he killed was Andy McCoy, who happened to be one of my all-time favorite female singers. If I had been writing joke obits at the time of her death, I never would have written hers. The idea that her soaring voice, easily the equal of the young Joan Baez's, could have been silenced by that domineering idiot still infuriated me 5 years later. God gives such golden vocal cords to only the chosen few, and Stefano had destroyed McCoy's in a fit of drugged-out pique. I opened my laptop, typed Peter Stefano obit in the proper field, and dropped the cursor onto the blank document. Once again the words poured out with no pause, like water from a broken pipe. Slave-driving, no-talent record producer Peter Stefano was discovered dead in his jail cell at the Gowanda State Correctional Facility yesterday morning, and we all shout hooray. Although no official cause of death was announced, a prison source said, "It appears his anal hate gland ruptured, thus spreading asshole poison through his body. In layman's terms, he had an allergic reaction to his own vile shit." Although Stefano had his foot on the necks of a great many groups and solo artists, he is especially noted for ruining the careers of the Grenadiers, the Playful Mammals, Joe Dean, who committed suicide after Stefano refused to renegotiate his contract, and, of course, Andy McCoy. Not content with killing her career, Stefano choked her to death with a lamp cord while high on methamphetamines. He is survived by 3 grateful ex-wives, 5 ex-partners, and the 2 record companies he managed not to bankrupt. It went on in that vein for another 100 words or so, and was not one of my better efforts, obviously. I didn't care, because it felt right. Not just because Peter Stefano was a bad man, either. It felt right as a writer, even though it was bad prose, and part of me knew it was a bad thing. This might seem like a sidetrack, but I think, actually I know, It's at the heart of this story. Writing is hard, okay? At least it is for me. And yes, I know that most working stiffs talk about how hard their jobs are. It doesn't matter if they're butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, or obituary writers. Only sometimes the work is not hard. Sometimes it's easy. When that happens, you feel like you do at the bowling alley, watching your ball as it rolls over just the right diamond, and you know you threw a strike. Killing Stefano in my computer felt like a strike. I slept like a baby that night. Maybe some of it was because I felt as if I'd done something to express my own rage and dismay over that poor murdered girl, the stupid waste of her talent. But I felt the same way when I was writing the Jerome Whitfield obit, and all she did was refuse to give me a raise. Mostly it was the writing itself. I felt the power. And feeling the power was good. My first CompuStop at breakfast the next day wasn't Neon Circus, but Huffington Post. It almost always was. I never bothered scrolling down to the celebrity dish or the side boob items. Frankly speaking, Circus did both of those things much better. But the HuffPo headline stories are always crisp, concise, and late-breaking. The first item was about a Tea Party governor saying something HuffPo found predictably outrageous. The next one stopped my cup of coffee halfway to my lips. It also stopped my breath. The headline read, Peter Stefano murdered in library altercation. I put down my untasted coffee, carefully, not spilling a drop, and read the story. Stefano and the trusty librarian had been arguing because Andy McCoy's music was playing from the overhead speakers in the library. Stefano told the librarian to quit macking on him and take that shit off. The trustee refused, saying he wasn't macking on anybody, just picked the CD at random. The argument escalated. That was when someone strolled up behind Stefano and put an end to him with some kind of prison shiv. So far as I could tell, he had been murdered right around the time I finished writing his obit. I looked at my coffee. I raised the cup and sipped. It was cold. I rushed to the sink and vomited. Then I called Katie and told her I wouldn't be at the meeting, but would like to meet her later on. You said you'd come, she said. You're breaking your promise. With good reason. Meet me for coffee this afternoon and I'll tell you why. After a pause, she said, It happened again. Not a question. I admitted it. Told her about making a "these guys deserve to die" list, and then thinking of Stefano. So I wrote his obit just to prove I had nothing to do with Jerome's death. I finished around the same time he got stabbed in the library. I'll bring a printout with a timestamp if you want to see it. I don't need a timestamp. I take your word. I'll meet you, but not for coffee. Come to my place and bring the obituary. If you think you're going to put it online, God, no, are you crazy? I just want to see it with my own eyes. All right. More than all right. Her place. But Katie? Yes? You can't tell anybody about this. Of course not. What kind of person do you think I am? One with beautiful eyes, long legs, and perfect breasts, I thought as I hung up. I should have known I was in for trouble. But I wasn't thinking straight. I was thinking about that warm kiss in the corner of my mouth. I wanted another, and not in the corner, plus whatever came next. Her apartment was a tidy 3-roomer on the west side. She met me at the door, dressed in shorts and a filmy top. Definitely NSFW. She put her arms around me and said, Oh, God, Mike, you look awful. I'm so sorry. I hugged her. She hugged me. I sought her lips, as the romance novels say, and pressed them to mine. After 5 seconds or so, endless and not long enough, she pulled back and looked at me with those big gray eyes. We've got so much to talk about. Then she smiled. But we can talk about it later. What followed was what geeks like me rarely get, and when they do get it, there's usually an ulterior motive. Not that geeks like me think about such things in the moment. In the moment, we're like any guy on Earth. Big head takes a walk, little head rules. Sitting up in bed, drinking wine instead of coffee. "Here's something I saw in the paper last year, or the year before," she said. "This guy in one of the flyover states, Iowa, Nebraska, someplace like that, buys a lottery ticket after work, one of those scratch-off thingies, and wins $100,000. A week later, he buys a Powerball ticket and wins $140 million. Your point?" I saw her point and didn't care. The sheet had slipped down to reveal her breasts, every bit as firm and perfect as I had expected they would be. "Twice can still be a coincidence. I want you to do it again." "I don't think that would be wise." It sounded weak, even to my own ears. There was an armful of pretty girl within reaching distance, but all at once I wasn't thinking of the pretty girl. I was thinking of a bowling ball rolling over just the right diamond, and how it felt to stand watching it, knowing that in 2 seconds the pins were going to explode every which way. She turned on her side, looking at me earnestly. "If this is really happening, Mike, it's big. Biggest thing ever. The power of life and death." "If you're thinking about using this for the site..." She shook her head vehemently. "No one would believe it, even if they did. How would it benefit Circus? Would we run a poll? Ask people to send us names of bad guys who deserved the chop?" She was wrong. People would be happy to participate in Death Vote 2016. It would be bigger than American Idol. She linked her arms around my neck. "Who was on your hit list before you thought of Stefano?" I winced. "Wish you wouldn't call it that." "Never mind, just tell me." I started listing the names, but when I got to Kenneth Wanderley, she stopped me. Now the gray eyes didn't just look overcast. They looked stormy. "Him. Write his obituary. I'll look up the background on Google so you can do a bang-up job, and—" Reluctantly, I freed myself from her arms. "Why bother, Katie? He's on death row already. Let the state take care of him." "But they won't." She jumped out of bed and began to pace back and forth. It was a mesmerizing sight, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Those long legs, ay. "They won't. The Okies haven't done anyone since that botched execution 2 years ago. Kenneth Wanderley raped and killed 4 girls, tortured them to death, and he'll still be there eating government meatloaf when he's 65, when he'll die in his sleep." She came back to the bed and threw herself on her knees. "Do this for me, Mike. Please." "What makes him so important to you?" The animation ran out of her face. She sat back on her heels and lowered her head so that her hair screened her face. She stayed that way for maybe 10 seconds, and when she looked at me again, her beauty was not gone, but marred, scarred. It wasn't just the tears streaming down her cheeks. It was the shamed droop of her mouth. "Because I know what it's like. I was raped while I was in college, one night after a frat party. I'd tell you to write his obituary, but I never saw him." She drew a deep, shuddering breath. "He came up behind me. I was on my face the whole time. But Wanderley will do as a proxy. He'll do just fine." I tossed back the sheet. "Turn on your computer." Cowardly, bald-headed rapist Kenneth Wanderley, who could only get it up when his prey was tied down, saved the taxpayers a bunch by committing suicide in his Oklahoma State Penitentiary cell on death row in the early hours of this morning. Guards found Wanderley, whose picture is next to "useless piece of shit" in the Urban Dictionary, hanging from a makeshift noose made of his own pants. Warden George Stockett immediately decreed a special celebratory dinner in the Gen Pop dining hall tomorrow night, followed by a sock hop. When asked if the suicide trousers would be framed and placed with the penitentiary's other trophies, Warden Stockett refused to answer, but gave the hastily assembled press conference a wink. Wanderley, a disease masquerading as a live birth, came into the world on October 27, 1972, in Danbury, Connecticut. Another craptastic piece of work from Michael Anderson. The worst of my speaking ill of the dead obits were funnier and more trenchant If you don't believe me, look them up for yourself. But that didn't matter. Once again, the words came gushing out, and with that same sense of perfectly balanced power. At some point, far in the back of my mind, I realized it was more like throwing a spear than rolling a bowling ball, one with a sharply honed point. Katie felt it too. She was sitting right next to me, crackling like static electricity flying from a hairbrush. This next part is hard to write, because it makes me think there's a little Ken Wanderley in all of us. But since there's no way to tell the truth except to tell it, here it is. It made us horny. I grabbed her in a rough, ungeeky embrace as soon as it was done, and carried her back to the bed. Katie locked her ankles at the small of my back, and her hands at the nape of my neck. I think that second go-around might have lasted all of 50 seconds, but we both got off, and hard. People stink sometimes. Ken Wanderley was a monster, okay? That's not exclusively my judgment. He used the word to describe himself when he fessed up to everything in an unsuccessful effort to avoid the death sentence. I could use that to excuse what I did, what we did, except for one thing. Writing his obituary was even better than the sex that followed it. It made me want to do it again. When I woke up the next morning, Katie was sitting on the couch with her laptop. She looked at me solemnly and patted the cushion beside her. I sat and read the Neon Circus headline on the screen. Another bad boy bites the dust. Wicked Ken commits suicide in his cell. Only not by hanging. He had smuggled in a bar of soap. How was a mystery because inmates are only supposed to have access to the liquid kind, and shoved it down his throat. Dear God, I said, what a horrible way to die. Good. She raised her hands, balled them into fists, and shook them beside her temples. Excellent. There were things I didn't want to ask her. Number 1 on the list was if she had slept with me strictly so she could persuade me to kill a suitable stand-in for her rapist. But ask yourself this, I did. Would asking have done any good? She could give me a totally straight answer, and I still might not have believed her. In a situation like that, the relationship may not be outright poisoned, but it's probably damn sick. I'm not going to do this again, I said. All right, I understand. She didn't. So don't ask me. I won't. She did. And you can never tell anybody. I already said I wouldn't. She already had. I think part of me already knew this conversation was an exercise in futility, but I said okay and let it drop. Mike, I don't want to hurry you out of here, but I've got like a zillion things to do and... No worries, mate. I'm taillights. In truth, I wanted to get out. I wanted to walk about 16 aimless miles and think about what came next. She grabbed me at the door and kissed me hard. Don't go away mad. I'm not. I didn't know how I was going away. And don't you dare think about quitting. I need you. I've decided Penny would be all wrong for speaking ill of the dead, and I totally understand you need a break from it. I was thinking maybe... Georgina? Maybe, I said. I thought Georgina was the worst writer on the staff, but I didn't really care anymore. All I cared about right then was never seeing another obituary, let alone writing one. As for you, do all the nasty reviews you want. No Jeroma left to say no, am I right? You're right. She shook me. Don't say it that way, you monkey. Show some enthusiasm. That old Neon Circus get up and get, and say you'll stick around. She lowered her voice. We can have our own conferences. Private ones. She saw my eyes drop to the front of her robe and laughed, pleased. Then she gave me a push. Now go. Buzz on out of here. A week passed, and when you're working for a site like Neon Circus, each week lasts 3 months. Celebs got drunk. Celebs went into rehab. Celebs came out of rehab and immediately got drunk. Celebs got arrested. Celebs got out of limos, sans panties. Celebs danced the night away. Celebs got married. Celebs got divorced. Celebs took a break from each other. One celeb fell into his pool and drowned. Georgina wrote a remarkably unfunny obituary, and a ton of Where's Mike tweets and emails arrived in its wake. Once, that would have pleased me. I did not visit Katie's apartment because Katie was too busy for canoodling. In fact, Katie wasn't much in evidence. She was taking meetings, a couple in New York and one in Chicago. In her absence, I somehow found myself in charge. I was not nominated. I did not campaign. I was not elected. It just happened. My consolation was that things would surely go back to normal when Katie returned. I didn't want to spend time in Jerome's office. It felt haunted. But other than our unisex bathroom, it was the only place where I could hold meetings with distraught staffers in relative privacy. And the staffers were always distraught. E-publishing is still publishing. And every publishing staff is a nest of old-fashioned complexes and neuroses. Jerome would have told them to get the hell out. But hey, have a uke. I couldn't do that. When I started feeling crazy, I reminded myself that soon I would be back in my accustomed seat by the wall, writing snarky reviews. Just another inmate in the madhouse. The only real decision I can remember making that week had to do with Jerome's chair. I absolutely could not put my ass where hers had been when she choked on the cough drop of doom. I rolled it into the bullpen and brought in what I thought of as my chair, the one at the desk by the Thanksgiving poster reading, "Please shit where you eat." It was a far less comfy perch, but at least it didn't feel haunted. Besides, I wasn't writing much anyway. Late Friday afternoon, Katie swept into the office clad in a shimmery knee-length dress that was the antithesis of her usual jeans and tank tops. Her hair was in artfully tumbled beauty shop curls. To me, she looked, well, sort of like a prettier version of Jerome. I had a passing recollection of Orwell's Animal Farm, and how the chant of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad had changed to 4 legs good, 2 legs better. Katie gathered us and announced that we were being purchased by Pyramid Media out of Chicago, and there would be raises, small ones, for everybody. This occasioned wild applause. When it died down, she added that Georgina Bukowski would be taking over Speaking Ill of the Dead for good, and that Mike Anderson was our new culture critic. "Which means," she said, "that he will spread his wings and fly slowly over the landscape, shitting where he will." More wild applause. I stood up and took a bow, trying to look cheerful and devilish. On that score I was batting 500. I hadn't been cheerful since Jerome's sudden death, but I did feel like the devil. "Now everybody back to work. Write something eternal." Glistening lips parted in a smile. "Mike, could I speak to you in private?" Private meant Jerome's office. We all still thought of it that way. Katie frowned when she saw the chair behind the desk. "What's that ugly thing doing in here?" "I didn't like sitting in Jerome's," I said. "I'll bring it back if you want." "I do, but before you do—" She moved close to me, but saw the blinds were up, and we were being closely observed. She settled for putting a hand on my chest. "Can you come to my place tonight?" "Absolutely." Although I wasn't as excited by the prospect as you might think. With the little head not in charge, doubts about Katie's motivations had continued to solidify, and, I have to admit, I found it a little upsetting that she was so eager to get Jerome's chair back into the office. Lowering her voice, even though we were alone, she said, "I don't suppose you've written any more—" Her glistening lips formed the word, "obits." "I haven't even thought of it." This was an extremely bodacious lie. Writing obits was the first thing I thought about in the morning, and the last thing I thought about at night. The way the words just flowed out, and the feeling that went with it. A bowling ball rolling over the right diamond, a 20-foot putt heading straight for the hole, a spear thunking home exactly the place you aimed at. Bullseye, dead center. "What else have you been writing? Any reviews yet? I understand Paramount's releasing Jack Briggs's last movie, and I'm hearing it's even worse than Holy Rollers. That's got to be tempting." "I haven't exactly been writing," I said. "I've been ghost writing, as in everyone else's work, but I was never cut out to be an editor. That's your job, Katie." This time she didn't protest. Later that day, I looked up from the back row where I was trying and failing to write a CD review and saw her in the office, bent over her laptop. Her mouth was moving, and at first I thought she must also be on her phone, but no phone was in evidence. I had an idea, almost certainly ridiculous, but weirdly hard to shake, that she had found a leftover stash of eucalyptus drops in the top drawer and was sucking on one. I arrived at her apartment shortly before 7, bearing bags of Chinese from Funjoy. No shorts and filmy top that night. She was dressed in a pullover and baggy khakis. Also, she wasn't alone. Penny Langston was sitting on one end of the sofa, crouching there, actually. She wasn't wearing her baseball cap, but that strange smile, the one that said, "Touch me and I'll kill you," was all present and accounted for. Katie kissed my cheek. "I invited Penny to join us." That was patently obvious, but I said, "Hi, Pens." "Hi, Mike." Tiny mouse voice and no eye contact, but she made a valiant effort to turn the smile into something a tad less creepy. I looked back to Katie. I raised my eyebrows. "I said I didn't tell anyone about what you can do," Katie said. "That sort of wasn't the truth." "And I sort of knew that." I put the grease-spotted white bags down on the coffee table. I didn't feel hungry anymore, and I didn't expect a whole lot of fun joy in the next few minutes. "Do you want to tell me what this is about before I accuse you of breaking your solemn promise and stalk out?" "Don't do that. Please, just listen. Penny works at Neon Circus because I talked Jeroma into hiring her. I met her when she still lived here in the city. We were in a group together, weren't we, Pens?" "Yes," Penny said in her tiny mouse voice. She was looking at her hands, clasped so tightly in her lap that the knuckles were white. "The Holy Name of Mary group." "Which is what exactly when it's home with its hat off?" As if I had to ask. Sometimes when the pieces come together, you can actually hear the click. "Rape support," Katie said. "I never saw my rapist, but Penny saw hers. Didn't you, Pens?" "Yes, lots of times." Now Penny was looking at me, and her voice grew stronger with each word. By the end, she was nearly shouting, and tears were rolling down her cheeks. "It was my uncle. I was 9 years old. My sister was 11. He raped her, too. Katie says you can kill people with obituaries. I want you to write his." I'm not going to tell the story she told me. Sitting there on the couch with Katie next to her, holding one of her hands and putting Kleenex after Kleenex in the other. Unless you've lived in one of the 7 places in this country not yet equipped for multimedia, you've heard it before. All you need to know is that Penny's parents died in a car accident, and she and her sister were shipped off to Uncle Amos and Aunt Claudia. Aunt Claudia refused to hear anything said against her husband. Figure the rest out for yourself. I wanted to do it, because the story was horrible, yes, because guys like Uncle Amos need to take it in the head for preying on the weakest and most vulnerable, check. Because Katie wanted me to do it, absolutely. But in the end, it all came down to the sadly pretty dress Penny was wearing, and the shoes, and the bit of inexpertly applied makeup. For the first time in years, perhaps for the first time since Uncle Amos had begun making his nighttime visits to her bedroom, always telling her it was our little secret, she had tried to make herself presentable for a male human being. It sort of broke my heart. Katie had been scarred by her rape, but I'd risen above it. Some girls and women can do that. Many can't. When she finished, I asked, "Do you swear to God that your uncle really did this?" "Yes. Again and again and again. When we got old enough to have babies, he made us turn over and used our—" She didn't finish this. "I bet it didn't stop with Jessie and me either." "And he's never been caught?" She shook her head vehemently. dark ringlets flying. Okay. I took my iPad out of my briefcase. But you'll have to tell me about him. I can do better. She disengaged her hand from Katie's and grabbed the ugliest purse I've ever seen outside of a thrift shop window. From it she took a crumpled sheet of paper, so sweat-stained it was limp and semi-transparent. She had written in pencil. The looping scrawl looked like something a child might have done. It was headed, Amos Cullen Langford, his obituary. This miserable excuse for a man who raped little girls every chance he could get died slowly and painfully of many cancers in the soft parts of his body. During the last week, pus came pouring out of his eyes. He was 63 years old, and in his last extremity, his screams filled the house as he begged for extra morphine. There was more, much. Her handwriting was that of a child, but her vocabulary was terrific, and she had done a far better job on this piece than anything she'd ever written for Neon Circus. I don't know if this will work, I said, trying to hand it back. I think I have to write it myself. Katie said, It won't hurt to try, will it? I supposed it wouldn't. Looking directly at Penny, I said, I've never even seen this guy, and you want me to kill him? Yes, she said. And now she was meeting my eyes fair and square. That's what I want. You're positive? She nodded. I sat down at Katie's little home desk, laid out Penny's handwritten death diatribe beside my iPad, opened a blank document, and began transcribing. I knew immediately that it was going to work. The sense of power was stronger than ever. The sense of aiming. I quit looking at the sheet after the second sentence and just hammered the keyboard screen, hitting the main points, and ended with this abjuration. Funeral attendees, no one could call them mourners given Mr. Langston's unspeakable predilections, are warned not to send flowers, but spitting on the coffin is encouraged. The two women were staring at me, big-eyed. Will it work? Penny asked, then answered herself. It will. I felt it. I think maybe it already has. I turned my attention to Katie. Ask me to do this again, Kate, and I'll be tempted to write your obituary. She tried to smile, but I could see she was scared. I hadn't meant to do that. At least, I don't think I had. So I took her hand. She jumped, started to pull away, then let me hold it. The skin was cold and clammy. I'm joking. Bad joke, but I mean what I say. This needs to end. Yes, she said, and swallowed loudly, a cartoon gulp sound. Absolutely. And no talking, not to anybody, ever. Once again they agreed. I started to get up, and Penny leapt at me, knocking me back into the chair and almost spilling us both to the floor. The hug wasn't affectionate. It was more like the grip of a drowning woman muckling onto her would-be rescuer. She was greasy with sweat. Thank you, she whispered harshly. Thank you, Mike. I left without telling her she was welcome. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I don't know if they ate the food I brought, but I rather doubt it. Fun joy, my rosy red ass. I didn't sleep that night, and it wasn't thinking of Amos Langford that kept me awake. I had other things to worry about. One was the eternal problem of addiction. I had left Katie's apartment determined that I would never wield that terrible power again, but it was a promise I'd made to myself before, and it wasn't one I was sure I could keep, because each time I wrote a live obit, the urge to do it again grew stronger. It was like heroin. Use it once or twice. Maybe you can stop. After a while, though, you have to have it. I might not have reached that point yet, but I was on the edge of the pit and knew it. What I'd said to Katie was the absolute rock-bottom truth. This needed to end, while I could still end it, assuming it wasn't too late already. The second thing wasn't quite as grim, but it was bad enough. On the subway back to Brooklyn, a particularly apropos Ben Franklin adage had come to mind. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. There were already 3 people keeping this one, and since I had no intention of murdering Katie and Penny via obituary, that meant a really nasty secret was in their hands. They'd keep it for a while, I was sure. Penny would be especially keen to do so if she got a call in the morning informing her that dear old Uncle Amos had bitten the big one. But time would weaken the taboo. There was another factor as well. Both of them were not just writers, but neon circus writers, which meant spilling the beans was their business. Bean spilling might not be as addictive as killing people with obits, but it had its own strong pull, as I well knew. Sooner or later, there would be a bar, and too many drinks, and then...
Do you want to hear something really crazy? You have to promise not to tell anybody, though.
I pictured myself sitting in the newsroom by the Thanksgiving poster, occupied with my latest snarky review. Frank Jessup slides up, sits down, and asks if I've ever considered writing an obit for Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian dictator with the little tiny head, or, hey, even better, that Korean butterball, Kim Jong-un. For all I knew, Jessup might want me to off the new head coach of the Knicks. I tried to tell myself that one was ridiculous, and couldn't manage it. Mohawk sports boy was a crazed Knicks fan. There was an even more horrific possibility. This I got to around 3 in the morning. Suppose word of my talent found its way to the wrong governmental ear. It seemed unlikely, but hadn't I read somewhere that the government had experimented with LSD and mind control on unsuspecting subjects back in the 50s? People capable of that might be capable of anything. What if some fellas from NSA appeared either at Circus or here at my folks' house in Brooklyn, and I wound up taking a one-way trip in a private jet to some government base where I would be installed in a private apartment, luxurious but with guards on the door, and given a list of Al-Qaeda and ISIS militant leaders, complete with files that would allow me to write extremely detailed obituaries. I could make rocket-equipped drones obsolete. Loony? Yeah. But at 4 in the morning, anything can seem possible. Around 5, just as the day's first light was creeping into my room, I found myself wondering yet again how I had come by this unwelcome talent in the first place. Not to mention how long I'd had it. There was no way of telling, because as a rule, folks do not write obituaries of live people. They don't even do that at the New York Times. They just stockpile the necessary info so it's at hand when a famous person dies. I could have had the ability all my life, and if I hadn't written that crappy bad joke about Jeroma, I never would have known. I thought of how I'd ended up writing for Neon Circus in the first place, by way of an unsolicited obituary, of a person already dead, true, but an obit is an obit, and talent only wants one thing, don't you see? It wants to come out. It wants to put on a tuxedo and tap dance all across the stage. On that thought, I fell asleep. My phone woke me at 1:45. It was Katie, and she was upset.
You need to come to the office, she said. Right now.
I sat up in bed. What's wrong?
I'll tell you when you get here, but I'll tell you one thing right now. You can't do it again.
Duh, I said. I think I told you that, and on more than one occasion. If she heard me, she paid no attention, just steamed ahead.
Not ever in your life. If it was Hitler, you couldn't do it. If your father had a knife to your mother's throat, you couldn't do it.
She broke the connection before I could ask questions. I wondered why we weren't having this code-red meeting in her apartment, which offered a lot more privacy than Neon Circus's cramped digs. And only one answer came to mind. Katie didn't want to be alone with me. I was a dangerous dude. I had only done what she and her fellow rape survivor wanted me to do, but that didn't change the fact. Now I was a dangerous dude. She greeted me with a smile and a hug for the benefit of the few staffers on hand, quaffing their post-lunch Red Bulls and plugging lackadaisically away at their laptops. But today the blinds in the office were down, and the smile disappeared as soon as we were behind them.
I'm scared to death, she said. I mean, I was last night, but when you're actually doing it...
It feels sort of good. Yeah, I know.
But I'm a lot more scared now. I keep thinking of those spring-loaded gadgets you squeeze to make your hands and forearms stronger.
What are you talking about? She didn't tell me. Not then.
I had to start in the middle with Ken Wanderley's kid and work both ways.
Wicked Ken had a kid?
A son, yes. Stop interrupting. I had to start in the middle because the item about the son was the first one I came across. There was a death reported item in the Times this morning. For once, they scooped the webs. Somebody at HuffPo or Daily Beast is apt to get taken to the woodshed for that because it happened a while ago. My guess is the family decided to wait until after the burial to release the news.
Katie.
Shut up and listen.
She leaned forward.
There's collateral damage, and it's getting worse.
I don't... She put a palm over my mouth.
Shut the fuck up.
I shut. She took her hand away.
Jeroma Whitfield was where this started. So far as I can tell using Google, she's the only one in the world. Was, I mean. There are tons of Jerome Whitfields, though, so thank God she was your first, or it might have been attracted to other Jeromas, some of them anyway, the closest ones.
It? She looked at me as if I were an idiot.
The power. Your second...
She paused, I think because the word that came immediately to mind was victim.
Your second subject was Peter Stefano, also not the world's most common name, but not completely weird either. Now look at this.
From her desk, she took a few sheets of paper. She eased the first from the paperclip holding them together and passed it to me. On it were 3 obituaries, all from small newspapers, one in Pennsylvania, one in Ohio, and one in upstate New York. The Pennsylvania Peter Stefano had died of a heart attack. The one in Ohio had fallen from a ladder. The one from New York, Woodstock, had suffered a stroke. All had died on the same day as the crazed record producer whose name they shared. I sat down hard. This can't be.
It is. The good news is that I found 24 other Peter Stefanos from across the USA, and they're fine. I think because they all live farther away from Gowanda Correctional. That was ground zero. The shrapnel spread out from there.
I looked at her, dumbfounded.
Wicked Ken came next. Another unusual name, thank God. There's a whole nest of Wanderleys in Wisconsin and Minnesota, but I guess that was too far. Only...
She handed me the second sheet. First up was the news item from the Times. Serial killer's son dies. His wife claimed Ken Wanderley Jr. had shot himself by accident while cleaning a pistol, but the item pointed out that the accident happened less than 12 hours after his father's death. That it might actually have been suicide was left for the reader to imply.
I don't think it was suicide,
Katie said. Beneath her makeup, she looked very pale.
I don't think it was exactly an accident either. It homes in on the names, Mike. You see that, right? And it can't spell, which makes it even worse.
The obit, I was coming to loathe that word, below the piece about Wicked Ken's son, concerned one Kenneth Wanderley, L-E-E instead of L-Y, of Paramus, New Jersey. Like Peter Stefano of Pennsylvania, an innocent who had probably never killed anything but time, Wanderley of Paramus had died of a heart attack, just like Jeroma. I was breathing fast and sweating all over. My balls had drawn up until they felt roughly the size of peach pits. I felt like fainting, also like vomiting, and managed to do neither, although I did plenty of vomiting later. That went on for a week or more, and I lost 10 pounds. I told my worried mother it was the flu.
Here's the capper,
she said, and handed me the last page. There were 17 Amos Langfords on it. The biggest cluster was in the New York, New Jersey, Connecticut area, but one had died in Baltimore, one in Virginia, and 2 had kicked off in West Virginia. In Florida, there were 3.
No,
I whispered.
Yes, she said. This second one in Amityville is Penny's bad uncle. Just be grateful that Amos is also a fairly unusual name in this day and age. If it had been James or William, there would have been hundreds of dead Langfords, Probably not thousands, because it's still not reaching farther than the Midwest, but Florida's 900 miles away, farther than any AM radio signal can reach, at least in the daytime. The sheets of paper slipped from my hand and seesawed to the floor. Now do you see what I meant about those squeezy things people use to make their hands and arms stronger? At first, maybe you can only squeeze the handles together once or twice, but if you keep doing it, the muscles get stronger. That's what's happening to you, Mike. I'm sure of it. Every time you write an obit for a living person, the power gets stronger and reaches farther. It was your idea, I whispered. Your goddamn idea. But she wasn't having that. I didn't tell you to write Jerome's obituary. That was your idea. It was a whim, I protested. A goof, for God's sake. I didn't know what was going to happen. Only maybe that wasn't the truth. I flashed back to my first orgasm in the bathtub, assisted by a bubbly handful of ivory soap. I hadn't known what I was doing when I reached down and grabbed myself. Only some part of me, some deep, instinctual part, had known. There's another old adage, this one not Ben Franklin's. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Sometimes the teacher is inside us. Wanderley was your idea, I pointed out. So was Amos the Midnight Creeper, and by then you knew what was going to happen. She sat on the edge of the desk, her desk now, and looked at me straight on, which couldn't have been easy. That much is true. But, Mike, I didn't know it was going to spread. Neither did I. And it really is addictive. I was sitting next to you when you did it, and it was like breathing second-hand crack. I can stop, I said. Hoping. Are you sure? Pretty. Now here's one for you. Can you keep your mouth shut about this, like for the rest of your life? She did me the courtesy of thinking it over. Then she nodded. I have to. I could have a good thing here at Circus, and I don't want to bitch it up before I can get on my feet. It was all about her, in other words, and what else could I have expected? Katie might not be sucking on Jerome's eucalyptus drops. I could have been wrong about that, but she was sitting in Jerome's chair, behind Jerome's desk. Plus that new look but don't touch tumbly hairdo. As Orwell's pigs might have said, blue jeans good, new dress better. What about Penny? Katie said nothing. Because my impression of Penny, everybody's impression of Penny, in fact, is that she doesn't have all four wheels on the road. Katie's eyes flashed. Are you surprised? She had an extremely traumatic childhood, in case you missed it. A nightmare childhood. I can relate, because I'm living my own nightmare right now. So save the support group empathy. I just want to know if she'll keep her mouth shut, like forever. Will she? There was a long, long pause. At last Katie said, Now that he's dead, maybe she'll stop going to the rape survivor meetings. And if she doesn't? I guess she might, at some point, tell someone who's in especially bad shape that she knows a guy who could help that someone get closure. She wouldn't do it this month, and probably not this year, but... She didn't finish. We looked at each other. I was sure she could read what I was thinking in my eyes. There was one sure-shot, never-miss way to make sure Penny kept her mouth shut. No, Katie said. Don't even think of it. And not only because she deserves her life, and whatever good things there might be for her up ahead. It wouldn't be just her. Based on her research, she was right about that. Penny Langston wasn't a super common name either, but there are more than 300 million people in America, and some of the Penny or Penelope Langstons out there would win a very bad lottery if I decided to power up my laptop or iPad and write a new obit. Then there was the in the neighborhood effect. The power had taken a Wander Lee, L-E-E, as well as a Wander Lee, L-Y. What if it decided to take Petula Langstons, Patsy Langfords, Penny Langleys? Then there was my own situation. It might take only one more obit from Michael Anderson to surrender completely to that high-voltage buzz. Just thinking about it made me want to do it, because it would take away, if only temporarily, these feelings of horror and dismay. I pictured myself writing an obituary for John Smith or Jill Jones to cheer myself up, and my balls shriveled even more at the thought of the mass carnage that could follow. "What are you going to do?" Katie asked. "I'll think of something," I said. I did. That night I opened a Rand McNally road atlas to the big map of the United States, closed my eyes, and dropped my finger. Which is why I now live in Laramie, Wyoming, where I'm a house painter. Primarily a house painter. I actually have a number of jobs, like many people in these small cities of the heartland, what I used to refer to, with a New Yorker's casual contempt, as flyover country. I also work part-time for a landscaping company, mowing lawns, raking leaves, and planting bushes. In the winter, I plow out driveways and work at the Snowy Range ski resort, grooming trails. I'm not rich, but I keep my head above water. A little more above it than in New York, actually. Make fun of flyover country all you want to, but it's a lot cheaper to live out here. And whole days go by without anyone giving me the finger. My parents don't understand why I chucked it all, and my father doesn't try to hide his disappointment. He sometimes talks about my Peter Pan lifestyle and says I'm going to regret it when I turn 40 and start seeing gray in my hair. My mother is just as puzzled, but less disapproving. She never liked Neon Circus, thought it was a sleazy waste of my authorial abilities. She was probably right on both counts. But what I mostly use my authorial abilities for these days is jotting grocery lists. As for my hair, I saw the first strands of gray even before I left the city, and that was before I turned 30. I still dream about writing, though, and these are not pleasant dreams. In one of them I'm sitting at my laptop, even though I don't own a laptop anymore. I'm writing an obituary, and I can't stop. In this dream, I don't want to either, because that sense of power had never been stronger. I get as far as, "Sad news. Last night everyone in the world named John died," and then wake up, sometimes on the floor, sometimes rolled up in my blankets and screaming. On a couple of occasions, it's a wonder I didn't wake the neighbors. I never left my heart in San Francisco, but I did leave my laptop in dear old Brooklyn. Couldn't bear to give up my iPad, though. Talk about addictions. I don't use it to send emails. When I want to get in touch with someone in a hurry, I call. If it's not urgent, I use that antique institution known as the United States Post Office. You'd be surprised how easy it is to get back into the habit of writing letters and postcards. I like the iPad, though. There are plenty of games on it, plus the wind sounds that help me get to sleep at night, and the alarm that wakes me up in the morning. I've got tons of stored music, a few audiobooks, lots of movies. When all else fails to entertain, I surf the internet. Endless time-filling possibilities there, as you probably know yourself, and in Laramie the time can pass slowly when I'm not working, especially in winter. Sometimes I visit the Neon Circus site, just for old time's sake. Katie's doing a good job as editor, much better than Jeroma, who really didn't have much in the way of vision, and the site hovers around number 5 on the list of most visited internet landing spots. Sometimes it's a notch or two above the Drudge Report. Mostly it lurks just below. Plenty of ads, so they're doing well in that regard. Jeroma's successor is still writing her Getting Sloshed with Katie interviews. Frank Jessup is still covering sports. His not quite joking piece about wanting to see an all-steroids football league got national attention and landed him a gig on ESPN, Mohawk and all. Georgina Bukowski wrote half a dozen unfunny speaking ill of the dead obituaries, and then Katie shit-canned the column and replaced it with Celebrity Death Stakes, where readers win prizes for predicting which famous people will die in the next 12 months. Penny Langston is the master of ceremonies there, and each week a new smiling headshot of her appears on top of a dancing skeleton. It's Circus's most popular feature, and each week the comments section goes on for pages. People like to read about death, and they like to write about it. I'm someone who knows. Okay, that's the story. I don't expect you to believe it, and you don't have to. This is America, after all. I've done my best to lay it out neatly, just the same.
the way I was taught to lay out a story in my journalism classes. Not fancy, not twee or all highfalutin. I tried to keep it clear in a straight line. Beginning leads to middle, middle leads to end. Old school, you dig? Ducks in a row. And if you find the end a little flat, you might remember Professor Higgins's take on that. He used to say that in reporting, it's always the end for now. And in real life, the only full stop is on the obituary page.
For Stuart Onan. Here's an anecdote too good not to share, and I've been telling it at public appearances for years now. My wife does the major shopping for us. She says there'd never be a vegetable in the house otherwise, but she sometimes sends me on emergency errands. So I was in the local supermarket one afternoon on a mission to find batteries and a nonstick fry pan. As I meandered my way up the housewares aisle, having already stopped for a few other absolute necessities, cinnamon buns and potato chips, a woman came around the far end riding one of those motorized carts. She was a Florida snowbird archetype, about 80, permed to perfection, and as darkly tanned as a Cordovan shoe. She looked at me, looked away, then did a double take. "I know you," she said. "You're Stephen King. You write those scary stories." "That's all right. Some people like them, but not me. I like uplifting stories like that Shawshank Redemption." "I wrote that too," I said. "No, you didn't," she said, and went on her way. The point is, you write some scary stories, and you're like the girl who lives in a trailer park on the edge of town. You get a reputation. Fine by me. The bills are paid, and I'm still having fun. You can call me anything, as the saying goes, just as long as you don't call me late for dinner. But the term genre holds very little interest for me. Yes, I like horror stories. I also love mysteries, tales of suspense, sea stories, straight literary novels, and poetry, just to mention a few. I also like to read and write stories that strike me funny, and that should surprise nobody because humor and horror are Siamese twins. Not long ago, I heard a guy talking about a fireworks arms race on a lake in Maine, and this story came to mind. And please don't think of it as local color, okay? That's another genre I have no use for.
Drunken Fireworks. Read by Tim Sample.
Statement given by Mr. Alden McCausland, Castle County Police Department. Statement taken by Police Chief Andrew Clutterbuck. Arresting Officer Ardell Benoit also present. 11:15 a.m. to 1:20 p.m., July 5th, 2015. Yes, you could say. Ma and me did a good deal of drinking and lounging around out to camp after Daddy died. No law against it, is there? If you don't get behind the wheel, that is, and we never did. We could afford it, too, because by then we were what you might call the idle rich. Never would have expected that, Dad being a carpenter all his life. Called himself a skilled carpenter, and Ma always added, barely skilled and mostly distilled. That was her little joke. Ma worked down to Royce Flowers over on Castle Street, but only full-time in November and December. A dab hand at those Christmas wreaths she was, and not bad when it came to funeral arrangements either. She did Dad, you know. Had a nice yellow ribbon on it that said, "How we love thee." Almost biblical, don't you think? People cried when they saw it, even ones Dad owed money to. When I got out of high school, I went to work at Sonny's garage, balancing wheels, doing oil changes, and fixing flats. Back in the old days, I used to pump gas, but, of course, now that's all DIY. I also sold some pot, might as well admit it. Haven't done it for years, so I guess you can't charge me on that. But in the 80s, that was a pretty good cash and carry business, especially in these parts. Always had enough jingle to go out stepping on Friday or Saturday night. I enjoy the company of women, but have stayed away from the altar, at least so far. I guess if I have any ambitions, one would be to see the Grand Canyon, and another would be to stay what they call a lifelong bachelor. Less problems that way. Besides, I got to keep an eye on Ma. You know what they say, a boy's best friend is his... I will get to the point, Adele, but if you want it, you have to let me tell it my own way. If anyone should have a little sympathy for telling the whole story, it's you. When we was in school together, you wouldn't shut up. Tongue hung in the middle and running at both ends, Mrs. Fitz used to say. Remember her? 4th grade? What a cad she was. Remember the time you put gum in the toe of her shoe? Where was I? Camp, right? Out on Abenaki Lake. Ain't nothing but a 3-room cabin with a lick of beach and an old dock. Daddy bought it in '91, I think it was, when he run into a little dividend from some job. That wasn't enough for the down payment, but when I added in the income from my herbal remedies, we was able to swing it. The place is pretty skeevy, though. I'm willing to admit that. Ma called it the Mosquito Bowl. We never fixed it up worth a tin shit, but Daddy kept to the payments pretty regular. When he missed, Ma and me chipped in. She bitched about giving away her flower money, but never too hard. She liked going out there from the first, bugs, leaky roof, and all. We'd sit out on the deck, have a picnic lunch, watch the world go by. Even then, she wouldn't say no to a 6-pack or a bottle of coffee brandy, although in those days she kept her drinking mostly to the weekends. The place was all paid off round the turn of the century, and why not? It was on the town side of the lake, the west side, and you both know what it's like over there. All reedy and shallow, plenty of pucker brush. The east side's nicer, them big houses the summer people have to have. And I imagine they looked across the slums on our side, all shacks and cabins and trailer homes, and told themselves it was a shame how the locals had to live without so much as a tennis court to their names. Well, they could think whatever they wanted. As far as we was concerned, we're as good as anybody. Dad'd fish a little off the end of the dock, and Ma would cook what he caught on the wood stove, and after '01, or maybe it was '02, we had the running water and no longer had to trot to the outhouse in the middle of the night. Good as anybody. We thought there'd be a little more money for fixing up once the place was paid off, but there never seemed to be. The way it disappeared was a mystery, because back then there was plenty of bank loans for people who wanted to build, and Daddy was working regular. When he died of a heart attack while on a job in Harlow in '02, that was, Ma and me thought we was pretty well skint. "We'll get by, though," she said. "And if it was horse he was spending the extra on, I don't want to know." But she said we'd have to sell the place on Abenaki if we could find somebody crazy enough to buy it. "We'll get showing it next spring," she said, "before the black flies hatch out. That okay with you, Alden?" I said it was, and even went to work sprucing it up. Got as far as new shingles and replacing the worst of the rotted boards on the dock, and that's when we had our first stroke of luck. Ma got a call from an insurance company down to Portland, and found out why there never seemed to be any extra money even after the cabin and the 2 acres it stood on was paid off. It wasn't horse. Dad had been putting the extra into life insurance. Maybe he had what you call a premonition. Stranger things happened in the world every day, like rains of frogs or 2-headed cat I seen down at the Castle County Fair. Gave me nightmares, it did, or that Loch Ness monster. Whatever it was, we had $75,000 that we never expected just drop out of the sky and into our key bank account. That was stroke of luck number 1. 2 years after that call, 2 years almost to the day, here come stroke of luck number 2. Ma was in the habit of buying a $5 scratch-off ticket once a week after she got her groceries at Normie's Super Shop. For years she'd been doing that and never won more than $20. Then one day in '04, she matched 27 below to 27 above on a big main million scratcher, and holy Christ on a bike, she seen that match was worth $250,000. I thought I was going to pee my pants, she said. They put a picture in the window of the super shop. Well, you remember that. It was there for 2 months at least. A cool $250,000. More like $120,000 after all the taxes was paid, but still, we invested it in Sunny Oil because Ma said oil was always going to be a good investment, at least until it was gone, and we'd be gone by the time it was. I had to agree with that, and it turned out fine. Those were go-go years in the stock market, as you may remember, and that's when we commenced our life of leisure. It's also when we got down to serious drinking. Some of it we done at the house in town, but not that much. You know how neighbors love to gossip. It wasn't until we were mostly shifted out to the Mosquito Bowl that we really went to work on it. Ma quit the flower shop for good in '09, and I said toodaloo to patching tires and replacing mufflers a year or so later. After that, we didn't have much reason to live in town, at least until cold weather. No furnace out to the lake, you know. By 2012, when our trouble with those Dagos across the lake started, we'd roll on out there a week or two before Memorial Day and stay until Thanksgiving or so. Ma put on some weight, 150 pounds, give or take. I guess a lot of that was down to the coffee brandy. They don't call it fat ass in a glass for nothing. But she said she was never the Miss America type to begin with, or even Miss Maine. I'm a cuddly kind of gal, she liked to say. What Doc Stone liked to say, at least until she stopped going to him, was that she was going to be a dying young kind of gal if she didn't quit drinking the Allens. You're a heart attack waiting to happen, Allie, he said. Or cirrhosis. You've already got type 2 diabetes. Isn't that enough for you? I can give it to you in words of one syllable. You need to dry out. Then you need AA. Phew, Ma said when she got back. After a scolding like that, I need a drink. What about you, Alden? I said I could use one. So we took our lawn chairs out the end of the dock, as we most often did, and got royally schnockered while we watched the sun go down. Good as anyone, and better than many. And look here, something's going to kill everyone. Am I not right? Doctors have a way of forgetting that, but Ma knew. The macrobiotic son of a bitch is probably right, she said, as we tottered back to the cabin along about 10 this was, and both of us bit to shit in spite of the DEET we'd slathered ourselves in. But at least when I go, I'll know I lived. And I don't smoke. Everybody knows that's the worst. Not smoking should keep me going for a while, but what about you, Alden? What are you going to do after I die and the money runs out? Well, I don't know, I said. I sure would like to see the Grand Canyon. She laughed and tossed an elbow in my ribs and said, That's my boy. You'll never get a stomach ulcer with that attitude. Now let's get some sleep. Which we did, waking up around 10 the next day and starting to medicate our hangovers along about noon with muddy rudders. I didn't worry as much about Ma as the doc did. I figured she was having too much fun to die. As it happened, she outlived Doc Stone, who got killed one night by a drunk driver on Pigeon Bridge. You could call that irony, or tragedy, or just the way life goes. Me, I ain't no philosopher. I was just glad the doc didn't have his family with him, and I hope his insurance was paid up. All right, that's the background. Now here's where we get down to business. The Massimos, and that fucking trumpet, pardon my fiancée. I call it the 4th of July arms race, and although it didn't really get up and running till 2013, it really started the year before. The Massimos had the place directly across from us. Big white house with pillars and a lawn running down the beach, which was pure white sand instead of gravel like ours. That place must have had a dozen rooms, 20 or more if you count the guest cottage. They called it 12 Pines Camp, on account of the fir trees that was around the main house and kind of closed it in. A camp? Sunday, Jesus, that place was a mansion. And yes, they had a tennis court, also badminton, and a place on the side for throwing horseshoes. They'd come out near the end of June and stay until Labor Day. and then closed the son of a bitch up. A place that size, and they let it stand empty 9 months out of every 12. I couldn't believe it. Ma could, though. She said we were accident rich, but the Massimos were real rich. Only those are ill-gotten gains, Alden, she said. And I'm not talking about no quarter-acre pot patch either. Everyone knows Paul Massimo is connected. She always said it just like that, in big capital letters. Supposedly, the money came from Massimo Construction. I looked it up on the internet, and it appeared as legal as could be. But they were Italian, and Massimo Construction was based in Providence, Rhode Island. And you're Cobbs. You can connect them dots. As Ma always used to say, when you put 2 and 2 together, you never get 5. They used all the rooms in the big white house when they were there, I'll say that much, and the ones in the guest cottage as well. Ma used to look across the water and toast them with her sombrero or muddy rudder and say, Massimos come cheaper by the dozen. They knew how to have fun, I'll give 'em that. There were cookouts and water tag, teenage kids driving those jet skis around. They must have had half a dozen of those babies in colors so bright they'd burn your eyes if you looked at 'em too long. In the evenings, they'd play touch football, usually enough Massimos to make 2 regulation teams of 11 each. And then, when it got too dark to see the ball, they'd sing. You could tell by the way they yelled out their songs, often in Italian, that they enjoyed a drink or 3 themselves. One of 'em had a trumpet, and he'd blow it along with the song, just wah, 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 enough to make your eyes water. Disney Gillespie, he ain't, Ma said. Someone ought to dip that trumpet in olive oil and stick it up his ass. He could fart out God Bless America. Long about 11, he'd blow taps. That'd be it for the night. I'm not sure any of the neighbors would have complained, even if the singing and the trumpet had gone on until 3 in the morning. Not when most of the folks on our side of the lake believed he was the real-life Tony Soprano. Come the 4th of July that year, this is 012 I'm talking about, I had some sparklers, 2 or 3 packets of Black Cat firecrackers, and a couple of cherry bombs. I bought 'em from Pop Anderson at Anderson's Cherry Flea Market on the road to Oxford. That ain't cattling either. Not unless you're bone stupid, and I know neither you is. Hell, everybody knew you could get firecrackers at the Cherry Flea. The little stuff was all Pop'd ever sell, because back then fireworks was against the law. Anyway, all those Massimos was running around across the lake, playing football and tennis and giving each other swimsuit wedges. The little ones paddling around the shore, the bigger ones diving off their float. Me and Ma was out the end of the dock in our lawn chairs, feeling no pain with our patriotic supplies laid out beside us. As dusk came down, I give her a sparkler, lit it, then lit mine off and hers. We waved 'em around in the gloaming. Pretty soon, the little ones over there on the other side seen 'em and started clamoring for their own. The 2 older Massimo boys handed 'em out, and they waved 'em back at us. Their sparklers was bigger and longer-lasting than ours, and the heads had been treated with some sort of chemical and made 'em go all different colors, while ours were only yellow-white. The Dago with the trumpet blew wah, wah, as if to say, this is what real sparklers look like. That's okay, Ma said. The sparklers may be bigger, but let's shoot some firecrackers, see how they like that. We lit 'em one by one, then tossed 'em so they'd bang and flash before they hit the lake. The kids over there at 12 Pines seen that and started clamoring again. So some of the Massimo men went into the house, come back with a carton. It was full of firecrackers. Pretty soon the bigger kids was lighting 'em off a pack at a time. They must have a couple 100 packs in all, and they went off like machine gun fire, which made ours seem pretty tame. Wah, wah, went the trumpet, as if to say, try again. Well, sugar tit, Ma said. Give me one of them cherry bumpers you've been holding back, Alden. All right, I said. But you be careful, Ma. You've had a few, and you might still like to see all your fingers tomorrow morning. Just give one over and don't be smart, she said. I didn't fall off a hayrick yesterday, and I don't like the sound of that trumpet. I bet they don't have any of these, 'cause Pop don't sell 'em to Flatlanders. He sees their license plates and claims he's all out. I gave her one and lit it with my Bic. The fuse sparked, and she threw it high in the air. It went with a flash bright enough to hurt our eyes, and the bang echoed all the way down the lake. I lit the other one and flung it like Roger Clemens. Bang! There, Ma says. Now they know who's boss. But then Paul Massimo and his two oldest sons walked down to the end of their dock, and one of 'em, big, handsome young fella in a rugby shirt, had that goddamn trumpet in a kind of holster thing on his belt. They waved to us. Then the old man handed each of the boys something. They held the somethings out so he could light the fuses. They flang 'em out over the lake, and, holy God, not bang, but boom! 2 booms, loud as dynamite, in big white flashes. Those ain't cherry bombs, I said. Them are M80s. Where'd they get those? Ma asked. Pop don't sell those. We looked at each other. Didn't even have to say it. Rhode Island. You could probably get anything in Rhode Island. At least if your name was Massimo, you could. The old man handed each of them another, and lit 'em up. Then he lit one of his own. 3 booms, loud enough to scare every fish in Abenaki up to the north end, I have no doubt. Then Paul waved to us, and the fellow with the trumpet drew it out of his holster like a 6-gun and blew 3 long blasts. Wah, wah, wah. As if to say, sorry about that, you poor-ass Yankees. Better luck next year. Wasn't nothing we could do about it, neither. We had another pack of black cats, but they would have sounded pretty lackluster after those M80s. And over on the other side, that pack of Dagos was applauding and cheering, the girls jumping up and down in their bikini suits. Pretty soon they started singing God Bless America. Ma looked at me, and I looked at Ma. She shook her head, and I shook mine. Then she said, "Next year." "Yes," I said, "next year." She held up a glass. We were drinking Bucket Lux that night, as I recall, and I raised mine. We drank to victory in 013, and that was how the 4th of July arms race began. Mostly, I think it was that fucking trumpet. Pardon my Francais. The following June, I went to Pop Anderson and explained my situation. Told him how I felt the honor of us on the west side of the lake had to be upheld. "Well, Alden," he said, "I don't know what shooting off a bunch of gunpowder has to do with honor, but business is business. And if you come back in a week or so, I might have something for you." I did just that. He took me into his office and put a box on his desk. Had a bunch of Chinese characters on it. "This is the stuff I ordinarily don't sell," he said. "But me and your ma goes all the way back to grammar school together, where she spelled me by the wood stove, helped me learn my times tables. I got you some big bangers they call M120s. There's not much bigger in the loud noise department unless you want to start tossing sticks of dynamite. Then there's a dozen of these." He brought out a cylinder sitting on top of a red stick. "That looks like a bottle rocket," I said, "only bigger." "Yeah, you could call this the deluxe model," he said. "They're called Chinese peonies. They shoot twice as high, then make a hell of a flash, some red, some purple, some yellow. You stick 'em in a Coke or beer bottle just like with ordinary bottle rockets, but you want to stand well back, because the fuses are going to fizz sparks all over the place when they lift off. Keep a towel handy so you don't start any brush fires." "Well, that's great," I said. "They won't be blowing no trumpet when they see those." "I'll sell you the whole box for $30, Pop said. "I know that's dear. I also throwed in some black cats and a few Twizzlers. Stick those in chunks of wood and send 'em off floating. Awful pretty they are." "Say no more," I told him. It'd be cheap at twice the price." "All done," he said. "You never want to talk that way to a feller in my line of work." I took him back to camp, and Ma was so excited she wanted to set off one of the M120s and one of the Chinese peonies right away. I didn't often put my foot down with Ma. She was apt to bite it right off your ankle, but I did that time. "Give those Massimos half a chance and they'll come up with something better," I said. She thought it over, then kissed me on the cheek and said, "You know, for a boy who barely finished high school, you've got a head on your shoulders, Alden." So here come the glorious 4th of 013. The whole Massimo clan was gathered over to 12 Pines like usual. Must have been 24 or more, and me and Ma was out the end of our dock in our lawn chairs. We had our box of goodies set down between us, along with a good-sized pitcher of orange driver. Pretty soon, Paul Massimo come out the end of his dock with his own box of goodies, which was a bit bigger than ours, but that didn't concern me. It ain't the size of the dog in the fight, you know, but the size of the fight in the dog. His 2 grown boys was with him. They waved, and we waved back. Dusk commenced, and me and Ma started shooting off black cats. Not one by one this time, but by the pack. The little kids did the same over on their side. When they got tired of that, they lit up their big sparklers and waved 'em around. The son, with the trumpet, blew a couple of times, kind of tuning up. A bunch of the younger ones heard it and come out on the 12 Pines dock, and after some talk, Paul and his grown boys handed each of 'em a big gray ball that I recognized as M80s. Sound carries across the lake real well, especially when there's no breeze, and I could hear Paul telling the little ones to be careful and demonstrating how they was to chuck 'em out into the lake. Then Massimo lit 'em up. 3 of those kids threw high, wide, and handsome like they was supposed to, but the youngest couldn't have been more than 7, wound up like Nolan friggin' Ryan and chucked his right on the dock between his feet. It bounced and would have blown his nose off if Paul hadn't yanked him back. Some of the women screamed, but Massimo and his boys just fell down laughing. I judge they might have had more than a few shots. Wine, most likely, because that's what those Dagos like to drink. "All right," Ma said. "Enough frigging around. Let's show 'em up before that tall one starts honking his goddamn horn." So I took out a couple of M120s, which were black and looked like the bombs you sometimes see in those old-time cartoons, the ones the villain uses to blow up the railroad tracks and gold mines and such. "You be careful, Ma," I said. "Hold on to something like this too long, and you'd lose more than just your fingers." "Don't you worry about me," she said. "Let's show those spaghetti eaters." So I lit 'em, and we threw 'em, and kapow, one after the other, enough to rattle windows all the way to Waterford, I should judge. Mr. Hornblower froze with his trumpet halfway to his lips. Some of the little kids started to cry. All the women ran down the beach to see what was going on, if it was terrorists or what. "Let's get 'em," Ma said, and she toasted to young Mr. Hornblower standing over there with his trumpet in his hand and his thumb up his ass. Not really, you know, but in a manner of speaking. Paul Massimo and his 2 sons walked back to the end of their dock, and there they huddled like a bunch of baseball players when the bases are loaded. Then they all walked up the house together. I thought they was finished, and Ma was sure of it. So we lit up our Twizzlers, just to celebrate. I'd cut squares of styrofoam from some packing material I found in the swill bucket out back of the cabin, and we stuck 'em in those and pushed 'em out on the water. By then it was that deep purple time that comes just before full dark, awful gorgeous, with the wishing star up there in the sky and all the others ready to peep out. Neither day nor night, and always the prettiest time there is. That's what I think. And them Twizzlers, they was a lot more than pretty. They was beautiful, floating out there, all red and green, waxing and waning like candle flames, and reflecting on the water. It was quiet again, too, so quiet you could hear the thumps of the fireworks show getting started over the Bridgeton way. Plus, Frogs started to croak again along the shoreline. The frogs thought all the noise and ruckus was over for the night. Little did they know, because just then Paul and his 2 grown boys come back down to their dock and looked across at us. Paul had something in his hand almost as big as a softball, and the grown boy without the trumpet, which made him the smarter of the 2, in my opinion, lit him up. Massimo didn't waste time but slang it underhand, high above the water, and before I could tell Ma to cover her ears, it went off. Holy Jesus, the flash seemed to blot out the whole sky, and the blast was as loud as an artillery shell. This time, it wasn't just the Massimo women and girls who came to see, but damn near everybody on the lake. And although half of them probably pissed their pants when that fucker went off, they were applauding. You believe that? Ma and me looked at each other, because we knew what was coming next, and it surely did. Captain Hornblower raised his fucking trumpet and blew it at us, one long blast. Wah! All the Massimos laughed and applauded some more, and so did everyone else on both sides of the water. It was humiliating. You can understand that, can't you, Andy? Adele? We'd been out-exploded by a bunch of eye-tie flatlanders from Rhode Island. Not that I don't like a plate of spaghetti myself from time to time, but every day, get out. All right, fine, Ma said, squaring her shoulders. Maybe they can out-bang us, but we got those Chinese peonies. Let's see how they like those. But I could see on her face that she felt they might get the best of us there, too. I set up a dozen beer and soda cans on the end of our dock and slipped one of the peonies into each one. The Massimo menfolk over on the other side stood watching us. Then the one who didn't think he could play the trumpet run back the house for fresh ammunition. Meanwhile, I ran my lighter along the fuses, neat as you please, and the Chinese peonies took off, one after the other, with nary a malfunction. Awfully pretty they were, even though they didn't last long. All the colors of the rainbow, just like Pop promised. There were oohs and ahs from some of the Massimos, I'll give 'em that. And then the young man who ran away come back from his errand with another box. Turned out it was full of fireworks that were like our Chinese peonies, only bigger. Each one had its own little cardboard launching pad. We could see because by then there was lights on at the end of the Massimo dock, kind of shaped like torches, only electric. Paul lit those rockets, and up they went, making golden starbursts in the sky that was twice as big and bright as ours. They twinkled and made crackling machine gun noises when they came down. Everybody applauded even more, and of course me and Ma had to do the same, or we'd be thought of as poor sports. And the trumpet blew. Wah, wah, wah. Later on, after we'd shot off all our shit, Ma went stomping around the kitchen in her nightgown and tartan slippers, steam practically shooting out of her ears. "Where'd they get armaments like that?" she asked, but it was what you call a rhetorical question. She didn't give me time to answer. "From his hoodlum friends back in Rhode Island, that's where, because he's connected. And he's one of those people who got to win at everything. You can tell just looking at him." Sort of like you, Ma, I thought, but did not say. Sometimes silence really is golden, and never more than when your ma's loaded on Allen's coffee brandy and madder than a wet hen. And I hate that frigging trumpet. I hate it with a purple passion. I could agree with her there, and did. She grabbed me by the arm, slopping her last drink of the night all down the front of my shirt. "Next year," she said, "we're going to show 'em who's boss next year. Promise me we'll shut up that trumpet in 14, Alden." I promised to try. That was the best I could do. Paul Massimo had all his resources in Rhode Island, and what did I have? Pop Anderson, owner of a side-of-the-road flea market next to the discount sneaker store. Still, I went to him the next day and explained what had happened. He listened and did me the courtesy of not laughing, although his mouth twitched a few times. I'm willing to sniculate that it did have its funny side, at least until last night it did, but not so much when you had Hallie McCausland breathing down your neck. Yes, I could see how that would get your ma's goat, Pop said. She was always a hello when somebody tried to get the best of her. But for Christ's sake, Alden, it's only fireworks. When she sobers up, she'll see that. I don't think so, I said, not wanting to add that Ma never really sobered up any more. Just went from tiddly to crocked to asleep to hungover, and then back to tiddly again. Not that I was much better. It ain't so much the fireworks as it is that trumpet, you see. If she could shut up that fucking trumpet on the 4th of July, I think she'd be satisfied. Well, I can't help you, Pop said. There's plenty of bigger fireworks out there for sale, but I won't truck in them. I don't want to lose my vendor's license, for one thing, and I don't want to see no one get hurt, that's another. Drunk shooting explosives is always a recipe for disaster. But if you're really determined, you ought to take a ride up to Indian Island and talk to a fellow there. Great big Penobscot named Howard Gamache. Biggest goddamn Indian in Maine, maybe in the whole world. Rides a Harley-Davidson and has feathers tattooed on his cheeks. He's what you might call connected. Somebody connected. That's exactly what we needed. I thanked Pop and wrote the name Howard Gamache in my notebook. And next April, I took a ride up to Penobscot County with $500 cash in the glove box of my truck. I found Mr. Gamache sitting at the bar of the Harvest Hotel in Old Town, and he was as big as advertised. 6'8", I'd guess, and would dress out around 350, as the hunters say. He listened to my tale of woe, and after I'd bought him a pitcher of Bud, which he drank down in less than 10 minutes, he said, "Well, Mr. McCausland, let's you and me take a little jaunt up the road to my wigwam and discuss this in more detail." He was riding a Harley Softail, which is a mighty big sled, but when he was on it, that thing looked like one of the little bikes the clowns ride in the circus. Butt cheeks hung right down to the saddlebags, they did. His wigwam turned out to be a nice little 2-story ranch with a pool out back for the kiddies, of which he had a parcel. No, Idell, the bike and the pool ain't particularly important to the story, but if you want it, you'll have to take it my way, and I find it interesting. There was even a home theater set up in the basement. Geez, like crow, I felt like moving in. The fireworks was in his garage, under a tarp, all stacked up in wooden crates, and there's some pretty awesome stuff. "If you get caught with it," he said, "you never heard of Howard Gamache. Isn't that right?" I said it was, and because he seemed like an honest enough fellow who wouldn't screw me, at least not too bad, I asked him what $500 would buy. I ended up getting mostly cakes, which are blocks of rockets with a single fuse. You light it, and up they go by the dozen. There was 3 cakes called Pyro Monkey, another 2 called Declaration of Independence, one called Psychodelic, that shoots off in big bursts of light that look like flowers, and one that was extra special. I'll get to that. "You think this stuff will shut down those Dagos?" I asked him. "You bet," Howard said. "Only as someone who prefers to be called a Native American rather than a redskin or tomahawk Tom, I don't care much for such pejorative terms as Dago, bog trotter, camel jockeys, and beaners. They are Americans, even as you and I, and there's no need to denigrate them." "I hear you," I said, "and I'll take it to heart, but those Massimos still piss me off, and if that offends you, it's a case of tough titty, said the kitty." "Understood, and I can fully identify with your emotional condition. But let me give you some advice, paleface. Keep 'em to speed limit going home. You don't want to get caught with that shit in your trunk." When Ma saw what I'd bought, she shook her fists over her head and then poured us a couple of dirty hubcaps to celebrate. "When they experience these, they're going to shit nickels," she said. "Maybe even silver dollars, see if they don't." Only it didn't turn out that way. I guess you know that, don't you? Come 4th of July last year, Abenaki Lake was loaded to the gunnels. Word had got round, you see, that it was the McCausland Yankees against the Massimo Dagos for the fireworks blue ribbon. Must have been 600 people on our side of the lake. Not so many over on their side, but there was a bunch all right, more than ever before. Every Massimo east of the Mississippi must have shown up for the 014 showdown. We didn't bother with piddling stuff like firecrackers and cherry bombs that time. Just waited for deep dusk so we could shoot the big stuff. Man me had boxes with Chinese characters stacked on our dock, but so did they. The east shore front was lined with little Massimos waving sparklers. Looked like stars that had fallen to earth, they did. I sometimes think sparklers are enough, and this morning I sure wish we'd have stuck to 'em. Paul Massimo waved to us. We waved back. The idiot with the trumpet blew a long blast. Wah! Paul pointed to me as if to say, "You first, Monsieur." So I shot off a pyro monkey. It lit up the sky, and everyone went, "Ah!" Then one of Massimo's sons lit off something similar, except it was brighter and lasted longer. The crowd went, "Ooh!" and off went the fucking trumpet. "Never mind the funky monkeys or whatever they are," Ma said. "Give 'em the Declaration of Independence. That'll show 'em." I did, and it was some gorgeous. But those goddamn Massimos topped that one, too. They topped everything we shot off, and every time theirs went brighter and louder, that asshole blew his trumpet. It pissed off Ma and me no end. Hell, it was enough to piss off the Pope. The crowd got one hell of a fireworks show that night, probably as good as the one they have in Portland, and I'm sure they went home happy. But there was no joy on the dock of the Mosquito Bowl, I can tell you that. Ma usually gets happy when she's in the bag, but she wasn't that night. It was full dark by then, all the stars out, and the haze of gunpowder drifting across the lake. We was down to our last and biggest item. "Shoot it," Ma said, "and see if they can beat it. Might as well. But if he blows that friggin' trumpet one more time, my head's going to explode right off of my shoulders." Our last one, the extra special, was called the Ghost of Fury, and Howard Gamache swore by it. "A beautiful thing," he told me, "and totally illegal. Stand back after you light it, Mr. McCausland, because it goes a gusher." Goddamn fuse was thick as your wrist. I lit it and stood back. For a few seconds after it burned down, there was nothing, and I thought it was a dud. "Well, don't that just impregnate the family dog?" Ma said. "Now he'll blow that bastardly trumpet." But before he could, the Ghost of Fury went off. First, it was just a fountain of white sparks, but then it shot up higher and turned rose pink. It started blowing off rockets that exploded in starbursts. By then the fountain of sparks on the end of our dock was at least 12 feet high and bright red. It shot off even more rockets straight up into the sky, and they boomed as loud as a squadron of jets breaking the sound barrier. Ma covered her ears, but she was laughing fit to split. The fountain went down, then spurted up one last time like an old man in a whorehouse, Ma said, and shot off this gorgeous red and yellow flower into the sky. There was a moment of silence. Awed, don't you know? And then everybody on the lake started applauding like crazy. Some people who was in their campus tooted their horns, which sounded mighty thin after all those bangs. The Massimos was applauding too, which showed they was good sports, which impressed me, because, you know, folks who have to win at everything usually ain't. The one with the trumpet never took the damn thing out of its holster. "We did it!" Ma shouted. "Alden, give your ma a kiss." I did, and when I looked across the lake, I seen Paul Massimo standing at the end of his dock in the light of those electric torches they had. He put up one finger, as if to say, "Wait and watch." It gave me a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. The son without the trumpet, the one I judge might have a lick of sense, put down a launcher cradle, slow and reverent, like an altar boy putting out the Holy Communion. Setting in it was the biggest fucking rocket I ever seen that wasn't on TV at Cape Canaveral. Paul dropped down on one knee and put his lighter to the fuse. As soon as it started to spark, he grabbed both his boys and ran 'em right off the dock. There was no pause, like with our Ghost of Fury. Fucker took off like Apollo 19, trailing a streak of blue fire and turned purple and then red. A second later, the stars was blotted out by a giant flaming bird that covered the lake almost from one side to the other. It blazed up there, then exploded. And I'll be damned if little birds didn't come out of the explosion, shooting off in every direction. The crowd went nuts. Them grown boys was hugging their father and pounding him on the back and laughing. "Let's go in, Alden," Ma said. She never sounded so sad since Daddy died. "We're beat." "We'll get 'em next year," I said, patting her shoulder. "No," she said. "Them Massimos will always be a step ahead. That's the kind of people they are. People with connections. We're just a couple of poor folks living on a lucky fortune, and I guess that'll have to be enough." As we went up the steps of our shitty little cabin, there come one final trumpet blast from the fine big house across the lake. Wah! Made my head ache, it did. Howard Gamache told me that last firework was called the Rooster of Destiny. He said he'd seen videos of 'em on YouTube, but always with people talking Chinese in the background. "How this Massimo gentleman got it into this country is a mystery to me," Howard said. This was about a month later, toward the end of last summer, when I finally got up enough ambition to make the drive up to his two-story wigwam on Indian Island and tell him what happened, how we give 'em a good battle, but still come off on the short end when all was said and told. "It's no mystery to me," I said. "His friends in China probably threw it in as an extra with his last load of opium, little gift to say, 'Thanks for doing business with us.' Have you got anything that'll top it? I mean, Ma's awful depressed, Mr. Gamache. She don't want to compete next year. But I was thinking, if there was anything, the topper to top all toppers, well, I'd pay as much as $1,000. It'd be worth it just to see my ma smiling on 4th of July night." Howard sat on his back steps with his knees sticking up around his ears like a couple of boulders. God, what a mighty man he was, and thought about it, cogitated on it, judged his way around it. At last he said, "I have heard rumors." "Rumors about what?" "About a special something called Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind, from a fellow I correspond with on the subject of gunpowder amusements. His native name is Shining Path, but mostly he goes by Johnny Parker. He's a Cayuga Indian, and he lives near Albany, New York. I could give you his email address, but he won't reply unless I email him first and tell him you're safe." "Will you do that?" I asked. "Of course," he said, "but first you must pay heap big wampum, paleface. $50 should do it." Money passed from my small hand to his big one. He emailed Johnny Shining Path Parker, and when I got back to the lake and sent him an email of my own, he answered right back. But he wouldn't talk about what he called CE4, except in person. Claimed the government read all Native American emails as a matter of course. I didn't have no argument with that. I bet those suckers read everybody's email. So we agreed to meet, and along about the 1st of October last year, I went up. Of course, Ma wanted to know what sort of errand would take me all the way to upstate New York, and I didn't bother telling her no made-up story, because she always sees through 'em and has since I was knee-high to a collie. She just shook her head. "Go on, if it'll make you happy," she said. "But they'll come back with something even bigger. we'll be stuck listening to that eye-tie cock-knocker blowing his trumpet." "Well, maybe," I said, "but Mr. Shining Path says this is a firework to end all fireworks." As you now see, that turned out to be nothing but the truth. I had a pretty drive, and Johnny Shining Path Parker turned out to be a nice fella. His wigwam was in Green Island, where the houses are almost as big as the Massimo's 12 Pines, and his wife made one hell of an enchilada. I ate 3 with that hot green sauce and got the shits on the way home. But since that ain't part of the story, and I can see Adele's getting impatient again, I'll leave it out. All I can say is thank God for handy wipes. CE4 would be a special order, Johnny said. The Chinese make only 3 or 4 a year, and out of Mongolia or someplace like that, where there's snow 9 months out of the year and the babies are purportedly raised with wolf cubs. Such explosive devices are usually shipped to Toronto. I guess I could order one and bring it in from Canada myself, although you'd have to pay for my gas and my time. If I got caught, I'd probably end up in Leavenworth as a terrorist. Jesus, I don't want to get you in no trouble like that, I said. Well, I'm exaggerating a bit, maybe, he said, but CE4's one hell of a firework. Never been one like it. I couldn't give you your money back if your pal across the lake happened to have something to beat it, but I'd give you back my profit on the deal. That's how sure I am. Besides, Cindy Shining Path Parker said, Johnny loves an adventure. Would you like another enchilada, Mr. McCausland? I passed on that, which probably kept me from exploding somewhere in Vermont, and for a while I almost forgot the whole thing. Then, just after New Year's, we're getting close now, Adele, don't that make you happy? I got a call from Johnny. If you want that item we were discussing last fall, he said, I've got it, but it'll cost you $2,000. I sucked in breath. That's pretty steep. I can't argue with you there, but look at it this way. You white folks got Manhattan for $24, and we've been looking for payback ever since. He laughed and then said, but speaking seriously now, and if you don't want it, that's fine. Maybe a buddy across the lake would be interested. Don't you ever, I said. He laughed harder at that. I have to tell you, this thing is pretty awesome. I've sold a lot of fireworks over the years, and have never seen anything remotely like this. Like what, I asked. What is it? You have to see for yourself, he said. I have no intention of sending you a picture over the internet. Besides, it doesn't look like much until it's, in use. If you want to roll on up here, I can show you a video. I'll be there, I said, and 2 or 3 days later I was, sober and shaved and with my hair combed. Now listen to me, you two. I ain't going to make excuses for what I done, and you can leave Ma out of it. I was the one that got the damn thing, and I was the one who set it off. But I am going to tell you that the CE4 I saw in that video Johnny showed me, and the one I set off last night wasn't the same. The one in the video was a lot smaller. I even remarked on the size of the crate mine was in when Johnny and me put it in the back of the truck. Well, they sure must have put a lot of packing in there, I said. I guess they wanted to make sure nothing would happen to it in shipping, Johnny said. He didn't know either, you see. Cindy Shining Path asked if I didn't want to at least open the crate and have a look, make sure it was the right thing. But it was nailed up tight all over, and I wanted to get back before dark on account of my eyes ain't as good as they used to be. But because I come here today determined to make a clean breast of it, I have to tell you that wasn't the truth. Evening is my drinking time, and I didn't want to miss any of it. That's the truth. I know that's kind of a sad way to be, and I know I have to do something about it. I guess if they put me in jail, I'll get the chance, won't I? Ma and me unnailed the crate the next day and took a look at what we'd bought. This was at the house in town, you understand, because we're talking January, and colder than a witch's tit. There was some packing material, all right, Chinese newspapers of some kind, but not nearly so much as I expected. The CE4 was probably 7 feet on the square, and looked like a package done up in brown paper, only the paper was kind of oily, and so heavy it felt more like canvas. The fuse was sticking out the bottom. "Do you really think it will go up?" Ma asked. "Well," I said, "if ours don't, what's the worst that can happen?" "We'll be out $2,000, Ma said, "but that ain't the worst. The worst'd be it rises up 2 or 3 feet and then fizzles into the lake, followed by that young Italian who looks like Ben Affleck blowing his trumpet." We put it in the garage, and there it stayed until Memorial Day, when we took it out to the lake. I didn't buy nothing else of a firework nature this year, not from Pop Anderson and not from Howard Gamache either. We was all in on the one thing. It was C.E. Fuller or bust. All right, here we are at last night, 4th of July of 015. Never been nothing like it on Abenaki Lake, and I hope there never will be again. We knew it had been a goddamn dry summer, of course we knew. But that never crossed our minds. Why would it? We were shooting over the water, weren't we? What could be safer? All the Massimos was there and having fun, playing their music, playing their games and cooking weenies on about 5 different grills, and swimming near the beach and diving off the float. Everyone else was there, too, on both sides of the lake. There was even some at the north and south ends where it's all swampy. They were there to see this year's chapter of the great 4th of July arms race, Itais versus Yankees. Dusk drew down, and finally the wishing star come out, like she always does, and those electric torches at the end of the Massimo dock popped on like a couple of spotlights. Out onto it struts Paul Massimo, flanked by his 2 grown sons, and goddamn if they weren't dressed like for a fancy country club dance. Father in a tuxedo, sons in white dinner jackets with red flowers in the lapels, the Ben Affleck-looking one wearing his trumpet down low on his hip like a gunslinger. I looked around and seen the lake was lined with more folks than ever before. Must have been at least 1,000. They'd come expecting a show, and those Massimos was dressed to give 'em one, while Ma was in her usual house dress, and I was in a pair of old jeans and a T-shirt that says, "Kiss me where it stings. Meet me in Lincoln." "He ain't got no boxes, Alden," Ma said. "Why is that?" I just shook my head because I didn't know. Our single firework was already at the end of our dock, covered with an old quilt. Had been there all day. Massimo held out his hand to us, polite as always, telling us we should start. I shook my head and held out mine right back, as if to say, "Nope, after you this time, Monsieur." He shrugged and made a twirling gesture in the air, sort of like when the ump is saying it's a home run. About 4 seconds later, the night was filled with uprushing trails of sparks, and fireworks started to explode all over the lake, in starbursts and sprays, multiple canister blasts that shot out flowers and fountains, I don't know what all. Ma gasped. "Why, that dirty dog! He went and hired a whole fireworks crew, professionals." And yes, that's just what he done. He must have spent $10,000 or $15,000 on that 20-minute sky show, what with the double Excalibur and the wolf pack that come near the end. The crowd on the lake was whooping and hollering to beat the band, banging on their car horns and cheering and screaming. The Ben Affleck-looking one was blowing his trumpet hard enough to give him a brain hemorrhage, but you couldn't even hear him over the gunnery practice going on in the sky, which was lit up, bright as day, and in every color. Sheets of smoke rose from where the fireworks crew was setting off their goods down on the beach, but none of it blew across the lake. It blew toward the house instead. Toward 12 Pines. You could say I should have noticed that, but I didn't. Ma didn't either. Nobody did. We was too gobsmacked. Massimo was sending us a message, you see. It's over. Don't even think about it next year, you poor-ass Yankees. There was a pause, and I was just deciding he'd shot his load, when up goes a double gusher of sparks, and the sky filled with a great big burning boat, sails and all. I knew from Howard Gamache what that one was, too, an excellent junk. That's a Chinese boat. When it finally went out and the crowd around the lake stopped going bananas, Massimo signaled to his fireworks boys one last time, and they sparked up an American flag on the beach. They burned red, white, and blue, and threw off fireballs while somebody played America the Beautiful through the sound system. Finally, the flag burned out to nothing but orange cinders. Massimo was still at the end of his dock, and he held his hand out to us again, smiling, as if to say, "Go on and shoot whatever paltry shit you got over there, McCausland, and we'll be done with it. Not just for this year, but for good." I looked at Ma. She looked at me. Then she slatted whatever was left of her drink — we was drinking moonquakes last night — into the water and said, "Go on. It probably won't amount to a piss hole in the snow, but we bought the dam. They might as well set her off." I remember how quiet it was. The frogs hadn't started up again yet, and the poor old loons had packed it into the night, maybe for the rest of the summer. There was still plenty of people standing at the water's edge to see what we had, but a lot more was going back to town, like fans will, when their team is getting blown out and has no chance of coming back. I could see a chain of lights all the way down Lake Road that hooks up with Highway 119 into Pretty Bitch, the one that eventually takes you to TI-90 in Chester's Mill. I decided if I was going to do it, I ought to make a fair show of it. If it misfired, the ones that were left could laugh as much as they wanted. I could even put up with the goddamn trumpet, knowing I wouldn't have to listen to it blow it at me next year, because I was done, and I could see from her face that Ma felt the same. Even her boobs seemed to be hanging their heads, but maybe that was just because she left off her bra last night. She says it pinches her terrible. I whipped off that piece of quilt like a magician doing a trick, and there was the square thing I'd bought for $2,000, probably half of what Massimo paid for just his excellent junk alone, all wrapped in its heavy canvasy paper, with the short, thick fuse sticking out the end. I pointed to it, then pointed to the sky. Them three dressed-up Massimo standing at the end of their dock laughed, and the trumpet blew. I lit the fuse, and it started to spark. I grabbed Ma and pulled her back in case the friggin' thing should explode on the launching pad. The fuse burned down to the box, then disappeared. Fucking box just sat there. The Massimo with the trumpet raised it to his lips, but before he could blow it, fire kind of squashed out from under the box, and up it rose. Slow at first, then faster as more jets, I guess they was jets, caught fire. Up and up, 10 feet, then 20, then 40. I could just make out the square shape against the stars. It made 50, everyone craning their necks to look, and then it exploded just like the one in the YouTube video Johnny Shining Path Parker showed me. Me and Ma cheered. Everyone cheered. The Massimos only looked perplexed and maybe, hard to tell from our side of the lake, a little contemptuous. It was like they was thinking, an exploding box? What the fuck is that? Only the CE-4 wasn't done. When people's eyes adjusted, they gasped in wonder, for the paper stuff was unfolding and spreading, even as it began to burn every color you ever saw and some you never did. It was turning into a goddamn flying saucer. It spread and spread, like God was opening his own holy umbrella, and as it opened, it began shooting off fireballs every which way. Each one exploded and shot off more, making a kind of rainbow over that saucer. I know you two have seen cell phone video of it. Probably everybody who had a phone was making movies of it, which I don't doubt will be in evidence at my trial. But I'm telling you, you had to be there to fully appreciate the wonder of it. Ma was clutching my arm. "It's beautiful," she said, "but I thought it was only 8 feet across. Isn't that what your Indian friend said?" It was, but the thing I'd unleashed was 20 feet across, and still growing when it popped a dozen or more little parachutes to keep it elevated while it shot off more colors and sparklers and fountains and flash bombs. It was maybe not so grand as Massimo's fireworks show in the altogether, but grander than his excellent junk, and of course it came last, That's what people always remember, don't you think? What they see last? I seen the Massimo staring up at the sky. Their jaws hung down like doors on busted hinges, looking like the purest goddamn idiots that ever walked the earth. And she started to dance. The trumpet was dangling down Ben Affleck's hand like he'd forgotten he had it. "We beat 'em!" Ma screamed at me, shaking her fist. "We finally did it, Alden! Look at 'em! They're beat, and it was worth every fucking penny!" She wanted me to dance with her, but I seen something I didn't much care for. The wind was pushing that flying saucer eastwards across the lake, toward 12 Pines. Paul Massimo seen the same thing, and pointed at me, as if to say, "You put it up there, you bring it down while it's still over the water." Only I couldn't, of course, and meanwhile, the goddamn thing was still blowing its wad, shooting off rockets and cannonades and swirly fountains like it would never stop. Then, I had no idea it was going to happen because the video Johnny Shining Path showed me was silent. It started to play music. Just 5 notes over and over. Do-dee-do-dum-dee. It was the music the spaceship makes in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So it's toodly-doing, toodly-deeing, and that's when the goddamn saucer caught a fire. I don't know if that was an accident or if it was supposed to be the final effect. The parachutes holding it up, they caught too, and the hallmaster started to sink. At first, I thought it'd go down before it ran out of lake to land in, maybe on the Massimo swimming float, which would have been bad, but not the worst. Only just then, a stronger gust of wind blew up, as if Mother Nature herself was tired of the Massimos. Or maybe it was just that fucking trumpet the old girl was tired of. Well, you know how that place got its name, and them dozen pines was plenty dry. There was 2 of 'em on either side of the long front porch, and those were what our CE-4 crashed into. Them trees went up right away, looking sort of like the electric torches at the end of the Massimo's dock, only bigger. First the needles, then the branches, then the trunks. Massimo started running every which way, like ants when somebody kicks their heel. A burning branch fell on the roof over the porch, and pretty soon that was burning merry hell too. And all the while that little tootling tune went on. Doo-dee-doo-dum-dee. The spaceship tore into 2 pieces. Half of it fell on the lawn, which wasn't so bad, but the other half floated down on the main roof, still shooting off a few final rockets, one of which crashed through an upstairs window, lighting the curtains afire as it went. Ma turned to me and said, "Well, that ain't good." "No," I said. "Looks pretty poor, don't it?" She said, "I guess you better call the fire department, Alden. In fact, I guess you better call 2 or 3 of them. There's going to be cooked woods from the lake to the Castle County line." I turned to run back to the cabin and get my phone, but she caught my arm. There was this funny little smile on her face. "Before you go," she said, "take a glance at that." She pointed across the lake. By then, the whole house was afire, so there wasn't no trouble seeing what she was pointing at. There was no one on their dock any more, but one thing got left behind: the goddamn trumpet. "Tell 'em it was all my idea," Ma said. "I'll go to jail for it, but I don't give a shit. Least we shut that friggin' thing up. Say, Adele, can I have a drink of water? I'm as dry as an old chip." Officer Benoit brought Alden a glass of water. She and Andy Clutterbuck watched him drink it down. A lanky man in chinos and a strap-style T-shirt, his hair thin and graying, his face haggard from lack of sleep and the previous night's ingestion of 60-proof moonquakes. "At least no one got hurt," Alden said. "I'm glad of that. And we didn't burn the woods down. I'm glad of that, too." "You're lucky the wind died," Andy said. "You're also lucky the fire trucks from all 3 towns were standing by," Adele added. "Of course, they have to be on 4th of July nights, because there are always a few fools setting off drunken fireworks." "This is all on me," Alden said. "I just want you to understand that. I bought the goddamn thing, and I was the one who fired it up. I had nothing to do with it." He paused. I just hope Massimo understands that and leaves my ma alone. He's connected, you know. Andy said, that family has been summering on Abenaki Lake for 20 years or more, and according to everything I know, Paul Massimo is a legitimate businessman. "Yeah," Alden said, "just like Al Capone." Officer Ellis knocked on the glass of the interview room, pointed at Andy, cocked his thumb and little finger in a telephone gesture, and beckoned. Andy sighed and left the room. Ardell Benoit stared at Alden. "I've seen some tall orders of shit flapjacks in my time," she said, "and even more since I got on the cops, but this takes the prize." "I know," Alden said, hanging his head. "I ain't making any excuses." Then he brightened. "But it was one hell of a show while it lasted. People won't never forget it." Ardell made a rude noise. Somewhere in the distance, a siren howled. Andy eventually came back and sat down. He said nothing at first, just looked off into space. "Was that about Ma?" Alden asked. "It was your Ma," Andy said. "She wanted to talk to you, and when I told her you were otherwise occupied, she asked if I would pass on a message. She was calling from Lucky's Diner, where she just finished having a nice sit-down brunch with your neighbor from across the lake. She said to tell you he was still dressed in his tuxedo, and it was his treat." "Did he threaten her?" Alden cried. "Did that son of a bitch—" "Sit down, Alden. Relax." Alden settled slowly from a half-risen crouch, but his hands were clenched into fists. They were big hands, and looked capable of doing damage if their owner felt provoked. "Hallie also said to tell you that Mr. Massimo isn't going to press any charges. He said that two families got into a stupid competition, and consequently, both families were at fault. Your mother says Mr. Massimo wants to let bygones be bygones." Alden's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, reminding Ardell of a monkey-on-a-stick toy she'd had as a child. Andy leaned forward. He was smiling in the painful way folks do when they don't really want to smile, but just can't help it. "She said Mr. Massimo also wants you to know he was sorry about what happened with the rest of your fireworks." "The rest of them? I told you we didn't have nothing this year except—" "Hush while I'm talking. I don't want to forget any of the message." Alden hushed. Outside they could hear a second siren, then a third. "The ones in the kitchen. Those fireworks. Your ma said you must have put the boxes too close to the wood stove. Do you remember doing that?" "Oh, I urge you to remember, Alden, because I have a deep desire to bring down the curtain on this particular shit-show." "I guess I sort of do," Alden said. "I won't even ask why you had your stove going on a hot July night, because after 30 years in the policing business, I know drunks are apt to take any half-baked notion into their heads. Would you agree with that?" "Well, yeah," Alden admitted. "Drunks are unpredictable, and those boomquakes are deadly." "Which is why your cabin out there on Abenaki Lake is now burning to the ground." "Jesus Christ on a crutch!" "I don't think we can blame this fire on the Son of God, Alden. Crutch or no crutch, were you insured?" "Gory, yes," Alden said. "Insurance is a good idea. I learned that when Daddy passed away." "Massimo was insured as well. Your mother told me to tell you that, too. She said the two of them agreed over bacon and eggs, that it all evens out. Would you agree with that?" "Well, his house was a hell of a lot bigger than our cabin." "Presumably his policy will reflect the difference." Andy stood up. "I suppose there'll be some kind of hearing eventually, but right now you're free to go." Alden said thank you, and left before they could change their minds. Andy and Ardell sat in the interview room looking at each other. Eventually, Ardell said, "Where was Mrs. McCausland when the fire broke out?" "Until Massimo came to treat her to lobster benedict and home fries at Lucky's, right here at the station," Andy said, "waiting to see if her boy was going to court or county jail, hoping for court so she could bail him out. Ellis said that when she and Massimo left, he had his arm around her waist, which must have been quite a reach considering her current girth." "And who do you think set the fire at the McCausland cabin?" "We'll never know for sure, but were I forced to guess, I'd say it was Massimo's boys before sunrise. put some of their own unused fireworks next to the stove or right on top of it, and then stuff that pearl full of kindling so it would burn nice and hot. Not much different from putting a bomb on a timer when you think about it. Damn, Ardell said. What it comes down to is drunks with fireworks, which is bad, and one hand washing the other, which is good. Ardell thought about that, then puckered her lips and whistled the 5-note melody from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. She tried to do it again, but began to laugh and lost her pucker. Not bad, Andy said, but can you play it on the trumpet?
Thinking of Marshall Dodge. What better place to end a collection than with a story about the end of the world? I've done at least one sprawling book on this subject, The Stand, but here the focus is narrowed to little more than a pinprick. I don't have much to say about the story itself, other than that I was thinking about my beloved 1986 Harley Softail, which I've now put away, and probably for good. My reflexes have slowed enough to make me a danger to myself and others when I'm on the road and doing 65. How I love that bike. After I wrote Insomnia, I rode it from Maine to California, and remember an evening somewhere in Kansas, watching the sun set in the west while the moon rose, huge and orange, in the east. I pulled over and just watched, thinking it was the finest sunset of my life. Maybe it was. Oh, and Summer Thunder was written in a place much like the one where we find Robinson, his neighbor, and a certain stray dog named Gandalf.
Summer Thunder, read by Will Patton.
Robinson was okay as long as Gandalf was. Not okay in the sense of everything is fine, but in the sense of getting along from one day to the next. He still woke up in the night, often with tears on his face from vivid dreams where Diana and Ellen were alive. But when he picked Gandalf up from the blanket in the corner where he slept and put him on the bed, he could more often than not go back to sleep again. As for Gandalf, he didn't care where he slept, and if Robinson pulled him close, that was okay too. It was warm, dry, and safe. He had been rescued. That was all Gandalf cared about. With another living being to take care of, things were better. Robinson drove to the country store 5 miles up Route 19, Gandalf sitting in the pickup's passenger seat, ears cocked, eyes bright, and got dog food. The store was abandoned, and of course it had been looted, but no one had taken the Eukanuba. After June 6th, pets had been the last thing on people's minds, so Robinson deduced. Otherwise, the two of them stayed by the lake. There was plenty of food in the pantry and boxes of stuff downstairs. He had often joked about how Diana expected the apocalypse, but the joke turned out to be on him. Both of them, actually, because Diana had surely never imagined that when the apocalypse finally arrived, she would be in Boston with their daughter, investigating the academic possibilities of Emerson College. Eating for one, the food would last longer than he did. Robinson had no doubt of that. Timlin said they were doomed. He never would have expected doom to be so lovely. The weather was warm and cloudless. In the old days, Lake Pocumtuck would have buzzed with power boats and jet skis, which were killing the fish, the old-timers grumbled. But this summer it was silent except for the loons, only there seemed to be fewer of them crying each night. At first Robinson thought this was just his imagination, which was as infected with grief as the rest of his thinking apparatus, but Timlin assured him it wasn't. "Haven't you noticed that most of the woodland birds are already gone? No chickadee concerts in the morning, no crow music at noon. By September, the loons will be as gone as the loons who did this. The fish will live a little longer, but eventually they'll be gone too, like the deer, the rabbits, and the chipmunks." About such wildlife there could be no argument. Robinson had seen almost a dozen dead deer beside the lake road, and more beside Route 19, on that one trip he and Gandalf had made to the Carson Corners General Store, where the sign out front, "Buy your Vermont cheese and syrup here," now lay face down next to the dry gas pumps. But the greatest part of the animal holocaust was in the woods. When the wind was from the east, toward the lake rather than off it, the reek was tremendous. The warm days didn't help, and Robinson wanted to know what had happened to nuclear winter. "Oh, it'll come," said Timlin, sitting in his rocker and looking off into the dappled sunshine under the trees. "Earth is still absorbing the blow. Besides, we know from the last reports that the southern hemisphere, not to mention most of Asia, is sucked in beneath what may turn out to be eternal cloud cover. Enjoy the sunshine while we've got it, Peter." As if he could enjoy anything. He and Diana had been talking about a trip to England, their first extended vacation since the honeymoon, once Ellen was settled in school. Ellen, he thought, who had just been recovering from the breakup with her first real boyfriend and was beginning to smile again. On each of these fine late-summer, post-apocalypse days, Robinson clipped a leash to Gandalf's collar. He had no idea what the dog's name had been before June 6th. The mutt had come with a collar from which only a state of Massachusetts vaccination tag hung, and they walked the 2 miles to the pricey enclave of which Howard Timlin was now the only resident. Diana had once called that walk Snapshot Heaven. Much of it overlooked sheer drops to the lake and 40-mile views into New York. At one point, where the road button-hooked sharply, a sign that read, "Mind your driving," had been posted. The summer kids, of course, called this hairpin Dead Man's Curve. Woodland Acres, private as well as pricey before the world ended, was a mile farther on. The centerpiece was a fieldstone lodge that had featured a restaurant with a marvelous view, a 5-star chef, and a beer pantry stocked with 1,000 brands. "Many undrinkable," Timlin said. "Take it from me." Scattered around the main lodge in various bosky dells were 24 picturesque cottages, some owned by major corporations before June 6th put an end to corporations. Most of the cottages had still been empty on June 6th, and in the crazy 10 days that followed, the few people who were in residence fled for Canada, which was rumored to be radiation-free. That was when there was still enough gasoline to make flight possible. The owners of Woodland Acres, George and Ellen Benson, had stayed. So had Timlin, who was divorced, had no children to mourn, and knew the Canada story was surely a fable. Then in early July, the Bensons had swallowed pills and taken to their bed while listening to Beethoven on a battery-powered phonograph. Now it was just Timlin. "All that you see is mine," he had told Robinson, waving his arm grandly, "and someday, son, it will be yours." On these daily walks down to the acres, Robinson's grief and sense of dislocation eased. Sunshine was seductive. Gandalf sniffed at the bushes and tried to pee on everyone. He barked bravely when he heard something in the woods, but always moved closer to Robinson. The leash was necessary only because of the dead squirrels and chipmunks. Gandalf didn't want to pee on those. He wanted to roll in what was left of them. Woodland Acres Lane split off from the camp road where Robinson now lived the single life. Once the lane had been gated to keep looky-loos and wage-slave rabble such as himself out, but now the gate stood permanently open. The lane meandered for half a mile through forest where the slanting, dusty light seemed almost as old as the towering spruces and pines that filtered it, past 4 tennis courts, skirted a putting green, and looped behind a barn where the trail horses now lay dead in their stalls. Timlin's cottage was on the far side of the lodge, a modest dwelling with 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a hot tub, and its own sauna. "Why did you need 4 bedrooms if it's just you?" Robinson asked him once. "I don't now and never did," Timlin said. "But they all have 4 bedrooms, except for Foxglove, Yarrow, and Lavender. They have 5. Lavender also has an attached bowling alley, all mod cons. But when I came here as a kid with my family, we peed in a privy. True thing." Robinson and Gandalf usually found Timlin sitting in one of the rockers on the wide front porch of his cottage, Veronica, reading a book or listening to his battery-powered CD player. Robinson would unclip the leash from Gandalf's collar, and the dog, just a mutt, no real recognizable brand except for the spaniel ears, raced up the steps to be made a fuss of. After a few strokes, Timlin would gently pull at the dog's gray-white fur in various places, and when it remained rooted, he would always say the same thing. Remarkable. On this fine day in mid-August, Gandalf only made a brief visit to Timlin's rocker, sniffing at the man's bare ankles before trotting back down the steps and into the woods. Timlin raised his hand to Robinson in the how gesture of an old-time movie Indian. Robinson returned the compliment. "Want a beer?" Timlin asked. "They're cool. I just dragged them out of the lake." Would today's tipple be Old Shitty or Green Mountain Dew? "Neither. There was a case of Budweiser in the storeroom. The king of beers, as you may remember. I liberated it. In that case, I'll be happy to join you." Timlin got up with a grunt and went inside, rocking slightly from side to side. Arthritis had mounted a sneak attack on his hips 2 years ago, he had told Robinson, and not content with that, had decided to lay claim to his ankles. Robinson had never asked, but judged Timlin to be in his mid-70s. His slim body suggested a life of fitness, but fitness was now beginning to fail. Robinson himself had never felt physically better in his life, which was ironic considering how little he now had to live for. Timlin certainly didn't need him, although the old guy was congenial enough. As this preternaturally beautiful summer wound down, only Gandalf actually needed him, which was okay, because for now, Gandalf was enough. Just a boy and his dog, he thought. Said dog had emerged from the woods in mid-June, thin and bedraggled, his coat snarled with burdock stickers and with a deep scratch across his snout. Robinson had been lying in the guest room. He could not bear to sleep in the bed he had shared with Diana. Sleepless with grief and depression, aware that he was edging closer and closer to just giving up and pulling the pin. He would have called such an action cowardly only weeks before, but had since come to recognize several undeniable facts. The pain would not stop. The grief would not stop. And of course, his life was not apt to be a long one in any case. You only had to smell the decaying animals in the woods to know what lay ahead. He'd heard rattling sounds, and at first thought it might be a human being, or a surviving bear that had smelled his food. But the Jenny was still running then, and in the glare of the motion lights that illuminated the driveway, he had seen a little gray dog, alternately scratching at the door and then huddling on the porch. When Robinson opened the door, the dog at first backed away, ears back and tail tucked. "I guess you better come in," Robinson had said, and without much further hesitation, the dog did. Robinson gave him a bowl of water, which he lapped furiously, and then a can of Prudence corned beef hash, which he ate in 5 or 6 snaffling bites. When the dog finished, Robinson stroked him, hoping he wouldn't be bitten. Instead of biting, the dog licked his hand. "You're Gandalf," Robinson had said. "Gandalf the Grey," and then burst into tears. He tried to tell himself he was being ridiculous, but he wasn't. He was no longer alone in the house. "What news about that motor huckle of yours?" Timlin asked. They had progressed to their second beers. When Robinson finished his, he and Gandalf would make the 2-mile walk back to the house. He didn't want to wait too long. The mosquitoes got thicker when twilight came. If Timlin's right, he thought, the bloodsuckers will inherit the earth instead of the meek, if they can find any blood to suck, that is. "The battery's dead," he told Timlin. Then, "My wife made me promise to sell the bike when I was 50. She said after 50 a man's reflexes are too slow to be safe." "And you're 50 when?" "Next year," Robinson said, and he laughed at the absurdity of it. "I lost a tooth this morning," Timlin said. "Might mean nothing at my age, but—" "Seeing any blood in the toilet bowl?" Timlin had told him that was one of the first signs of advanced radiation poisoning, and he knew a lot more about it than Robinson did. What Robinson knew was that his wife and daughter had been in Boston when the frantic Geneva peace talks had gone up in a nuclear flash on the 5th of June, and they were still in Boston the next day when the world killed itself. The eastern seaboard of America, from Hartford to Miami, was now mostly slag. "I'm going to take the Fifth Amendment on that," Timlin said. "Here comes your dog. Better check his paws, he's limping a bit. Looks like the rear left." But they could find no thorn in any of Gandalf's paws, and this time, when Timlin pulled gently at his fur, a patch on his hindquarters came out. Gandalf seemed not to feel it. The two men looked at each other. "Could be the mange," Robinson said at last. "Or stress. Dogs do lose fur when they're stressed, you know." "Maybe." Timlin was looking west across the lake. "It's going to be a beautiful sunset. Of course, they're all beautiful now. Like when Krakatoa blew its stack in 1883. Only this was 10,000 Krakatoas." He bent and stroked Gandalf's head. "India and Pakistan," Robinson said. Timlin straightened up again. "Well, yes, but then everyone else just had to get into the act, didn't they? Even the Chechens had a few, which they delivered to Moscow in pickup trucks. It's as though the world willfully forgot how many countries and groups, fucking groups, had those things." "Or what those things were capable of," Robinson said. Timlin nodded. "That too. We were too worried about the debt ceiling, and our friends across the pond were concentrating on stopping child beauty pageants and propping up the euro." "You're sure Canada's just as dirty as the lower 48? "It's a matter of degree, I suppose. Vermont's not as dirty as New York, and Canada's probably not as dirty as Vermont, but it will be. Plus, most of the people headed up there are already sick. Sick unto death, if I may misquote Kierkegaard. Want another beer?" "I'd better get back." Robinson stood. "Come on, Gandalf. Time to burn some calories. Will I see you tomorrow? Maybe in the late afternoon. I've got an errand to run in the morning." "May I ask where?" "Bennington. Well, there's still enough gas in my truck to get there and back." Timlin raised his eyebrows. "I want to see if I can find a motorcycle battery." Gandalf made it as far as Dead Man's Curve under his own power, although his limp grew steadily worse. When they got there, he simply sat down, as if to watch the boiling sunset reflected in the lake. It was a fuming orange, shot through with arteries of deepest red. The dog whined and licked at his back left leg. Robinson sat beside him for a little while, but when the first mosquito scouts called for reinforcements, he picked Gandalf up and started walking again. By the time they got back to the house, Robinson's arms were trembling and his shoulders were aching. If Gandalf had weighed another 10 pounds, maybe even another 5, he would have had to leave the mutt and go get the truck. His head also ached, perhaps from the heat, or the second beer, or both. The tree-lined driveway sloping down to the house was a pool of shadows, and the house itself was dark. The Jinny had given up the ghost weeks ago. Sunset had subsided to a dull purple bruise. He plodded onto the porch and put Gandalf down to open the door. "Go on, boy," he said. Gandalf struggled to rise, then subsided. Just as Robinson was bending to pick him up again, Gandalf made another effort. This time, he lunged over the door-sill and collapsed on his side in the entryway, panting. On the wall above the dog were at least 24 photographs featuring people Robinson loved, all now deceased. He could no longer even dial Diana's and Ellen's phones and listen to their recorded voices. His own phone had died shortly after the generator, but even before that, all cell service had ceased. He got a bottle of Poland Spring water from the pantry, filled Gandalf's bowl, then put down a scoop of kibble. Gandalf drank some water, but wouldn't eat. When Robinson squatted to scratch the dog's belly, fur came out in bundles. "It's happening so fast," he thought. "This morning he was fine." Robinson went out to the lean-to behind the house with a flashlight. On the lake, a loon cried, just one. The motorcycle was under a tarp. He pulled the canvas off and shone the beam along the bike's gleaming body. It was a 2014 Fat Bob, several years old now, but low mileage. His days of riding 4,000 and 5,000 miles between May and October were behind him. Yet the Bob was still his dream ride, even though his dreams were mostly where he'd ridden it over the last couple of years. Air-cooled, twin-cam, 6-speed, almost 1,700 cc's, and the sound it made. Only Harleys had that sound, like summer thunder. When you came up next to a Chevy at a stoplight, the cager inside was apt to lock his doors. Robinson skidded a palm along the handlebars, then hoisted his leg over and sat in the saddle with his feet on the pegs. Diana had become increasingly insistent that he sell it, and when he did ride, she reminded him again and again that Vermont had a helmet law for a reason, unlike the idiots in New Hampshire and Maine. Now he could ride it without a helmet if he wanted to. There was no Diana to nag him, and no county mounties to pull him over. He could ride it buck-ass naked if he wanted to. Although I'd have to mind the tailpipes when I got off, he said, and laughed. He went inside without putting the tarp back on the Harley. Gandalf was lying on the bed of blankets Robinson had made for him, nose on one of his front paws. His kibble was untouched. "Better eat up," Robinson said, giving Gandalf's head a stroke. "You'll feel better." The next morning there was a red stain on the blankets around Gandalf's hindquarters, and although he tried, he couldn't make it to his feet. After he gave up the second time, Robinson carried him outside, where Gandalf first lay on the grass and managed to get up enough to squat. What came out of him was a gush of bloody stool. Gandalf crawled away from it as if ashamed, then lay down, looking at Robinson mournfully. This time, when Robinson picked him up, Gandalf cried out in pain. He bared his teeth, but did not bite. Robinson carried him into the house and put him down on his blanket bed. He looked at his hands when he straightened up and saw they were coated with fur. When he dusted his palms together, the fur floated away like milkweed. "You'll be okay," he told Gandalf. "Just a little upset stomach. Must have gotten one of those goddamn chipmunks when I wasn't looking. Stay there and rest up. I'm sure you'll be feeling more like yourself by the time I get back." There was still half a tank of gas in the Silverado, more than enough for a 60-mile round trip to Bennington. Robinson decided to go down to Woodland Acres first and see if Timlin wanted anything. His last neighbor was sitting on the porch of Veronica in his rocker. He was extremely pale, and there were purple pouches under his eyes. When Robinson told him about Gandalf, Timlin nodded. "I was up most of the night, running to the toilet. We must have caught the same bug." He smiled to show it was a joke, although not a very funny one. No, he said, there was nothing he wanted in Bennington, but perhaps Robinson would stop by on his way back. "I've got something you might want," he said. The drive to Bennington was slower than Robinson expected because the highway was littered with abandoned cars. It was close to noon by the time he pulled into the front lot of Kingdom Harley-Davidson. The show windows had been broken and all the display models were gone, but there were plenty of bikes out back. These had been rendered theft-proof with steel cables sheathed in plastic and sturdy bike locks. That was fine with Robinson. He only wanted to steal a battery. The fat bob he settled on was a year or two newer than his, but the battery looked the same. He fetched his toolbox from the bed of his pickup and checked the battery with his impact. The tester had been a gift from his daughter 2 birthdays back, and got a green light. He removed the battery, went into the showroom, and found a selection of maps. Using the most detailed one to suss out the back roads, he made it back to the lake by 3 o'clock. He saw a great many dead animals, including an extremely large moose lying beside the cement block steps of someone's trailer home. On the trailer's crabgrassy lawn, a hand-painted sign had been posted. Only 2 words: "Heaven soon." The porch of Veronica was deserted, but when Robinson knocked on the door, Timlin called for him to come in. He was sitting in the ostentatiously rustic living room, paler than ever. In one hand he held an oversized linen napkin. It was spotted with blood. On the coffee table in front of him were 3 items: a picture book titled The Beauty of Vermont, a hypodermic needle filled with yellow fluid, and a revolver. "I'm glad you came," Timlin said. "I didn't want to leave without telling you goodbye." Robinson recognized the absurdity of the first response that came to mind, "Let's not be hasty," and stayed silent. "I've lost half a dozen teeth," Timlin said, "but that's not the major problem. In the last 12 hours or so, I seem to have expelled most of my intestines. The eerie thing is how little it hurts. The hemorrhoids I was afflicted with in my 50s were worse. The pain will come. I've read enough to know that. But I don't intend to stick around long enough to experience it in full flower. Did you get the battery you wanted?" "Yes," Robinson said, and sat down heavily. "Jesus, Howard, I'm so fucking sorry." "Much appreciated. And you? How do you feel?" "Physically, fine." Although this was no longer completely true. Several red patches that didn't look like sunburn were blooming on his forearms, and there was another on his chest above the right nipple. They itched. Also, his breakfast was staying down, but his stomach seemed far from happy with it. Timlin leaned forward and tapped the hypo. Demerol, I was going to inject myself and look at pictures of Vermont until... But I've changed my mind. The gun will be fine, I think. You take the hypo. I'm not quite ready. Not for you. For the dog. He doesn't deserve to suffer. It wasn't dogs that built the bombs, after all. I think maybe he just ate a chipmunk, Robinson said feebly. We both know that's not it. Even if it was, the dead animals are so full of radiation it might as well have been a cobalt capsule. It's a wonder he survived as long as he has. Be grateful for the time you've had with him. A little bit of grace. That's what a good dog is, you know. A little bit of grace. Timlin studied him closely. Don't you cry on me. If you do, I will too, so man up. There's one more six-pack of Bud in the fridge. I don't know why I bothered to put it in there, but old habits die hard. Why don't you bring us each one? Warm beer is better than no beer. I believe Woodrow Wilson said that. We'll toast Gandalf. Also your new motorcycle battery. Meanwhile, I need to spend a penny. Or who knows, this one might cost a little more. Robinson got the beer. When he came back, Timlin was gone and remained gone for almost 5 minutes. He came back slowly, holding on to things. He had removed his pants and cinched a bath sheet around his midsection. He sat down with a little cry of pain, but took the can of beer Robinson held out to him. They toasted Gandalf and drank. The Bud was warm, all right, but not that bad. It was, after all, the king of beers. Timlin picked up the gun. Mine will be the classic Victorian suicide, he said, sounding pleased at the prospect. Gun to temple. Free hand over the eyes. Goodbye, cruel world. I'm off to join the circus, Robinson said without thinking. Timlin laughed heartily, lips peeling back to reveal his few remaining teeth. It would be nice, but I doubt it. Did I ever tell you that I was hit by a truck when I was a boy? The kind our British cousins call a milk float. Robinson shook his head. 1957 this was. I was 15, walking down a country road in Michigan, headed for Highway 22, where I hoped to hook a ride into Traverse City and attend a double-feature movie show. I was daydreaming about a girl in my home room, such long, lovely legs and such high breasts, and wandered away from the relative safety of the shoulder. The milk float came over the top of a hill. The driver was going much too fast, and hit me square on. If it had been fully loaded, I surely would have been killed, but because it was empty, it was much lighter, thus allowing me to live to the age of 75 and experience what it's like to shit one's bowels into a toilet that will no longer flush. There seemed to be no adequate response to this. There was a flash of sun on the float's windshield as it came over the top of the hill, and then nothing. I believe I will experience roughly the same thing when the bullet goes into my brain and lays waste to all I've ever thought or experienced. He raised a professorly finger. Only this time, nothing will not give way to something. Just a flash, like sun on the windshield of a milk float, followed by nothing. I find the idea simultaneously awesome and terribly depressing. Maybe you ought to hold off for a while, Robinson said. You might. Timlin waited, politely, eyebrows raised. Fuck, I don't know, Robinson said, and then surprising himself, he shouted, What did they do? What did those motherfuckers do? You know perfectly well what they did, Timlin said, and now we live with the consequences. I know you love that dog, Peter. It's displaced love, what the psychiatrists call hysterical conversion. But we take what we can get, and if we've got half a brain, we're grateful. So don't hesitate. Stick him in the neck and stick him hard. Grab his collar in case he flinches. Robinson put his beer down. He didn't want it anymore. He was in pretty bad shape when I left. Maybe he's dead already. But Gandalf wasn't. He looked up when Robinson came into the bedroom and thumped his tail twice on his bloody pad of blankets. Robinson sat down next to him. He stroked Gandalf's head and thought about the dooms of love, which were really so simple when you peered directly into them. Gandalf put his head on Robinson's knee and looked up at him. Robinson took the hypo out of his shirt pocket and removed the protective cap from the needle. "You're a good guy," he said, and took hold of Gandalf's collar as Timlin had instructed. While he was nerving himself to go through with it, he heard a gunshot. The sound was faint at this distance, but with the lake so still, there was no mistaking it for anything else. It rolled across the hot summer air, diminished, tried to echo, failed. Gandalf cocked his ears, and an idea came to Robinson as comforting as it was absurd. Maybe Timlin was wrong about the nothing. It was possible. In a world where you could look up and see an eternal hallway of stars, he reckoned anything was. Maybe. Gandalf was still looking at him as he slid the needle home. For a moment the dog's eyes remained bright and aware, and in the endless moment before the brightness left, Robinson would have taken it back if he could. He sat there on the floor for a long time, hoping that last loon might sound off one more time, but it didn't. After a while he went out to the lean-to, found a spade, and dug a hole in his wife's flower garden. There was no need to go deep. No animal was going to come along and dig Gandalf up. When he woke up the next morning, Robinson's mouth tasted coppery. When he lifted his head, his cheek peeled away from the pillow. Both his nose and his gums had bled in the night. It was another beautiful day, and although it was still summer, the first color had begun to steal into the trees. Robinson wheeled his fat Bob out of the lean-to and replaced the dead battery, working slowly and carefully in the deep silence. When he finished, he turned the switch. The green neutral light came on, but stuttered a little. He shut the switch off, tightened the connections, then tried again. This time the light stayed steady. He hit the ignition, and that sound, summer thunder, shattered the quiet. It seemed sacrilegious, but this was strange, in a good way. Robinson wasn't surprised to find himself thinking of his first and only trip to attend the annual Sturgis motorcycle rally in South Dakota. 1998 that had been, the year before he met Diana. He remembered rolling slowly down Junction Avenue on his Honda GB500, one more sled in a parade of 2,000, the combined roar of all those bikes so loud it seemed a physical thing. Later that night there had been a bonfire, and an endless stream of stones and AC/DC and Metallica roaring from Stonehenge stacks of Marshall amps. Tattooed girls danced topless in the firelight. Bearded men drank beer from Bazaar helmets. Children decorated with decal tattoos of their own ran everywhere, waving sparklers. It had been terrifying and amazing and wonderful. Everything that was right and wrong with the world in the same place and in perfect focus. Overhead, that hallway of stars. Robinson gunned the fat boy, then let off the throttle. Gunned and let off. Gunned and let off. The rich smell of freshly burned gasoline filled the driveway. The world was a dying hulk, but the silence had been banished, at least for the time being, and that was good. That was fine. Fuck you, silence, he thought. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. This is my horse. My iron horse. And how do you like it? He squeezed the clutch and towed the gear shift down into first. He rolled up the driveway, banked right and towed up this time, into second, and then third. The road was dirt and rutted in places, but the bike took the ruts easily, floating Robinson up and down on the seat. His nose was spouting again. The blood streamed up his cheeks and flew off behind him in fat droplets. He took the first curve, and then the second, banking harder now, hitting fourth gear as he came onto a brief straight stretch. The fat Bob was eager to go. It had been in that goddamn lean-to too long, gathering dust. On Robinson's right, he could see Lake Pocumtuck from the corner of his eye, still as a mirror, the sun beating a yellow-gold track across the blue. Robinson let out a yell and shook one fist at the sky, at the universe, before returning it to the hand grip. Ahead was the button hook with the "Mind Your Driving" sign that marked Dead Man's Curve. Robinson aimed for the sign and twisted the throttle all the way. He just had time to hit fifth gear.
For Kurt Sutter and Richard Chisholm.
The Bazaar of Bad Dreams was written by Stephen King and read by Stephen King, Dylan Baker, Brooke Bloom, Kathleen Chalfin, Hope Davis, Santina Fontana, Peter Friedman, Holter Graham, Edward Herman, Will Patton, Thomas Sadowski, Tim Sample, Cotter Smith, Craig Wasson, Fred Weller, and Mayor Winningham. It was recorded by Terry Hogan, Mike DeCino, Carlin Daigle, Julian Dreyer, Jared O'Connell, Mark De La Fuente, Erica Weintraub, Dave Getter, Nathan Lincoln, Alan Tobin, and Leszek Wojcik. Editing and post-production by Mike DeCino for Common Mode. The associate producers were Jennifer Lopes, Ben Rimmelauer, Elisa Solomon, and Travis Tunn. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. Blockade Billy was produced by Michael Noble and directed by Karen Perlman, with editing and post-production by Hudson Sound. Mile 81 and The Dune were produced and directed by Elisa Shokoff, with editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. Morality was produced and directed by Michael Noble, with editing and post-production by Hudson Sound. Was directed and produced by Carol Shapiro, with editing and post-production by Common Mode. All other stories in the Bazaar of Bad Dreams were produced and directed by Christina Zarafanidis. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Bazaar of Bad Dreams is available in print from Scribner. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Mr. Mercedes and Dr. Sleep, both written by Stephen King and read by Will Patton.